Morning, everyone. Welcome to the fifth day of the inquiry into the mixed-use development at the Eastgate shopping centre. So today we'll deal with the planning evidence. First of all, Ms Reynolds for the council. That's Mr Mumby for the appellants. And then on Thursday, we'll deal with the obligations and conditions in roundtable sessions and closing submissions. And that will be done virtually via Zoom. I've sent a revised timetable to reflect that, which is now being published. I carried out a site visit yesterday afternoon. Well, another site visit, but a more comprehensive one, using the site visit itinerary that was supplied by the parties. So that's helpful. Just in relation to conditions, I did send a note yesterday, which hopefully has reached you, with some comments, both detailed and perhaps more overall comments, which we can address primarily in the conditions session, although whether the planning witnesses want to deal with my issue of whether the development is severable or not, or alternatively in closing submissions. But
just that's my phone not stealing somebody else. Did you have in mind any particular element or elements that should be severed, or was it a sort of general?
It was a general point.
Just a general question.
Yeah,
I might pick it up in questioning, and then we can further in conditions as well.
Right, in terms of documentation, again, I sent a note around yesterday, sort of setting out what I thought was the current position, because it was getting a bit confusing in terms of documents coming in from different directions. So that note sets out those documents that have been accepted, which I hope there's no dispute about, and then a number of documents that are awaited, although I now have the sole compliance statement, or it's referred to as a draft. I'm not sure why it was referred to as a draft, but is that because it was still under discussion, or was it required further refinement?
So I think as far as the planning authority is concerned, that is our submitted statement. And unless I'm corrected, it shouldn't really be headed draft. It's ready for your consideration. If there is any matter that anybody wishes to raise, we'd be glad if they could raise it as soon as possible.
I mean, it's really the local authority's document to justify there. I had thought that maybe there might be potential and additional input from the county, and that's why it was called draft at one stage.
So as I say, I'm trying to catch up with all the emails, and forgive me.
I'll take you as the council document.
It has, so yeah. Please take it on that basis at the moment. So,
as well as that, there was some additional supporting documents which effectively provide the sort of the evidence base to support it, in addition to what is already on the core document list. So in terms of other documents,
before you move on, Charlotte McKay, my instructing solicitor, who's dealing with the 106 and SIL matters, I think what I was gone. Oh, she did have a hand up to clarify matters, and there she is there.
It is draft.
I was also going to say that I've seen the latest email, I think, from the council saying that they've had the sort of final draft in the appellants, and that's under consideration by the Basildon Council and the County Council.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And I think that's been confirmed.
The SIL compliance statement is draft because the obligations with ECC are still to be finalised, so it may need tweaking just once they've agreed the trigger points for payments.
Okay, so it's probably, that's what I presume, it's draft in the sense that it's still shadowing the obligations themselves. So
yeah,
once the obligations are, well, assuming they are finally agreed, then that will become a sort of a non-draft document. Yeah. So moving on to other documentation, going off my list, which is under paragraph 3 of my recent note, a note on the East Square Cinema development, which I think was handed across to the appellants last week.
Yes, I understand that that's been agreed and can be given a CD number.
Right. Okay, good. I've not had that yet, but
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir.
I think it was subject to the appellants having looked at it.
Yeah, I think it has now been. Well, we wouldn't know it's in the core documents. There's no right to access the core documents. But were we to be able to access the core documents, I think we'd see it there.
Oh, right. Phew. Right, so that will come, no doubt, through to me in due course, if it hasn't done already. So third one was the plans of Market Square and Town Square. Obviously not every plan, but sort of.
We're waiting on the council's. We're still waiting on the council's confirmation whether it's happy for the DAS to go in, because I think the council suggested some plans. We think, for context, the DAS ought to go in, and we haven't had a response to that yet.
So the up-to-date position is that, in accordance with your request confirmed in your note, that you've asked for plans.
Yeah.
The proposal by the appellant was to give you the Town Square design and access statement, which I believe is about 380 pages. That seems to me disproportionate and not in accordance with your request. And so I asked that there be agreement on the illustrative plans for those schemes, which I believe is what you really were wanting, a plan to show you what's really.
Yes, I just wanted to see what it was going to look like.
Exactly.
We want you to have the DAS, given the way some of the argument has gone, and we think it will actually provide context to those plans. And
So
we've made
separate matter, isn't it? Really,
but it's sort of connected. It is connected because it does look at the DAS itself, looks at the schemes in context too. And given the way that the inspector's decision talks about the high level principles in the DAS, and given the nature of some of the argument last week, we think it's a material consideration that ought not to be omitted from consideration in this process. I'm not saying you have to read every single one of the 355 pages. I'm not.
I wouldn't do that.
I haven't. I'm sure there's much better things to do, but I think to have the whole thing rather than us have to agree which extracts you should have, and then you can flick through it at your leisure. But we think it will be instructive. We have asked the council. We haven't actually had any response. That was the first response.
You have had a response to which I've already made reference. We've provided 2 plans, and ICENI have, I think, responded that the plans are not really what they wanted, and they have reiterated the request to put a DAS in, which is miles away from what you requested, sir. And if I may respectfully say so, the reason given why the appellants now want to put in a 380-page DAS seems to be entirely different from your request. And at this late stage of the inquiry, to say, well, actually, to address points raised by the council, it's important that you should see the DAS on the last day of evidence is it's nothing to do with
my original request for plans illustrating the schemes.
Yeah, that's a grossly unfair mischaracterisation. I'm sure Mr. Howley doesn't want to mislead the inquiry, because so we've been requesting the DAS to go in for pretty much the duration of the inquiry.
No.
And we haven't had, if I may finish, we haven't had anything in correspondence indicating otherwise. I am formally submitting to you that it's a material consideration. It's up to you, so, to decide whether to take into account.
Well, so can I respond to that? Mr. Banner, not for the first time, has suggested that what has happened outside of the inquiry is one matter, but in fact is factually incorrect. Mr. Banner has not, on behalf of the appellant, requested that you should receive the Town Square DAS for the duration of the inquiry, nor has he even asked it of the council during the duration of the inquiry. The matter arose when you asked for plans, to which Mr. Banner, after consideration, suggested that we agreed to put the 380-page design and access statement, not, it now appears, to meet your request, but for an ulterior purpose.
That's simply not right. So, I mean, you can go back and watch it on YouTube. I reiterated my request at that time. Anyway, as I made the point, we think it's a material consideration that would help you, and we'll leave it to you.
Perhaps I'll have a look at the decision, Mr. We're talking now about Town Square or Market.
Yes, I think it's on paragraph 43 or 44. It talks about the high-level principles of the DAS. in the absence of design code, and we suggest it may assist in understanding what those high-level principles were. If you remember, Mr. Reynolds was unable to, we had a discussion about it in cross-examination. He was seeking to distinguish that case and was unable to talk about the details of it. So we think it would help you.
Well, for now, I'll definitely confirm I want the plans, and I'll think about the DAS.
So if you
Look back at the appeal decision.
thank you. So if you are considering that request, no doubt you'll also consider whether you should obviously see the Market Square design and access statement as well.
The only reason I've suggested that particular one is it specifically referenced the decision. It provides context decision in the context of Mr. Reynolds' attempt to distinguish it from this case. If you want to see both, I've absolutely no problem with that at all.
Right, well, I'll think about that one. Having reviewed the decisions, the appeal decisions. Next one was a further addendum to the 5-year housing land supply following agreements on certain outputs last week, but I think Mr. Allen was having to do that before.
Yeah, my understanding is that in substance it's agreed, so it should be with you sometime today.
Right. Okay.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Banner, and I'm sorry, but I'm partly because I can't see you.
Right.
I'm having difficulty
Yes.
hearing. If I could ask you to put the mic on and keep your voice up.
Yes, I'm told it's with the council. So if the council say, having seen it, they agree it, then I imagine it could be printed this morning.
Right. A letter from D. Look setting out expectations on the timescale for the new local plan. I suppose that's I'm just setting out what is required.
It's on the shopping list,
Yes,
sir, and I can only apologise it's not with you this morning.
Yeah, it's okay. I wasn't saying I wanted everything now. It's just a reminder to people what I was just trying to get in my own mind what was required in terms of documentation. Yes. Yeah. And then on the final point was about the document the appellant put on the core document list, but haven't really been discussed or agreed by the council. This is
Yes, we
Town Centre Regeneration Study Development Appraisal Results Final Report, November 2021.
Mr. Howard very kindly clarified what had been putting to my witness on Friday afternoon in respect to that document. In light of that clarification, we don't need to provide that document for context, so you can write.
So can I just I'm sorry that matters outside of the inquiry are being sort of relied upon and mentioned to you, sir. That was a discussion.
I don't have a problem with you discussing things outside the inquiry as long as we
yeah,
clear as to what's been agreed.
I said to Mr. Banner that I would have to take instructions on the document.
Yeah.
I have no objection to that document going in. My concern was that I hadn't seen it. If reliance is going to be placed on it, then I will ask questions on it.
Yeah.
If no reliance is going to be placed on it, I don't want Mr. Banner to be referring to any so-called discussions that I've had with him on a council-to-council basis without instructions.
It wasn't a council-to-council basis. The point was we had apprehended that it being put to my witness that the 13-storey maximum was the council's preferred option, and there was clarification that's not the council's preferred option, and that's a point that the inquiry needs to be aware about. That was the council-to-council basis. That was a clarification of the case that my clients have to meet at this inquiry. If it's not the council's preferred option,
we're starting to get more into a discussion now about. I thought we'd agreed that you weren't going to submit it.
I don't know. We don't need to rely. If it's not the council's preferred option, we don't need to put it.
No, Mr. Banner. I'm not having you seeking to characterise the council's case on the basis of the discussion that I had with you yesterday, which was subject to instructions and consideration of the document.
What is it?
The council's case is, just forgive me, is set out in the evidence, and the council referred to that, the appraisal document, because you introduced the document and sought to rely upon it for the question of the number of the 2,800 unit figure. And I went back to that to understand that document and clarify to the inspector what options were there and what conclusions were reached. There was no expression of any current position of the council. The scenario D is referred to there as the preferred option within that document. That's as far as it goes.
Thank you.
Right, so that's deals with the documentation. Just a word about costs, because obviously that was
Yes.
raised on Thursday, I think, or
Well,
Friday.
my understanding is, as before, that we'll submit ours in writing if it's conceptual to you.
Obviously, the normal way of doing it is
Yes,
you submit in writing,
they would.
the council or whoever respond, preferably in writing, and then you have a
Yes.
final say. But
Indeed, and I've made clear
that would
already.
normally be done during the inquiry before actually closed.
Yes, I mean, as you please. I think we had. I don't say what we discussed now because Mr. Howard will.
Well, I know we discussed it
We discussed publicly before you the prospect of it going in on Thursday and then a response shortly thereafter and reply after that. That's what we've been working towards.
Right.
I mean, I might want to do something before, but because we've been working towards that, it might be a little difficult to compress the timetable now with closes to write as well. But that's what we've been working towards. So if you want it soon tomorrow, then I mean, I can burn some midnight oil and get it to you tomorrow.
Effectively, I think the doing the costs after the close is sort of an exception. But I'm not.
As you please, sir. You're the inspector.
Yeah.
If you would like it tomorrow, I'll submit it tomorrow.
Can I make a request that Untitled one, Mr. Banner, in relation to what we'd previously agreed and said to you, that Mr. Banner's application for costs would come in writing on Thursday, and that an appropriate to respond to it in writing.
Right.
And as far as we're concerned, that's a proper and fair way, having regard to the guidance.
Right, I'll go along with that. I was just making the point that it's an exception rather than the rule. So I don't think that it's something you can do at every inquiry.
No, it's relatively common when you have to when the costs may have to take into account how events transpired at the inquiry. But
Well, it would normally do, often would do, wouldn't they?
as I say, so if you have a very strong opinion,
No,
I don't
I'm
mind
not.
putting it
Sorry, I'm
forward.
just making the point that
I'm here to assist you. But
I'm being lenient.
that's very kind. Well, leniency gratefully accepted, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Yes, so that your written
Yes.
application will come in presumably
I mean, essentially,
after closing.
yes.
And then,
I mean, essentially, the substance of it is as per the letter, which I think is in the core documents that precipitated the June 2022 report.
oh, I see. Right.
Because that letter set out the prospective basis for costs and
That,
gave
so.
and said to the council, we'll give you an opportunity to reconsider and we won't seek costs. And so it's going to follow very closely the structure of the argument in that letter.
Right. Okay, we'll stick to what we discussed the other day then in terms of that written exchange post closing of the inquiry. Yeah. I believe that in fact they are. The core documents are now working, thankfully. So I think that's deals with preliminary matters, unless there's anything else that anyone wanted to raise.
I believe so, no.
Right, we can now move on to Mr. Reynolds' evidence. Mr. Howell Williams.
Yes, thanks, sir. Miss Reynolds is at the witness box, sir, and you should have her proof of evidence, and you have a summary, but I intend to refer to the body of the main proof for the most part. Ms. Reynolds, I hope you've now got access to the core document file.
Yeah, that all seems to be working now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Reynolds, I know that you have a quiet voice, so can I ask you to keep your voice up as best you can so that we can all hear you. Thank you very much. Your name and qualifications are set out on page 1, and you are Elizabeth Reynolds with a degree in urban planning and development from Melbourne University and postgraduate certificate in UK planning law and practice from Leeds Metropolitan University. And you say that you're also currently studying in an interdisciplinary design for the built environment at the Cambridge Institute for Sustainable Leadership at the University of Cambridge. and you've over 20 years town planning experience, predominantly in London. And you note that you're also a member of the MRTPI and an academician with the Academy of Urbanism. From paragraphs 1.2, you refer to your experience at home and abroad, and I don't ask you to read any part of that, but is that all factual and up to date so far as it need be?
Yes, it is.
Good, thank you. The role at your inquiry, we don't need to read, the inspector's read that. Similarly, 1.13, the section dealing with the scope of your evidence with reference to the reasons for refusal. And then there's a section on the planning history, which is set out in tabular form. And I doubt there's any dispute on that table. So I don't intend to ask you about that. You refer to the background in the paragraphs that ensue, and you refer on page 11 of your proof to the draft compliance review of the SAVE policies, which is a document in the inquiry list. That's the council's document, is it not? And then you turn to the appeal scheme in section 3, and I don't intend to ask you to read that. That's a summary description. We have the statement of common ground. The policy context in section 4 lists, consistent with the statement of common ground, the policies that are relevant. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at paragraph 4.8 and 4.9, in particular 4.9, you indicate that without evidence of a 5-year housing land supply, the tilted balance is triggered under paragraph 11D of the framework.
So it's also correct.
And for the rest of your proof, you've applied that tilted balance. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the case.
Now, can I then ask you to turn to the main issues? And in large part, there's reliance in relation to the first issue, is there not, on the evidence of Mr. Reynolds?
Yes, there is, and there will also be some elements that overlap with Mr. Davey, but I'll endeavour not to cover those if they've already been covered, unless, of course, the inspector requires further clarification, in which case I'm happy to expand on any of those points.
Thank you. There are one or two matters on which there's been some discussion or evidence that I now want to pick up on and ask you to provide your updated explanation or clarification, please. The first is at 5.9, and there are two parts of your evidence which deal with, refer to the Eastgate shopping centre. And in that paragraph, you say that the retention of the centre and the car park unnecessarily constrains the street layout, entrenches the mistakes of the 1980s car-dominated master planning, and leaves a question mark over the most important part of the site closest to Brook House. I know, and you may remember the inspector asking a question about the walkway here, but I want to ask you to just explain your concern. And if you'd have in mind, take to hand Mr. Mumby's rebuttal proof, he responds to what you say at paragraph 1.5 of his rebuttal. And he says that you've referred to a question mark over that part of the site, centre that is. And he says it appears to suggest the lack of the inclusion in the appeal application is a failing of the principles of the scheme, as it lacks a comprehensive proposal that may incur future change to the detriment of Brook House. This is not a material consideration in the consideration of the merits of the appeal, nor is it a fact raised by officers at any point. And he says no weight to the point that you're making. So it's important to understand the point that you're making. And could you elaborate on that, please, Ms. Reynolds?
Yeah, certainly. I think if we go back to first principles of spatial and land use planning, we're looking to achieve some orderly planning. And I have struggled to understand why in this very large red line boundary that the Eastgate shopping centre is included within this red line and would benefit from some elements of the permission. But the document's almost silent on exactly what's happening with the shopping centre as a part of this wider scheme. It's not explicitly included within a development zone, but no doubt it forms an important part of the scheme. We understand that the covered walkway that goes from south to north will be uncovered, so there will be some element of demolition work to the shopping centre. And as I believe the inspector has questioned, we're not entirely clear on how that is going to be broken out and made good, and what happens to that edge condition of the shopping mall, specifically in relation to the access that will be opened from the bus station north to the Market Square. But I think there's a wider question around what exactly is happening with the shopping centre, both in terms of how it's referred to in the commercial and non-residential space that's referred to on the application form, how it's not really referred to within the design and access statement or the design code. We don't really have an understanding of exactly what's happening to the shopping mall in the future phases and how those engage with the development zones. And that's the question mark that I'm referring to. And it's not speculation as to, I'm not talking about the risk of, I'm not prejudicing anything that may come forward in the future. We just need to understand how this part of the site works in relation to this specific application.
So you've referred to the DAS and the design code. Is your concern one that's related to the quality of the design that is being put forward?
It is, because although I appreciate that this is in outline, there is no direction given as to what would happen with the shopping centre, either in terms of its use or development. And without that, we can't understand how it either benefits or harms the interfaces with the new development zones.
But in terms of your concern, you referred to the DAS and the design code. It's your essential point, as you've elaborated on, or the lack of clarity and so on, is that related to your concern about the quality of the scheme?
Yes, because there's no assurances given as to how the use within the mall itself may change as it would benefit from the permission being sought. And there's no explanation as to how development would be undertaken to the mall to safeguard, for instance, residential amenity or to create a high quality place.
Thank you. Thank you. Then you refer at 510 and the paragraphs that follow to what in short you and Mr. Reynolds called the some pinch points. And I don't think it's necessary for you to further elaborate on those points, and I hope the inspector has heard enough about them to form a view on the evidence that he's already heard.
Yeah, I think we've dealt with that through the design sessions, yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then we look on, and indeed 515 looks to the sui generis uses, and you express your concern there in relation to residential amenity and the design code at 5.16 and 17. And then at 5.20, you refer to the DAS, and you say that that document says that all market and affordable residential dwellings will be designed to meet the nationally described space standard, minimum space standards for dwellings. However, the text also refers to these as indicative and describes the accompanying unit areas as targets. There's no evidence that the typologies shown can be applied to the illustrative plan. Could you, and you refer to no confidence from the DAS, this is all in the context of following on from your concerns about the design code. Could you look at Mr. Mumby's rebuttal at paragraph 1.13, please?
Yes, I'm just opening that document now. Sorry, which was the reference? 1.13.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Which was the reference? Sorry.
1.13.
Oh, 1.13, yeah. Yes, in relation to space standards.
Yeah, and I'd like you to help the inspector on this matter and give him the up-to-date position, because I know that there's some interrelationship here with the conditions that have been discussed. Mr. Mumby says that a condition has been agreed between the parties that the space standards must be met. Could you look to the conditions, please?
Yes, I'm just having a look through the conditions now to find the reference to that. Did you have a condition number?
Yeah, my copy is CD 5.1.
And the numeric reference to the condition that
Sorry, can you speak
and
up?
the numeric reference to the condition that deals with space standards.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at condition 35.
Right. Yes, so draft planning conditions, condition number 35, internal layout.
And you need also to refer to the design code.
Yes, I have that open.
And that's document CD 4.2.
I think this is it's an encouraging condition. It does say that all residential units shall be designed to comply with the technical housing standards. I feel that that's sufficiently clear for the residential units where we assume we're talking about C3, because I would just point out that in the application description, there's a full spectrum of residential uses, including undefined residential uses such as co-living. So for instance, the national housing standards won't apply to that housing product. So I would just make that point. I think it's good that here the draft condition at 35B says that the residential units, by which we mean C3, shall be designed to comply with the technical housing standards. The difficulty then, though, is the contradiction with the design code, and also the DAS, if they're also approved documents, because if we look then at the DAS at page 85, those same space standards are referred to as target areas. So I think there's a slight contradiction between the condition and then those documents.
And the design code what page you wish to refer to in that document?
That is page,
Is it page 20?
page 20, yes.
Yeah.
I would also add at this point, when we're thinking about residential amenity, and that's involved with reasons for refusal 1 and 3. Page 20 of the design code for approval lists a series of documents that it says that the layouts have been, in general, the layouts have been designed to comply with. And here it also references the Mayor of London's housing supplementary planning guidance, but those standards are above and beyond the national space standards, for instance, including with respect to ceiling heights and private open space provision. So again, there is some slight confusion and contradiction between what is being sought in the condition and the wording within the code and the DAS.
And having looked at the design code at page 20 and what it says that the units will be designed to meet, you see there the space standard minimum space allocation. What encouragement do you have, what confidence do you have in the production of a high quality, well-designed scheme?
I think these do really do as they say. They reflect a minimum standard, and this is where I see a slight contradiction in referencing the Mayor of London's housing SPG. Although I appreciate Basildon is clearly not within London, if it's going to be referenced as a precedent document and as a standard to which this development aspires, then that should translate through into clear instructions. And I would say that series of standards are higher than the national minimums. For instance, floor to ceiling heights of 3.4 meters rather than 3.2, on which I would add that, turning back to the design and access statement on page 85, the document says residential floor to floor heights should be designed to be a minimum of 3.2 meters where possible. So it's not definitive even what the minimum, I would say floor to ceiling, I think it should read rather than floor to floor height.
I'm so sorry, but having been criticised myself by my learned friend for not speaking up, I'm really struggling to hear.
Just referring back to the design and access statement on page 85, where there is a reference to what I think should read floor to ceiling heights, but it says floor to floor heights, as should be designed to a minimum of 3.2 meters, whereas within the design code, the London housing standards are referred, and within those you would find a floor to ceiling height of 3.4 meters, which is above and beyond the national minimum that is set out within the space standards. So I think, in short, if we're looking for something exemplar, potentially following national minimums is not going to get us there.
Thank you. Could you look next to transitioning to a lower carbon future? Mr. Mumby responds to this at page paragraph 1.18. And again, with reference to a draft condition. And I think the condition Mr. Mumby is referring to is at condition 25.
It's condition 25, yes.
And so could you assist the inspector as to this in the context of reason for refusal number 3, and how this responds to your concern, the council's concern about the design code failing to provide clarity and certainty and so on?
I think that, again, if we turn back to the reason for refusal, in which sustainability is referenced, And if we think about going to the heart of the NPPF's desire to achieve well-designed, beautiful, safe places, as well as the core tenets of sustainable development. Reason for refusal 3 talks about the need to deliver an exemplar scheme, and as part of this, a transition to a lower carbon future. Whilst it's good to see a condition on energy and sustainability, I wouldn't describe the contents of this as exemplar. Indeed, condition 25.f says that commercial units shall achieve a minimum BREEAM rating of good. I mean, good by definition is not exemplar in those rankings. There's no attempt to embed here within the condition or within the design code something like the home qualities mark, or to set an aspiration for within the design code for specific sustainability features. It would have been quite clear and instructive to developers of the site if the design code were to say, for instance, that all plots, all buildings were to include solar photovoltaic panels of a minimum kilowatt specification. And I know examples where that has been secured either through condition as a very clear minimum specification. And that's an opportunity that seems to have been missed in this instance.
And here again, could you look to the design code to understand what is within that document? Look to page 18, please. And climate change is dealt with at little e, is it not?
Yes, I mean, again, if you were a developer trying to take forward this scheme, you would hope to have a somewhat clearer direction than this paragraph of text. Examples are given of such as locally sourced products or materials, but it's where appropriate. There's nothing definitive or instructive about this or exemplar.
Thank you. And then return to your proof, please. And the last question I want to ask you about in relation to this section of your evidence is the appellant has listened during the inquiry to the concerns raised by the council about the criticisms of the design code. And without prejudice to its position, it has put forward an addendum that it suggests could be added, as I've understood it, to the design code.
Yes, I have a copy of that.
It's CD 9.5, sir. Thank you. And I don't ask you to read it aloud. We can see what it says. To what extent, does it address the concerns about the design code that you explained to the inspector with reference to reason for refusal number 3?
No, because there's nothing of substance or nothing specific about this. That if we go back to thinking about what is expected both within the National Design Code and the National Design Guide, the addition of less than one paragraph accompanied by a CGI does not resolve those concerns. It does not go to address the reasons for refusal 3. I don't see this as any meaningful attempt to improve clarity, certainty, precision, or authority. Appending this to the end of the design code would not overcome the council's reason for refusal 3.
And you see there's reference to within reserved matters applications to producing something called a statement of conformity with the design code. And of course, we've seen and have got the design code. So we've understood and heard your concerns about that. To what extent does the provision of and in an addendum to the design code, an obligation to conform with it, address and alleviate your concerns?
The expression shall conform with and shall include a statement of conformity within the design code doesn't help, because you could say within your statement of conformity, and this is the requirement, the requirement is not to conform, even it is just to produce a statement. You may well say within that statement, oh, unfortunately, we've not been able to conform with any of the things in our design code. But by definition here, you will have conformed with that requirement by merely submitting a statement, regardless of its content.
So, for example, on climate change, page 18, where it says, furthermore, the durability of materials should be considered to reduce energy consumption and maintenance requirements. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that. And I also see that within the page that's suggested as an addendum to the design code, that it says that, however, there may be circumstances where a designer preparing a scheme feels that a localized deviation could better contribute.
So does that exemplify or illustrate your concern there?
Indeed, because let's find an example.
Okay, thank you very much. The next section on heritage, I don't need to ask you to read that section. The inspector has read that and has heard evidence already on that question from Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Hancock. And then there's a section beginning on page 34 related to the section 106, where good progress has been made, as I understand it, and that's to be discussed more specifically on Thursday morning.
Correct.
So could I ask you now to turn to section 4, page 36, where you look to development plan compliance, and the first 2 policies that you consider are BE12 and TC1. For the purposes of paragraph 11D and the trigger, do you regard these 2 policies as the most important?
Yes, because although there isn't, and the emerging local plan has, the progress on that has ceased, there are still valid policies within the adopted local plan.
Thank you. And there are a number of matters set out in paragraph 5.6.2 in relation to BE12. We'll take that one first. And so far as the reasons for refusal are concerned, and those matters that you think are not addressed by the scheme satisfactorily, which are the most important criteria? And can you explain the material harm that arises and is not properly addressed?
Certainly. Policy BE12 is referenced within reasons for refusal 2 and 3, and was retained when this went to committee in June. I'm just reviewing the text. Policy BE12 sets out the planning permission for new residential development will be refused if it causes material harm in any of the following ways. And the first point is the harm to the character of the surrounding area, including the street scene, which I believe has been covered within the evidence given by Mr. Reynolds. So I won't elaborate further on that, but it is clearly not in compliance.
And then Roman 2 to Roman 4
Yes.
are related, are they not, to questions of amenity?
They are.
Are your concerns about those matters explained by reference to the text in the body of your proof to which we've made reference just now?
Yes, they are. And I don't believe that they've been addressed through any of the conditions that have been brought forward. The matter of Roman numeral 3, noise or disturbance to the occupants of neighbouring dwellings, has already been discussed in evidence in terms of the interface between residential units and public open spaces. And here, for instance, the design code does not specify any kind of minimum standoff distance between someone's bedroom window or living room window at ground floor level and the activity and noise generated by the bus station, for instance. And I think that point has already been raised.
And in the context of reason for refusal 1 and 3, referable to well-designed schemes and the frameworks policy, how do you assess the scheme in terms of the harm by reference to this policy?
There would be harm to both current residents, of which there are some immediately adjacent to the site, as well as future residents by virtue of, I don't want to go back to the point, but the pinch points.
So this is the pinch point and the design code, the design code concern, is that right?
That's right, because there isn't anything then to, there aren't any mitigation measures within the design code that overcome the challenges presented by the parameter plans.
Okay.
So specific design features could have been articulated, or specific direction could have been given within the design code for the areas where the parameter plans are at their worst, and they haven't been.
Thank you. And then if you look to TC1, please.
Yes.
You refer there, shall we just highlight the, as it were, the Roman 5, design, form, scale and materials used in any development are sympathetic and appropriate to the area. Does that criterion relate directly to the first main issue?
It does, and it's a relevant policy, hence it being included within that reason for refusal.
Now, you've also referred in paragraph 5.64 to retail. Do you see that?
Yes. As I conclude in that paragraph, the proposal is not considered in compliance with the requirements policy BAS TC1.
That's correct. And I suppose it's important to make clear, isn't it? The council doesn't have an objection to that perceived conflict, but does that affect the question of whether or not there's a conflict?
Yeah, in undertaking the assessment, I had to look at the relevant policies of which TC1 is applicable, including the first point that the proposal should not result in a significant net loss of retailing floor space. I haven't provided any additional judgment as to whether or not I feel that the quantum of non-residential floor space is appropriate. I've merely acknowledged that there is a significant loss in retailing floor space, and therefore it doesn't comply with that element of policy TC1.
Okay, and then if you look on, please, to paragraph 5.65, and you're dealing here with the question of shop fronts, and you say that the council will have regard to the scale, design and likely impact of the new shop fronts, although principles for the design of new shop fronts could have been addressed through the design code. This is a matter that could be addressed at the reserved matters stage, potentially by conditioning the production of a commercial design guide. Now, in relation to the possibility of a condition dealing with this matter, is that a matter for the conditions session and an outstanding disagreement between the appellant and the council?
I think it could have been appended to the design code as an entire chapter, or it could have been submitted with the application documents, again, as its own document, but we are where we are. And I think the addition of a condition requiring the production of a shopfront guide to the satisfaction of the local authority and to be implemented in accordance with would overcome some of these concerns.
But in taking stage, is there anything in the design code about this matter?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Not that sufficiently addresses it.
Okay. Do you consider that it's a matter that should be referred to in the design code specifically?
It's very important in terms of how you create a quality place. Lighting, the amount of active and open shop frontage, signage, how you engage with the street and the residents is extremely important. There's only a passing reference within zone 1 under base facades, and it says to create attractive and clear entrances and shop fronts and ground taller building elements. But again, there's no instruction here and no definition, and therefore there's no benchmark of the quality that the council needs to achieve.
And thank you. And so is it, if it's not dealt with through the design code, is it your view that it needs now to be dealt with at this stage in order to provide that guidance that you say is lacking in the design code?
Yes, it needs to be secured at this stage, and it needs to be clear as to what the content will be, so you can have an understanding of what the outcomes will be at that pedestrian level.
Okay, and then 5.68. You say, although there's a net loss of non-residential floor space, this doesn't necessarily result in an overall loss of employment. To demonstrate compliance, more information is needed from the appellant. So a similar question to that about the retail element. Can you just explain the council's position in relation to non-residential and employment floor space?
There was reference made within the application documents to office, but there is a full plethora of uses sought within the application description, but there's no retail impact assessment. There's nothing to define the types of employment that will be created on the site, and some supporting evidence would have helped to demonstrate compliance with that point. It's unclear what will be happening within the Eastgate shopping centre and whether there could be a reduction in employment there or an increase depending on how the uses within that change. And at this stage, there's not enough information on either construction or operational phase, whether there will be a net loss or gain of employment.
Okay. And that information, where would one normally expect to see it in the documentation? That
some of those would be covered within the ES, within a socioeconomic chapter, but you would probably have there wasn't a retail impact assessment submitted with this. There was no what you could do as one option if you wanted to retain flexibility for the market in terms of non-residential uses is to look at almost a cloud of different uses with minimum and maximum ranges.
What I'm trying to focus on here is you say more information is needed from the appellant, and this is in the context of the reasons for refusal, and in particular 1 and 3, well designed, and the design code criticisms that we've raised. Is there any guidance in the design code and the design and access statement to assist on this matter?
No, it's silent on this.
Okay, and but information from the appellant, is that a matter that would come forward with reserved matters?
Potentially.
Okay. And is it your, I mean, what is the value of having the further information at this stage for the purposes of any permission that might be granted?
We would have a better understanding of the benefits to be taken into consideration if we knew that there were going to be at least a retention, if not an increase in employment.
And is that going to be of any help to future developers on individual zones?
Assuming that when it comes forward for assessment at reserved matters stage, they'll need to demonstrate compliance with that policy, then yes, it would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. 570 crime prevention. I think there's a condition now, is there not, to address the concern, is that right? You say the proposal not yet considered to comply with this policy.
Yes, there is a condition.
And, condition 39, I don't think we need to turn to it. Ms. Reynolds, no need to turn to it, but does that address now the council's concern in relation to crime prevention?
I believe it does. The difficulty is that I don't want to go back to the pinch points, but there will be places that aren't starting at the best point. So you can apply the condition, and that certainly will help. But you're starting on a back foot in terms of some of the physical spaces that you're going to be dealing with.
Okay, we noticed that there's a reference there to a gold award of the Secured by Design for Homes guide. Could you just look now to page 18 of the design code? And look at little h, which refers to secured by design.
Yes, it's quite minimal. I would hope that the condition would overcome the lack of detail within this section by at least specifying the Secure by Design gold standard, which I understand is important to the councillors as well.
Insofar as the inspector might reach a conclusion, for example, on this condition, that there's a condition which requires X, but that there's a design code which says something less than X. How does that address the council's concern about the purpose of the design code?
Oh, it's in the absence of the design code having been, there was a missed opportunity perhaps to have further enhanced the design code in the preceding months that could have added more certainty. And now it's in a situation where there's a fallback condition that's trying to deal with these matters. And none of the elements within the design code, again, are specific enough, including a chapter, for instance, within the design code on secured by design and looking at principles of approach to buildings, external lighting, not having blind corners, things like that could have been embedded in simple graphic terms within the design code. And those would be more instructive again to anyone taking forward the scheme at a design and build stage.
Thank you very much. The next matter I want to ask you about is on housing, and you deal with that is the benefit in terms of housing delivery, and you set out your views on that on pages 43 to 46.
Yeah.
I wonder whether you could address the appellant's response. I don't ask you to go over matters that were discussed on the round table. I want you to focus, as it were, on the MPPF. What importance does the framework place on the 5-year housing land supply issue?
This is really the core. This is the period which local authorities are requested to monitor housing supply, because that's a period over which they should be able to have reasonable certainty. The code does not ask local authorities to explicitly look at a longer period than that, other than to have a view to maintaining. And
the MPPF refers, doesn't it, to maintaining the supply and delivery of housing. What is the time horizon that the framework requires to be monitored?
There is no monitoring period. Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, if you look to the framework, please, and
I hesitate to interrupt, but I do know that we've been over the time estimate. We are confined to 1 day, and I wouldn't want the excess in evidence in chief to have an effect on my time for cross-examination. It was 1 hour.
We actually
started at about 10:02, I believe.
Not that we only had my preliminary. I put it down. I had it down as 15 hours. I was down consciously. We're now at my 10 to 11. Carry on.
Thank you very much, sir. Perhaps you could explain to the inspector here. The appellants are trying to take matters more quickly. The appellants are saying, well, as I've understood their case, it doesn't matter so much that the delivery of housing can't come within the 5-year period, because it's really important to have a rolling 5-year housing land supply so that the delivery of housing is still significant and should carry significant weight. And I'm interested in your view that weight should be reduced because it can't come within the 5-year period. I just want you to explain that issue and your response to the appellant on that point.
Yes, I found it a little curious that in Mr. Mumby's rebuttal, he pivoted from talking about the importance of this scheme in relation to Basildon's 5-year housing land supply, and then having read, as I explained, the fact that this scheme will not deliver housing within the current 5-year housing land supply, to then pivot to, well, actually, it's more important to maintain. I think there will certainly be schemes coming forward. We've obviously spoken over the last couple of days about Market Square and Town Square at length. And as part of the discussion on the 5-year housing land supply, the case has been made that there will be schemes coming forward within that period. When we move beyond a 5-year housing land supply period, it's very difficult to have certainty over a range of factors, and that's why the weight is diminished after that period. And therefore, if the primary benefit is of the scheme is claimed to be the volume of housing within the 5-year period, I do believe it should be given diminished weight if it can't be evidence that can be delivered within that timescale.
Thank you. And just look please, to paragraph 5.90. And you'll see there that you say you've indicated the significance of the housing delivery, but then you say, well, the weight has to be qualified in the way that you've suggested. And then you say granting consent to the current scheme is likely to prevent an alternative form of residential-led development coming forward that's better aligned with planning policy. And reference was made, I think, to the town square inspector's decision. Do you recall where the inspector said something along the lines, well, I can only assess the scheme in front of me. I've got no alternative scheme.
Yeah.
Has the council produced an alternative scheme at this inquiry?
No, and we're not speculating that there will be any specific alternative scheme or any specific other range of options that could come forward on this site as it's currently formed. However, you know, it's not to say that other schemes won't come forward. Market Square and Town Square may well become catalysts for new development within the town centre, and indeed that may, as a side issue, raise values within the town centre as well and provide some stimulus potentially. But we can also see the opportunity for individual applications to come forward, such as the current applications actually within the red line boundary for the Eastgate Business Centre made by the appellant or the adjacent site on Eastgate and Southern Hay, I believe. So the local plan, progress and change within the town centre doesn't start and stop just with the local plan and its status. You know, life moves on. Other owners look to bring forward their sites in other ways, and indeed on this site, other developments may well be possible in the future, either as a whole site or as parts of the current red line boundary.
Thank you. At the end of 5.91, you make reference to the quality of the proposed housing to be delivered, and you make your point quite clearly there, and you refer to the possibility of impasse with officers about the details on poor quality housing outcome. You say further placing at risk the deliverability of the scheme. Just to be clear, the council doesn't have an objection on the substance of deliverability. Is this your point on timescale, just to be clear?
It's timescale, and also, I mean, if we look at what happens at reserve matters stage, that's when you really get to the meat of a scheme and you begin to debate exactly what's going in and why. So although the application description is for up to 2,800 units, it may well be that as the plans come forward and officers seek to raise the standards of living and the standards of housing to exemplar, trying to embed things like private open space for units, that depending on where that argument lands, you may end up with fewer units because it's not yet been demonstrated that these can definitively be delivered to an exemplar standard.
Okay, thank you. And just overall now, just try and assist the inspector with the weight that you're attaching to the housing in the context of the shortfall and the range that's been identified, which both parties agree is a significant shortfall. And this scheme, which as a matter of fact, can and would, if permitted, produce up to 2,800 dwellings. Is that a significant benefit? And how do you advise the inspector in relation to those qualifications that you have explained to him?
I think the benefit needs to be, I think numerically, it needs to be caveated a little bit, as I've set out in my proof, in terms of the loss of a small number of units already within the scheme. I think it's in Kelting House, it's 51 units, I think. If we then look at the inability of the scheme as set out in their own documents to deliver housing within the 5-year housing land supply, then yes, I think that diminishes the benefit as well. So I think that that needs to be considered within the weight. I would also say that the benefits of delivering housing are not exclusive to this scheme, as we've just touched on.
The significant is this right, that whilst the weight is significant, you're asking the inspector to qualify it within the range of that word, as it were?
Indeed. Yeah.
Thank you. And then you look to the tilted balance and explain by reference essentially to the evidence of Mr. Reynolds and the matters of harm that have been discussed. You strike the balance and advise the inspector to refuse planning permission. So that completes Ms. Reynolds' proof of evidence. Sarah, unless you would wish me to, I don't intend to ask Ms. Reynolds to go through the assertions made by Mr. Mumby in his rebuttal. Do you remember the table where there's an allegation that this is a new matter? I intend, it would take a long time apart from anything else. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's helpful. I will deal with those matters in submission. Of course, Mr. Banner can ask questions. 1 or 2 of the matters have already been covered in my evidence in chief in any event. So, Ms. Reynolds, so far as you're concerned, does that complete your evidence in your oral evidence in chief?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think we'll make a start on cross-examination and then perhaps do about half an hour and then have to take a break. Everybody's okay with that?
Yes, Ms. Reynolds, good morning. I'm going to start by discussing with you planning issues relating to housing need. Could you take up the framework, please, and go to page 18. And if you can let me know when you have that.
Sorry, just give the reference again, Mr. Banner.
Yes, 18 of page 18 of the framework.
Thank you.
On page 18 of the
NPPF.
NPPF. Which paragraph, sorry?
Well, paragraph 68 in due course.
68, sorry, please.
Do you agree that the inquiry should proceed and the inspector should proceed on the basis that Basildon's identified housing needs should be met?
Yes.
And paragraph 68 tells us, doesn't it, in that respect, that that means there should be a supply of specific deliverable sites for years 1 to 5 and specific developable sites or board locations for growth for 6 to 10 and beyond. Yes?
Yes.
The current 5-year supply on the council's case is less than 2.4 years and has decreased since the last inquiries. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And the housing delivery test is 41% against the context where the tilted balance applies is less than 75%. That's right too, isn't it?
I believe these matters were discussed during the 5-year housing land supply.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The position in relation both to housing delivery and supply in Basildon is nothing short of a crisis. That's right, isn't it?
Wouldn't use the word crisis.
Really? What? So how low would it have to be in order to be a crisis on your approach?
I wouldn't specify a number.
Right. But how much lower, roughly? If 41%, less, almost half of the threshold for the tilted balance to apply, to less than half of the requirement of a 5-year supply on the council's own case, that's not a crisis?
I think that would be subjective and unhelpful.
Right. So how would you describe it?
I would describe it as a shortfall.
That's all? A shortfall? Nothing?
It's a statement of fact.
Right. Have you at any stage looked at the Hallam judgment, which considers because of course the extent of the shortfall is a relevant consideration, as is the retrievability of it, isn't it?
It is, but I
So
have not
therefore
read
it's
that.
relevant, isn't it? And it is helpful to consider how,
Let Mr. Reynolds answer the question.
I thought you did, I thought you said yes. So,
I believe
I'm so sorry, I thought you,
the scale of shortfall is a relevant
Yeah,
consideration, but
yes.
I've not read the judgment.
scale. So therefore, can you help me therefore in considering the seriousness of the shortfall, which the law requires, the Hallam judgment requires to be done? How serious would you describe the shortfall?
I've just explained that I won't attach a label to this level of
Yes.
seriousness. We
Right.
acknowledge that there is a serious shortfall, and that has been discussed in the 5-year
Yes.
land supply roundtable.
The difficulty is that the Hallam judgment requires consideration of the extent of the shortfall, and therefore some degree of judgment is required. Are you declining to offer a judgment on?
Consideration of extent, yes, but a label, no.
Right. Very well. It's getting worse as well, isn't it? The 5-year supply, the current direction of travel is downward, even on the council's own case. That's right, isn't it?
I don't agree that it's a downward trajectory, no.
Well, it's less than it was last year on the council's own case. It's downward.
Recent decisions, including Market Square and Town Square, each of which are deliverable schemes, may well mean that the trajectory changes.
But the council's evidence of this inquiry and the figure it puts forward takes into account those schemes, doesn't it?
Yes, but that's not to say that the trajectory will continue as it has done in recent years.
As things currently stand, it's got worse in recent months and over the last year, hasn't it? The housing land supply on the council's own case.
Historically, yes, but
Thank you. Would you accept that the need for action in relation to delivery of housing in Basildon is truly urgent
yes,
and compelling?
I think there is an urgent need for action.
Urgent and compelling, do you agree?
No,
Not compelling. And you've approached your planning judgment on that basis. There's not a compelling need for housing delivery in Basildon. That's the basis you've approached the planning balance, is it?
I don't see the need to add compelling to urgent.
Do you answer the question? Have you approached the planning balance on the basis that the need for action in relation to housing is compelling or is not compelling? How have you approached the planning balance?
I recognise there is an urgent need
I was asking
for
about
additional
compelling.
housing. And I've already said that I don't believe
Thank
that
you.
it's both
Yes.
urgent and compelling.
Am I right in thinking that all the greenfield land outside settlement boundaries in Basildon is greenbelt?
I don't believe all of it is, no.
Vast majority is greenbelt, is it not? This is
There is a large amount of green
yes,
belt.
and this is a district or borough, district, where the green belt is swept over the vast majority of land outside the settlements, isn't it? And that's
Is
well known.
It comprises a large amount, yes.
Yes. And the local authority was previously in the withdrawn local plan proposing significant green belt releases to meet housing needs.
Yes, I understand that's correct.
That plan was withdrawn, and it's one can infer from that there's no realistic prospect of the council accepting a very special circumstances case for major housing development in the green belt in the foreseeable future. That's reasonable to infer, isn't it?
I think it's the council as a decision-making authority. I think it's reasonable to infer that they would consider special circumstances.
Could you answer the question, please? There's no realistic prospect of the council accepting that very special circumstances exist for major greenbelt housing development in the foreseeable future when it's just withdrawn its local plan because of the greenbelt releases. Can you answer, is that yes or no, and then give whatever qualification? No realistic prospect of them accepting, agreeing with a very special circumstances case for major greenbelt development.
I think it would depend on the case that was put to them. You've referred to it a major scheme within the green belt and exceptional circumstances. I think the quantum of development of major may be a factor in that, as well as the evidence that is put forward as a part of that application.
As far as I'm aware, there's no site identified by the council in its 5-year supply, which would be inappropriate development in the green belt. Am I right?
Correct.
Thank you. It's right, isn't it, that the settlement, land within the settlement boundaries is likely to provide the substantial majority of new housing development in Basildon until such time as a new local plan is in place. Do you agree with that?
It may well do beyond that period as well,
Yes. Thank you.
given the emphasis on brownfield
Yes.
development. That is not exclusive to this scheme.
There's plainly a finite pipeline of sites within the settlement boundaries, because the settlement boundaries, until the local plan comes forward, at least are fixed. There's plenty of finite resource of such land. That's right, isn't it?
The physical hectareage, the number of sites, I would agree are finite. What you can do with them is open-ended.
Thank you. And until a new local plan is in place, housing land supply and delivery is more likely than not to get worse as that finite resource runs out. That's right, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that it's more likely. As I just explained in my evidence in chief, irrespective of what happens with the emerging local plan, development applications will continue to come forward. So I wouldn't describe it as more likely to get worse.
Come forward, but they have to come forward and have to relate to land, don't they? And we've agreed that there's a finite source of that main body of land that can deliver housing, namely land within settlement boundaries. There's a finite resource until the new local plan comes along, and that pipeline will gradually run out unless and until a new local plan is in place. And that is right, isn't it, Mr. Reynolds?
The physical hectareage.
Could you ask a question? Could yes or no, and then give your qualification? It's right, isn't it, that that finite resource will gradually run out until such time as there's a new local plan in place with allocations, etc. That's right, isn't it?
The land is one thing, the development is another.
Could you answer the question, please?
The land is finite.
Yes.
The physical amount of
And
land.
that finite land, the finite resource of within the settlement boundary development land will gradually run out until such time as the council has a new local plan with new allocations beyond settlement boundaries. As a matter of logic, that's obviously correct, isn't it?
Yes, those schemes may continue to come forward outside of the settlement boundary, just as they will continue to come forward within it.
And the majority of land, as we've agreed, the majority of land outside the settlement boundary, those schemes have to show very special circumstances, wouldn't they, to justify inappropriate development in the green belt?
If they're on greenbelt land,
As most of them would be.
there is a large amount of greenbelt.
It's the overwhelming majority of land outside the settlement boundary, isn't it, in Basildon? Let's be fair. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, it is the overwhelming majority of land outside the settlement boundary of Basildon is green belt. I mean, surely we can agree that, Mr. Reynolds, if we can agree nothing else at this inquiry.
I think we've been over the extent of the greenbelt, and
But we haven't,
agreed
because you
there is a
haven't
large
given an
amount.
answer, which is why I've asked the question again.
There is a large amount of greenbelt
The overwhelming
land.
majority of land outside the settlement boundary. Why are you so reticent about agreeing that? It's obvious.
I don't know the exact
You've not listed it.
dimensions.
Right, okay. Could you take up CD 5.8, which is the original officer report? Go to 5.1.9.
I'm just opening the document.
Do you have that?
Paragraph
5.1.9.
beginning with as a consequence.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that says, notes, this is Miss Lyons speaking, through the additional town centre capacity, which is a reference to, amongst the things, the proposed appeal scheme as discussed in the preceding paragraphs. The council now confident can meet its OEM without justifying the boundaries of the green belt more extensively than is indicated in the submission local plan. And the point being made there, isn't it, is that there's a direct relationship between how much development goes in the town centre, how many houses met in the town centre, and how much land needs to be released in the green belt to meet housing needs. The direct relationship, the more that's provided in the town centre, the less has to come out of the green belt, vice versa. And that is correct, isn't it?
Those are the two sources that you can draw it from. So it's always going to be a balance, yes.
So the answer to the question is yes. Thank you. Thank you. Basildon is at the top of the second hierarchy, isn't it? This is the eponymous district, the administrative capital of the district.
Yes.
And it's logical for it to take the lead share in meeting housing needs in the district, isn't it? Being at the top of the settlement hierarchy.
It's always going to have a greater population and a greater concentration of development than other settlements. But statistically and based on numbers, I don't know if it will have the highest number.
So you're not in a position to comment on whether it's logical for Basildon to take the lead share in meeting housing needs of Basildon district. I was just seeking yes or no or don't know.
I don't know.
Don't know. Given the green belt wrapping around Basildon, which constrains building outwards, meeting identified needs necessarily involves to some degree or other building upwards, doesn't it? You can't go out, you have to go up. You can't go unless we can live in tunnels. Well, no one's suggesting that. So
No,
plainly the constraint imposed by the green belt does have the effect, doesn't it, of driving to some degree height. Logically, that's right, isn't it?
height is an element of intensification and optimization, yes.
Thank you. You said in chief that the weight to be given to the appeal scheme housing supply was diminished to the extent that it went beyond 5 years.
Yes.
I'm not going to repeat points made in the housing supply session, but just tell me this, where in the framework does it say that you give less weight to a contribution development makes in years 6 to 10? Is there a specific provision of the framework you rely upon for that proposition? If there is, could you take me to it, please?
No, the framework emphasises the current 5-year period as the one to which weight is to be assigned.
Just tell me which paragraph you derive that from.
The framework doesn't give emphasis beyond the 5-year housing land supply period. There is no paragraph that apportions weight beyond 5 years. Again,
could you tell me just where you see the frame, specifically which paragraphs of the framework you see drawing a difference in weight to delivery in years 1 to 5 and years 6 to 10? So I can then ask you about whether that paragraph justifies that, because
the framework doesn't specify that favourably or otherwise.
I see. This is your take as opposed to something from the framework itself, isn't it?
There is no justification. The fact that the framework is silent beyond the 5-year period and that all the focus is on that 5-year period, I think by its nature indicates that is where importance is placed.
It's not though, is it? Because we looked at paragraph 68 at the beginning, don't you remember? It says planning policy to enter suppliers sites for years 1 to 5, specific developable sites, and specific developable sites for years 6 to 10, and where possible even beyond that. And in Basildon, neither is done at the moment. That's right, isn't it? That's right, isn't it?
The 5-year housing supply is not met in Basildon at the moment, no.
And paragraph 60. The government's objective of significantly boosting the supply of homes. It doesn't say significantly boost the supply of homes, but only in the first 5 years, does it? It's an unqualified objective, significantly boosting the supply of homes. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
So your suggestion that the framework suggests that delivery in years 6 to 10 carries less weight. There's no basis in the framework for that proposition, is there?
I raised that point in assigned weight within my evidence based on the tilted balance in paragraph 11.
Yeah, but 11 is not talking about weight. 11 is talking about the balance. If there isn't a 5-year supply, then the balance is skewed in favour of permission. It doesn't tell you about the weight of the things that go in the balance. It just tells you how you strike the balance. That's right, isn't it? That's what 11 does.
We have to.
Can you ask the question first? I mean, 11 is about how the balance is calibrated, not about the weight of the things that go in the balance. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, but you need to be able to apportion weight to come up with that balance.
But you say that you said in chief, the framework suggests, and you started to say a few moments ago, the framework suggests that delivery in years 6 to 10 carries less weight, and that's the basis on which you've struck your balance. I say in a misconceived manner. I want to just explore with you whether the framework actually does say what you take it to say. It doesn't, does it? There's nothing in the framework that says years 6 to 10 carries less weight.
No, but as planning officers, we need to be able to assign weight to reach an appropriate decision.
I want to talk now about economic benefits. You agree that the need for regeneration of Basildon Centre is something which also is urgent and compelling.
Regeneration of Basildon as a town centre.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And that includes the Eastern Quarter as part of the town centre, doesn't it? Excuse me.
Yes.
This development would support economic growth and productivity, wouldn't it?
I don't think that's been demonstrated, no.
You don't think it would support in any way at all economic growth and productivity?
There will be jobs during construction, but there'll also probably be a net loss of employment, but the statistics haven't been provided on those. There's been no retail impact assessment, no employment study.
And that's how you've approached your planning balance, is it? Is that this is a development that would not support economic growth and productivity? Is that how you've approached your planning balance?
I don't believe that the benefits are specific to this scheme.
That's not an answer to the question. Could you answer the question? Have you approached your planning balance on the basis that the development will or will not support economic growth and productivity? Which of the two have you done?
I don't think it's been defined that it will support economic growth and productivity.
What's the answer to the question? I'm asking, how have you approached your planning balance? Have you approached it on the basis that development will support economic growth and productivity or will not?
I can't give positive balance to it because it hasn't been demonstrated as to how it will achieve economic benefit.
How, again, you're slightly recasting the question, if you don't mind me saying so. Could you listen to the question?
Sure.
Have you approached your planning balance, leaving aside degree of benefit or how the benefit will happen? Have you approached your planning balance on the basis that development will support economic growth and productivity, or have you approached your planning balance on the basis that it will not support economic growth and productivity? It can only be one of the two things, and which the two is it?
If it's taken to include jobs generated during construction, then that would be a will.
Okay. And can you turn that paragraph 81 of the framework? The framework tells us, doesn't it, that where development supports economic growth and productivity, significant weight should be placed on that. Second sentence of 81, significant weight. not left to discretion, it's directed. Significant wage replacement needs to support economic growth and productivity. Yes?
Yes,
So where a development supports economic growth and productivity, the instruction from paragraph 81 of the framework is significant weight should be placed on that. That's right, isn't it?
to the element of that benefit. And as I said, the only benefit that I can definitively associate with this specific scheme is the construction jobs at this moment.
Right. So you think that aside from construction, there'll be no economic benefit from this development?
Not that there will be no, just that it's not defined within the documents that were submitted.
That's slightly different though, isn't it? So it may not
Sorry,
be.
Mr. Banner. Actually, to be fair, both.
Sorry.
Both
I'm speaking.
get quieter and quieter.
That's a bit different. So it's not defined. I mean, are you really suggesting that this regenerative proposal for the town centre, we walk around the town centre now and see the town centre in its current form, that this development will not, in its operative period, we may not know precisely how because it's an outline application, but will have the effect of supporting growth and productivity? Obviously it will, Miss Reynolds, won't it?
I don't think that is obvious.
Okay.
Development can make a place worse rather than better. Just the fact that something is new and different does not make it better.
Okay, and that's how you approach the planning balance. Understood. That's very helpful to understand your evidence. Even on the construction impacts, there's no qualification, is there, in paragraph 81 of the framework, the construction that you should only give significant weight on economic growth and productivity if it's permanent as opposed to temporary. There's no qualification in that respect.
The inference isn't in the difference between temporary and permanent.
No.
All I'm explaining is that the application documents, and that's the evidence that I've had before me in trying to undertake my assessment, don't expressly articulate how this scheme will generate economic growth and productivity.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll come back to that later on the employment issue.
I can only look at what I know and don't know.
Sure. You have you read Harold Stevens' decision in the rectory? So he's been promoted, obviously. Mr. Justice Stevens, as he now is. No, we read Harold Stevens' decision in the Yatton Rectory Farm decision, CD6A. If you haven't read it, I won't ask you about it, which looks at construction impacts in paragraph 81.
No, I have not.
Fine. Well, if you haven't read it, I'll just make submissions on that. Do you agree with me as a matter of general principle that when one's according weight to both the benefits and the adverse impacts of the development, you don't diminish the weight to be given to the benefits because of perceived harm, because that would be double counting the harm. You look at the benefits, you consider the weight to be given to those, you look at the harm, you consider the weight to be given to those. You don't downgrade the weight to the benefits because of harm. That would be double counting, wouldn't it?
You can caveat and qualify the benefits, and I don't believe that's double counting. I think it's just being more precise with the weight that should be apportioned to them.
But doesn't that risk double? Because if you've got a particular impact, let's say, for example, let's take something that doesn't apply to this case. Otherwise,
would that be helpful?
Just so that then, otherwise, you'll jump ahead to conclusions. Let's say there's a flooding impact. You wouldn't say, well, this development would deliver housing, but because the housing is in an area of high flood risk, that carries less weight, and then go on to weigh that less weight against the flood risk, because that would be double counting the flood risk. Do you agree with that as a matter of approach?
I'm not sure that I follow the analogy.
If you don't understand, that's fine. I'll make submissions about it. That's absolutely fine. I'm not going to ask questions 3 times because there isn't the time today. I'm going to move on to a new section on planning, development plan policy. So that might, if you wanted to break around this sort of moment, this is probably, there's another sort of 20 minutes on this section. Then we move on to alternatives. So it's probably a good point.
Yeah, okay. So we want to break now. Just going to break for till past, so 17 minutes, given that the time constraints. Well, yeah, we'll break till 11:30. So it's 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good morning again, Ms Reynolds. Paragraph 11C suggests that where development of course the development plan, it should be approved without delay, subject of course to section 38(6), unless material considerations indicate otherwise. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's never been any part of the reasons for refusal or the council's case that if the proposed development accords with the development plan, there are material considerations that indicate that permission should be refused despite that accordance. That's never been part of the case, as it's always been, we don't accord with the development plan. Is that right?
That's right. The scheme does not accord with the plan.
That's the council's case.
Correct.
But the council doesn't suggest that if it's wrong, and if in fact we do accord with the development plan, there's no suggestion that material considerations indicate that permission should still be refused despite accordance with the plan. That's not part of the case, is it?
The council has set out its case quite clearly.
So the answer to my question is not. You agree?
I don't understand the point of the question.
I think
so-
it's
What Mr. Joanna's saying is that in terms of 11B, if I conclude that the development plan is accorded with, the council aren't putting forward other material considerations which would outweigh that accordance.
Well, in the
It's putting a sort of hypothetical position.
exactly. Council's case has always been you don't accord with the development plan, and material considerations don't indicate otherwise than that. Effectively, what I'm putting to you is let's assume that the inspector thinks we do accord with the development plan. Contrary to the council's case, the council's never advanced a sort of fallback argument that even if we do accord with the development plan, we should still fail. And so can I just ask the question to be very clear, the council accepts, doesn't it, if we accord with the development plan, the appeal should be allowed?
No, that's not correct, because the development plan is not the only material consideration.
Well, hang on, that's not.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about the local plan, sorry. No, you're talking about the development plan as a whole, including.
You understand how section 38(6)
Let
operates?
her finish.
She has finished.
Mr. Barnes' assumption is that, for example, if I find that it's okay in terms of character and appearance, it's a good quality scheme, and therefore accords with those two most important policies, the ones that you've referred to, and if that was the case, there's nothing else that you're putting forward which would outweigh that compliance with those policies. And you know what I mean?
Yes, just my only point is that we're not only talking about those local plan policies within the reasons for refusal. So I'll just.
We're talking about a whole range of things, but I just want to be very, very clear. We're talking about, obviously we talk about a whole range of things, but in terms of what the council's case is how the inspections then deal with that whole range of things, the council's case has always been premised on non-accordance with the development plan, hasn't it?
Yes, the
Yes.
council's contention is that the scheme does not accord with the development plan. That's
And
made
if-
clear in the statement
yes,
of case and in the
It
reasons
is,
for
yes,
refusal.
I agree. And therefore it follows, doesn't it, that if that premise is rejected by the inspector, if the inspector thinks there is accordance with the development plan, I know you don't agree, but let's assume that was what the inspector finds, the council doesn't suggest that accordance is outweighed by the material consideration. There are other material considerations, as there always are, but the council has never suggested that this would be one of those truly exceptional cases where material considerations outweigh an accordance with the development plan. That is not the council's case, is it?
The council has made its case quite
What's the
clear.
answer to my question? If it's that clear, what's the answer to my question?
I don't think
But it's really, really important. I mean, I'd like if it's going to be suggested that material considerations outweigh accordance with the development plan, when it hasn't been before, I'd like to know now from somebody. Otherwise-
I've not seen any. So.
No, I'm proceeding on the basis, therefore, that the council's case is that council accepts if we're in accordance with the plan, we win. And if that's going to be said otherwise, I'd like to know right now.
I'm
Make
sorry.
it clear right now, that's not accepted.
Do you think that the council's case is that we can lose even if we accord with the development plan?
The fact that Miss Reynolds has not considered that hypothesis
Right.
does not mean to say
Yes.
that assuming the inspector found compliance with the
Right.
development plan, that permission would follow.
But that's not
Okay,
been,
and the reason for that is perfectly plain, that the development plan whilst dealing importantly with character and appearance, the first main issue, especially by reference to the most important policies. That doesn't mean that at the second stage of the tilted balance, one doesn't examine not only the policies, but material considerations which include those matters covered in the reasons for refusal. Reason for refusal number one, for example, is not dependent upon a development plan policy. It's about, sorry, just forgive me.
No, I'm not here to forgive you.
Well, you're interrupting me, Mr. Banner.
No, it's mid-cross examination. You'll give your talk. This is like impermissible. I just want to know whether you're saying, whether or not the council is saying that accordance with the development plan could still leave the appeal being dismissed, not putting words in the witness' mouth. And the council, that's not been part of your evidence. I mean, if you could just show me any part of your proof where it's suggested that even if we accord with the development plan, the appeals to be dismissed, that's not actually in your evidence, is it?
I think we've gone over this line of questioning.
No, I'd like to know the answer.
I've made quite clear that the council has set out its reasons for refusal in that statement of case.
The statement of case doesn't say, does it, that even if we accord with the development plan, the appeal should still be dismissed? If it does, please take me to where it does.
No, but we're not dealing in hypotheticals, so that's why I believe that.
Well, the inquiry, that's how cross-examination works. You do deal with hypotheticals, because it may be that parts of my case are rejected and parts of your case are rejected. And so there we have to explore and test what that means for the inspector's determination. So we are dealing with hypotheticals, to be fair, Ms. Reynolds, and the council has not anywhere in writing said, has it, that even if there is accordance with the development plan, nonetheless, the appeal should be refused. That's never been said by the council in your evidence or the statement of case, has it? Yes or no?
It could be much that the council hasn't said within its statement of case.
Has it been said, yes or no? Because if it has been said, I'd like you to take me to where it's been said.
No, it has not been said, but
and
that shouldn't be taken as a tacit acceptance of anything to the contrary.
Well, the reasons for refusal have to be clear and precise, don't they?
Indeed, they are.
Yes. And there's no scope for it. I think your colleague agreed that there's no scope for implying things into reasons for refusal because they have to be full, clear and precise.
Yes, and I'm comfortable with the reasons for refusal that the council laws have put forward.
My little friend referred to the tilted balance, but of course, if there's accordance with the development plan, one doesn't get to the tilted balance, does we? We're told approve without delay. That's what the framework says, isn't it?
Yes.
So we don't get to the tilted balance, do we? We just approve without delay. That's what 11C says. Yep.
Yes.
In terms of development plan policies, the policies that I'm going to leave aside the section 106 reason for refusal in the, I hope not too optimistic expectation we're going to be either agreed or nearly agreed on that. So in terms of the reasons 1 to 3, there are 2 adopted development plan policies relied upon, Article BE12 and TC1.
Yes.
And there's reference to policies of the then draft local plan, the revised publication local plan, which was the withdrawn plan, but the statement of common ground at 5.9 records that the council agrees that all references to the merging local plan and the reasons for refusal are no longer relevant. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, could you just repeat the last question?
5.9 of the statement of common ground says all references to the merging local plan and the putative reasons for refusal are no longer relevant. That's what it says, doesn't it?
Yes, but the reasons for refusal contained within my statement of evidence reflect the June 22 meeting with all the retained policies that have already been through the compliance process.
Just asking you about the reasons for refusal.
Yes.
Do you stand, but does the council stand by what's said at 5.9 in the statement of common ground?
I just need to open that. What's the,
With withdrawn local plan, you're not relying on policies in that, are you?
no.
No. So then if we go and look at the putative reasons for refusal, we can effectively disregard the references to the local plan policy, the withdrawn local plan policies. And so the question of whether or not there is accordance with the development plan turns, doesn't it, as far as the council's case is concerned, on whether there's compliance with BE12 and TC1.
Council's case does not exclusively turn on compliance of those two policies.
I'm awfully sorry, Ms. Reynolds. Could you please keep your
Yes.
voice up?
Sorry.
The reasons for refusal, in terms of the reasons for refusal, because I know you refer to other policies, but again, there is a legal requirement in Article 35 of the MPO to state all relevant development plan policies
Yes.
that are relied upon. These are the only ones referred to in the reasons for refusal, aren't they? BE12 and TC1.
Yes.
And you're aware, aren't you, that there's a principle of accordance with the development plan as a whole? Do you have to comply with every policy to be compliant as a whole?
Yes.
And as plainly, one can infer from that the policies that really mattered in terms of whether it's compliance to the plan as a whole, two members in the reasons for refusal were BE12 and TC1.
I don't think it would be right to infer that. And having watched the committee meetings both from December and June, the council has also had an appreciation of the changes to the NPPF, which occurred post the original resolution to grant. So I don't think it's appropriate to infer that they're
The
only
NPPF is
guided by
part of the
those two
development plan.
policies.
It's not part of the development plan, though, the NPPF.
It's been agreed in the Assembly of Congress, they're the most important policies.
Yes.
I think that's in the
Yes.
Assembly of Congress.
Yeah.
So
So these are the ones that really matter in terms of section 30. I'm trying to assist the inspector because the inspector's legally bound to apply section 38(6). So let's try and assist the inspector in that process, if we may. And the two policies that the council's reasons for refusal, which are meant to be clear, precise, state all the relevant development plan policies, etc. The two development plan policies, and the only two the council's reasons for refusal refer to, are BE12 and TC1. It would follow, wouldn't it, that it would be appropriate for the inspector to conclude that if there is compliance with those policies, there is accordance with the plan as a whole in the City of Edinburgh sense. Would you agree?
No.
Right. So how's he meant to work out that there's not accordance to the plan as a whole if the two policies referred to in the reasons for refusal, which are Article 35 compliance? How's he meant to reach there's non-accordance with the plan as a whole when there's no other policies relied upon in the reason for refusal?
Because we're only specifically referring to those two policies.
Yes. And no other conflicts alleged in the reason for refusal.
Right.
So therefore, if there's accordance with the two policies, forgive me if I'm a bit slow on the uptake here, but if there's accordance to the two policies, which are the only two policy development plan policies, the reasons for alleged conflict with, if there's accordance with those, why is there not accordance to the plan as a whole? Why should the inspector not reach that conclusion?
There is compliance with those policies. Yes. And yes, the inspector could conclude
He could. So
compliance as a whole.
he could conclude there's compliance according to the plan as a whole if we're compliant with those two policies. Let me just write that down. Well, let's look at those policies then. CD 2.1, and it's in the hard copy, page 51, is the first two policies I'd like to go to.
CD 2.1.
Yeah. And I think hopefully page 51, you get policy BAS BE 12, which is the first of the two critical policies for considering accordance to the plan as a whole.
Which page was that? Sorry, page
It's 51 of the hard copy in the top right, which
59.
59 in the finest of traditions, the electronic and the paper page numbers are different.
It helps on the electronic version to flip forward to the page. Yes, I have that there.
59.
BASP,
So,
BE12.
BE12, and we know, don't we, that the bold text policy in the box is what counts as the development plan. But yes, supporting text follows in the part of the development plan, is it?
That is the policy.
And what it's directed at is material harm in any of the ways described in 1 to 5.
Yes.
If a development doesn't cause material harm, then there's no conflict with that policy. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Harm means detrimental, doesn't it?
It does. And it is the council's case that there is harm in this
I know in
instance.
this case, absolutely. So this policy doesn't require that a proposed development, any proposed development, to be exemplar or a higher standard. It's directed at development which is detrimental. That's what we've agreed, isn't it? Yes.
The instruction is towards refusal in relation to harm rather than an emphasis on benefit
Yes.
in that
So-
policy.
A development which wasn't detrimental would comply with this policy, whether or not it was exemplar. That's correct, isn't it?
The two aren't mutually exclusive. There could be elements of both benefit and harm within the
So
scheme.
that's the question. A development that's not detrimental, doesn't cause harm, would comply with this policy, whether it was good, very good, or exemplar. That's right, isn't it?
That is right.
Thank you. Let's go to then TC1, which is the other of the two policies. That's a bit earlier in the document, actually. It's page 41, which by my maths probably means it's 49 on the electronic version. Is that right? Hooray. Got something right.
Page 49 on the PDF.
41. So BAS TC1. And the items, various items related to uses and effects of uses. And then item 5 is the one specifically related to design, etc., isn't it?
Yes.
Item Roman numeral 5.
Mhm.
And that requires that design, form, scale, and materials are sympathetic and appropriate. Yes? Appropriate to the sympathetic and appropriate to the area.
Yes, that is the wording.
That's the development test. In part, where all matters reserved, in part to be considered at the reserved matter stage. Obviously, at the outline stage, one has to consider whether that's an outcome that is capable of being reached at the reserved matter stage. That's right, isn't it? Yes.
Are we looking at policy TC1 as a whole or just policy
Well, Roman numeral
TC1 5?
5, that's the one I thought we agreed relates to design, etc. Because the first one relates to retailing floor space, which is part of the reasons for refusals, car park standards, vehicle traffic, functioning of turning areas, traffic danger and congestion, conservation area, again, no allegation there, public open space or amenity. So the design limb of this policy is the critical limb in considering the design related objections to the scheme, isn't it? Yes,
Yes.
number 5.
Yes.
And so again, considering that, the first point is that at the outline stage, the question is this development capable of being sympathetic and appropriate to the development area? That's what one looks at the outline stage, isn't it?
Within the design code, it's not.
That's the question. You keep giving first tech. I designed my questions deliberately so they're capable of yes or no answer to assist the inspector, and then give whatever qualification you want. But the inspector did say at the beginning of the inquiry if witnesses could give their answers first.
The application is not currently capable, no, of
That's not
meeting
the
this
question.
policy.
It wasn't the question. The question was in terms of what the test is. The test for an outline application is the development that would come forward at the reserve matter stage, one which is the council is capable of ensuring at the reserve matter stage is sympathetic and appropriate. Yes, that's the test.
That is the test, yes. This scheme does not pass it.
Again, a development which is passes that test, which is capable of being sympathetic and appropriate to the area, complies with the policy, irrespective of whether it's good, very good, or exemplar, doesn't it?
The gradient, that gradient is not included within the policy.
So this policy too doesn't require an exemplar standard, it requires sympathetic and appropriate. That's right.
That is correct, yes.
So given that those are the only two policies we've agreed that bear upon accordance with the plan as a whole, we've agreed that neither of them require an exemplar standard for compliance. It follows, doesn't it, that it's not necessary for the purposes of the inspector considering accordance with the plan as a whole. It's not necessary for him to make a finding that the standard is exemplar, is it? Follows from what you've agreed, doesn't it?
We're asked to consider the reason.
Again, I am going to ask for an answer first and then the qualification. We've agreed that BE12, you can comply with that without being exemplar. And we've agreed that TC1, you can comply with that without being exemplar.
Yes.
It follows, doesn't it, that you can accord with the development plan without being exemplar. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. And in terms of the framework, we're in tilted balance territory for at least two, if not three reasons. And the framework test is whether the adverse impacts significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And again, there's no part of the framework requires that a particular development must be exemplar in order to get permission in the tilted balance context. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Thank you. Of course, if a development is exemplar, that nonetheless counts favourably as a matter of credit, doesn't it? It's a good thing. It's a positive material consideration if it is exemplar. That's
yes,
right.
it is. And we would hope that that exceptionality is built into high quality places, which the NPPF does stress as an important consideration.
But high design quality is, but it doesn't use the word exemplar, doesn't it? It doesn't impose a test of exemplar. In fact, if everything was exemplar, I think that would self-defeat the nature of something was exemplary, wouldn't it? Because by definition, it's standout. Does that make sense to you? Yes. Now, in terms of NPPF 11D, if we're in NPPF 11D, put the development plan away. 11D has two parts. Can we just look at that and see if we can agree that how that works?
Yeah. Just page.
Sorry, it's page 6 of both electronic and hard copy.
Thank you. Yes.
So if we get to the tilted balance, so if we're not C, we're D, granted permission unless either the application of policies in the framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance by a clear reason for refusal, or to adverse impacts and not to outweigh the benefits. Now, the only policies in the framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance that the council's referred to is heritage, paragraph 196, in relation to the claim less than substantial harm on Brook House. And it's agreed, isn't it, that the public benefits outweigh the less than substantial harm for that purpose. That's right, isn't it?
In relation to heritage, not townscape.
Yes, but townscape isn't a 11D1 policy, is it? Because footnote 7 tells us what are the 11D1 policies.
That's right.
Yes,
Yes, that's
right. And so there's no 11D1 isn't engaged here. There's no clear reason for refusal within the meaning of 11D1. We go to 11D2, don't we?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. The tilted balance in 11D2 doesn't require regard to be had to alternatives. If you look at the scheme on its own merits, to the adverse impacts of granting permission, simply not to outweigh the benefits. No requirement in that policy to consider alternatives, is there?
No, only under the EIA regs.
So I didn't hear that.
Only under the
Only under the
EIA regulations for the options.
That's not quite right, actually, because there are parts of the framework which expressly do require consideration of alternatives. Take, for example, 177, forgive me. MPPF 177, just one example, in relation to development in national parks and AONB, 177B makes an express requirement to consider the cost of and scope for developing in some other way, either in some other place or in some other way.
In relation to those circumstances which are not applicable to our application.
Exactly. And that shows, doesn't it, that where the framework considers it's appropriate to have regard to alternatives, it says so expressly, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it doesn't do in any of the policies referred to by you or your colleague, Mr. Reynolds, does it?
No, but we have not sought to consider alternatives, only to suggest that other forms of development may well come forward.
That's not alternative. I don't know what is.
No, as to say we're not considering specific alternatives.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so we have a note of that, if you don't mind. Because you've not, in your proof, assessed the prospects of and the time scale for any alternative development being consented and delivered if the appeal scheme is refused, have you?
No, it is not necessary for me to do so.
Okay, I'm struggling to hear it.
No, we have
No.
not considered.
No, and you've not looked at how many homes that would deliver, for example, have you either?
No, how long's a piece of string?
None of the development plan policies we've looked at, the two that require consideration of alternatives, do they?
Sorry, could you please?
Two development plan policies we looked at a moment ago, BAS B12 and TC1, they don't refer to alternatives, do they?
No, I don't think they're applicable in that context.
No. Could you take CD 5.8 up, please? CD 5.8, the slides officer report. And go to paragraph 6. I think it's 6.2. Just let me double check. I'm lost. You're getting it up right at the end. Yes, 6.2. If you let me know when you've got that for you.
I have the document open. I'm just getting to the paragraph. (6.2) beginning with the words "the submitted design." The proposed
6.2. The proposed development has the potential to be truly transformative to the image and function of Basel and Down Centre and acts as a catalyst for other developments to come forward. That's what this line considered to be the consequence if permission were to be granted. Yes.
Yes.
Conversely, if permission is refused, some of the consequences of that, there's no certainty, is there, as to whether an alternative redevelopment will come forward, let alone when. That's right, isn't it?
No alternative or alternatives.
Yeah, no certainty. Need to be.
I would say that there is confidence that alternatives would come forward, including standalone schemes within the site, such as the Eastgate Business Centre.
All right, well, let's just test that, if we may. You think confidence. Are you able to point to anybody else who has that confidence in the evidence before the inquiry?
The adjacent scheme, which is also at Eastgate and Southern K, which is also coming forward as a standalone scheme.
Right, okay, the adjacent scheme.
I can.
I'm talking about the development of the appeal site. Anyone who's expressed confidence that the appeal site would be redeveloped and regenerated. Is that just your judgment?
In its current whole form.
Or in any way?
Um,
Anyone, has anybody indicated any assessment that it's likely that somebody else is going to come forward, or that my clients will come forward with an alternative scheme? Or is this just your judgment?
I'm not yet aware of it being on the market, but I should imagine that it will be at some
Well,
point.
let's just explore this a little bit more. For there to be a new scheme, there would need to be a new planning application. Yes.
Yes.
Almost certainly for a development of such value and significance and importance, a new pre-app, particularly if there's a refusal. Yes.
Yes.
And this is EI development, new environmental statement.
Depending on the site area and the amount of development, an EIA might not be a requirement.
Or for something either of the same scale, sort of site area as the appeal scheme, or similar, or approaching it, it's likely to be if there's a requirement for EI last time, likely there will be one for this time.
No, because if the red line boundary changes and the site is broken into parts and
That
sold
wasn't
off,
my question there. My basis, my question was something of the site area. Let's say, for example, the concern is not about the overall scale of development in terms of the extent of the site, which I didn't understand to be part of the council's case, but the height. The inspector thought you need to make this a lower rise development. That's not to do with the site area. Somebody in your scenario then might be someone comes forward with the same development size in terms of site area, but just a lower rise. That would likely require EIA because the same overall area of development, wouldn't it? Likely to require EIA.
an EIA will only be required, as you know, under the regulations if it hits certain tests for certain
I'm aware of the
benchmarks.
regulations. So what's the answer?
So it's likely that it would require an ES, similar sort of scale and size of site.
Not necessarily because the site could be broken up for sale.
But if you
We're talking about the same
sort
sort of
listen to my
scale of site.
this is going to take longer if you don't answer my questions and answer different questions. My question was based upon, let's assume it's a new alternative proposal is the same site area or similar.
Oh yeah,
That is likely to require EIA, isn't it?
yes, in that circumstance.
And even if it was smaller, actually, we'll have to look at cumulative effects, wouldn't you? If they're going to be done in piecemeal fashion, we'll have to look at cumulative effects and whether that would require EIA. Because salami slicing is something which the EIA regulations prohibit, isn't it?
Yeah, you would need
Yes.
cumulative in either case.
Now, we know, don't we, from the letter that procured the June 22 report, that the costs just for this appeal on the record would be in the region of £500,000. That's in the correspondence.
That was put to the council.
Yes. My instructions are that the cost for the application, including the EIA work, pre-app, etc., was over £1 million. That's not out of the ordinary for a scheme of this scale, is it? Significance.
I couldn't comment on that. I don't know
You
the.
don't have experience in dealing with. I thought you were involved in Battersea Power Station. I mean, schemes of this sort of scale with require EIA, pre-app, planning performance agreement,
Yes.
all the kind of consultation that you yourself say should have been done over and beyond what was done. That all costs money, and £1 million for a scheme of this sort of this magnitude is not out of the ordinary, is it?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think about the floor area and as a percentage what the professional fees would
Did it
be.
come as a surprise to you that it cost £1 million to get to just to get to determination stage, EIA consultation, all the various, look at all these files, all this work led to all of this design for architects' fees, planning performance agreement, etc. Did it come as a massive surprise to you that it's that sort of order of magnitude?
I haven't thought about the,
Right,
the
okay,
cost
well,
of
I'll
it.
proceed on as this is gainsaid and ask Mr. Mumby about this. Now, let's just think about this. If there's to be a new scheme, then if that's right, then we're looking at investment of millions. I mean, potential investment of I said, another £1 million for new pre-app, new PPA, new planning application, new ES, plus potential for another appeal, given the volatile political situation in this area. So anyone who's going to bring forward, and whether it's my client or somebody else, another scheme would have to have sufficient confidence that that would be a worthwhile process to justify investing £1.5 million, give or take, on another go, wouldn't they? They'd have to have enough confidence that they would be worthwhile. That's right, obviously, isn't it?
Yes, they would need to have confidence.
And they'd have to have that confidence in a local authority area where there's an out-of-date development plan, the new local plan's been abandoned, there's no co-ate new local plan, and the planning committee members have a track record of overruling professional advice. They're all considerations that somebody deciding whether to invest £1.5 million in a second, another go, would have to have regard to, considering whether it's worth it. They'd have regard to those things, wouldn't they?
It would, yes.
Yes. And that situation, if this appeal was dismissed in the context of 3 officer reports recommending approval, a year-long pre-app, where we did everything we were told by the council in terms of consultation and documentation, against all of that context, there would be considerable uncertainty for anyone considering whether to invest £1.5 million in another go, wouldn't there? Considerable uncertainty whether actually that would bear fruit or whether it be throwing good money after bad. That's right, isn't it?
That will be a matter for commercial judgment. They may
Yes,
well
it
look
would.
at other decisions in the area and decide that weren't the case.
And that commercial judgment would be that whether or not they'd make the investment, I'll come on to, but there would be considerable uncertainty for them, wouldn't considerable risk.
There is always uncertainty and
What's
risk
the
in
answer
the
to the
planning
question?
process.
Yeah, but this is Basden's high risk. I mean, a year-long pre-app, you do the yes, that's considered to be okay. 3 recommendations for approval, a member refusal, which is upheld on appeal, and then no up-to-date local plan to go on in terms of providing guidance, no SPD in terms of providing guidance, members overruling officers fairly regularly. That's a very high risk situation for someone to make £1.5 million investment in another 2+ year process, isn't it? Let's be fair, that is a very high risk situation for someone to make that investment, isn't it?
Depends with the reward, and that depends on the capitalisation
Reward
period.
separate risk. Sorry, there was risk versus reward. So on the risk side, it's a high risk situation, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And that high risk situation would come at a time of the economic climate of increasing interest rates, Bank of England predictions of a year-long recession. There will be also relevant considerations to anyone making the decision, and it may be relevant to whether someone's able to make the investment. That's true, isn't it?
It is true, but what we have seen historically in periods of recession in the built environment sector is sometimes investment in front-end work that is then delivered at a later date.
To finance, wouldn't you? First of all, you'd have to get the finance.
Yes, but sometimes
Right.
even in advance of the development finance, you would spend money on consultancy fees
Right.
and planning application fees.
There's high risk, isn't there, that the market might be reluctant to invest £1.5 million plus potentially land acquisition costs, and it's not my client, they have to buy the land, in having another go at planning permission in the context of recession, increasing interest rates and high planning risk. There's a high risk the market value might be reluctant to do anything for the time being, isn't there?
Reorganisation will make different risk-based decisions.
What's the answer to the question? First of all, I mean, there is a high risk. It may be, but maybe. No, I'm not saying it's completely inconceivable. There's a high risk the market may be reluctant to have another go if everything my clients have done has come to nothing, and now we're hitting economic buffers nationally. There's a high risk that the market will be reluctant to make that investment.
There are different players within the market, and some may better mitigate their risks
Sure.
by
What's the
getting.
answer to the question? It's a high risk the market might still, despite that, be reluctant.
Is the market as a whole, but I believe there are some developers that may come forward and look at that picture differently.
So can I just understand? So that's a yes, but yes, there is a high risk, but some developers might come forward.
Yes.
Okay. Can you name any sort of, because there's only so many organisations that would actually be able to acquire a site of this scale and do it. So who do you have in mind?
I don't have a shopping list of developers who would look at this, but I
Do you
do
think of
think
any?
it would be favourable if it were either a developer or a long-term estate custodian who could deliver a different return over a longer period of time, rather than I don't know how to refer to the current owners.
If you're talking about long-term owners or patient money, I mean, patient money is hardly likely to take significant risks at the time of great economic uncertainty and an area of great planning risk where, say, the circumstances I've described have taken place. You're not going to get patient money doing this, are you?
I think you would need to do some detailed market studies and to have conversations with a range of potential delivery partners and funding partners about how that might come forward.
It's not going to be easy, is it? In a situation where you've got the high planning risk from the 3 or 4 years of planning and £1.5 million going to get in out despite 3 recommendations for approval. It's not going to be easy in the current economic climate and the catastrophic climate the Bank of England has predicted. It's not be easy to make this work, is it? Let's be fair.
I think you could take a clear-eyed view and look at the appeal decisions. And
so again, please give me the answer to the question so I know it's not going to be easy, is it, to make an alternative scheme work commercially in that context, is it?
There's nothing easy within a project of this scale.
I'm going to take that as a yes, unless you tell me otherwise. Now, Mr. Tracy, you were here, weren't you, when he gave his evidence? Yes. And you recall him saying that he referred in evidence, wasn't actually challenged on this point, that town centres, in his experience, some town centres missed the boat for regeneration. There is a significant risk, isn't there? You're smiling, but it's not very funny, actually. There's a significant risk that this appeal is dismissed. That might be the case for the regeneration of Eastgate and Basildon, isn't there? That it will miss the boat at least for several years. There is a significant risk, isn't there?
You could see it as missing a boat or dodging a bullet. There are different ways.
Well, could you answer the question?
I don't believe that this is the only chance for development to come forward on this site.
That's not the question. I said significant risk that the regeneration we've agreed there's an urgent need for won't happen for at least a considerable period of time. That's right, isn't it? Significant risk. Stop redefining the question and answer the question.
I disagree.
You disagree? You don't think there's a significant risk?
No, I don't.
And again, that's how you approached your planning balance, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't think it's a significant risk. So you make a note of that. Well, let's assume you're wrong. I mean, if you're wrong, if there is a significant risk in light of the answers you've given and the things we've agreed up till now, then if the appeal were dismissed and the boat for regeneration was missed, whether permanently or for some time, then it's likely that the downward spiral of decline referred to in these appeal decisions would continue.
That's conjecture. I disagree.
Well, if nothing happens, then the trajectory is going to carry on. It's going to right itself, is it?
This is only one site within the town centre.
It's the biggest of the 3 sites, isn't it? By some degree. That's part of your case.
It is a large site, but if we even take small examples of the Empire Cinema out there, it's not the largest scheme, but it's a really important turning point for the town centre.
No one would want to go to the cinema at night because they might get mugged because the town centre is deserted at night.
This is part of reintroducing nightlife and activation and eyes on the street and building confidence in a place. And it's a much smaller site than the subject site, but it's not to say that, that's a small part of reversing that downward spiral.
But there's a synergy, isn't there, between the various redevelopments. The reason why the council looked at the town centre schemes as a whole and had discussions, as we've seen in those minutes, and the EQRP looked at them as 3. There's a reason why Ms. Lyons talked about catalysts for other developments. It's about achieving a synergy between the various projects to have that truly transformative effect for Basildon. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, there will be synergies between the different parts. That's not to say that they're all going to come online at the same time or in the same way, though.
Cinema is not transformative in the way that Ms. Lyons was meaning in 6.2 of her report.
I think it's transformative for the town centre. It may be modest, but if we look at the situation that was described on the first day of everything shutting down after 6 p.m, not having anywhere to go in the evening, that is a small but transformative change. The new Nando's that's going in there was the subject of a newspaper article. I'm not a big Nando's fan, but that creates great excitement, and it sounds silly, but it generates a reason for people to go into the
So
town centre at night.
Basildon should set its ambitions on a new cinema and Nando's.
No, but it's a humble start of turning around that downward spiral.
Well, I think we'll move on conscious of time. So there's various points I'd like to discuss in more depth, but we've got to press on. Energy.
You can concede on certain points. It's, you know, I think you don't have to sort of hold out on everything.
No.
I'm not saying you should be doing, but
No.
it's yeah.
No, we mustn't diss Nando's, not least because I'll be listening on YouTube. Everyone likes a good bit of chicken. Energy. Could we get up, please, a few documents? I think we're going to need the office of report, the first office report, so Lyons office report, CD 5.8, 5.16, I think it is, if I've got that correct, which I may very well not have done. We'll soon see. Yes. The shock for you if I did. Thank you. 5.16.
Yes.
And we need the draft conditions. I think that 5.1 is the only word. 5.16 is the section of the officer report. So it's 5.8 is the core document, and within that it's 5.16 on energy and sustainability. And then the conditions, which are CD 5.1, and we read condition 25, which hopefully you've got. And if you could let me know when you've got those.
I have the officer's report open if you wanted to turn to that first, or do you want to go to the conditions first?
Well, if we get, let's get the office report first. So there's consideration to this issue at section 5.16. There's a description of the then local policy requirement, which is no longer relied upon, of course, because it's C 5.1, state of common ground. There's the sustainability and energy statement discussed, and over the page at 516.5, last 3 lines, last 4 lines, there's the material provided led Ms. Lyons to conclude that's an excess of the emerging local plan policy, 20% reduction in CO2 emissions. We see that, don't we? Then the final specification of building fabric and systems we confirmed at the RM stage, as will the additional potential of photovoltaics. And there's further description. Overall, it's considered that the development is considered to be in line with the principles of sustainable development policy requirements of the framework. So there was considerable analysis of the sustainability and energy situation in this report, and conclusions that there's compliance, and indeed in some respects excess in relation to the emerging local plan policy. Yeah.
Yep.
And holding that out, then we go to condition 25, which is a 6-pronged condition, isn't there? There's items A to F. And I won't read them out because they speak for themselves and they'll doubtless be looked at the condition stage. But it's right, isn't it, that there's a clear set of requirements set out in this condition in all 6 respects, and the local authority will have scrutiny over all these matters at the reserve matters stage, won't they?
Yes.
Yes. So in light of the scrutiny that local authority will have in respect of all these 6 matters at the reserve matters stage, the analysis in Ms. Lyons' officer report was entirely reasonable, wasn't it?
I think it was her view. I would have liked to have seen some higher benchmarks set within the design code.
And we just listen to questions. We know it's her view because she wrote it, and it was a reasonable view. That's what the question asked, and the answer is yes, it was a reasonable view, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. And you said in chief that this condition didn't require anything that was exemplar. Now, obviously, we've agreed since that the development plan, the framework doesn't require exemplar status, but you've not suggested anything in the condition to make it exemplar, have you? As far as I've seen, this is an agreed condition. There's no additional text you've requested to beef up the standard. That's right, isn't it?
This is the condition as put forward by the local authority.
Yeah. And of course, in relation to energy and sustainability, what's exemplar now may become ordinary in future as standards increase over time. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And therefore, there's an advantage, isn't there, in rather than tying to any particular standard now, once and for all, there's an advantage in having upwards flex, so that the whatever standards are applicable at the time in relation to energy and sustainability would be complied with. Yes?
Yes, ideally you'd have a starting point.
Yeah. So therefore, if the proper interpretation of the design code, I'm not going to go through the details of it because I've done it with your colleague, but if the proper interpretation of the design code and all conditions is that the authority can secure compliance with whatever the future standards are, that upwards flexibility is a good thing.
Yes.
Thank you. Amenity, we can moving on from energy, amenity generally, first of all. The reasons for refusal, if we just go, we get without knowing your proof, then the same going down, doesn't matter what the where you find them. If we just get the reference to amenity is in 1 and 3 specifically, isn't it? If there's so reason for refusal 1,
Yes.
not robustly justified, ... and 3, the design code. Yes.
Yes.
There's no detailed specific allegation of harm. The allegation isn't there will be harm to amenity in this particular way. The allegation is you haven't shown that there won't be harm to amenity.
That is the wording, yes.
Yeah, that's a fair characterization, isn't it? Yes.
It's certainly the wording in 1.
Just
Yes.
make a note of that. So again, in other words, and I'm seeking fairly to characterize, so please tell me if I'm not. The allegation is the application material and design code don't rule it out. It's not that there necessarily will be harm to amenity, it's that they don't rule it out effectively. Is that a fair characterization of the point being made?
No, because the point is that it fails to provide rather than does not rule out.
Yeah, it fails to exclude adverse impacts on amenity. Because you're not saying that definitely would be, are you? You're not saying that necessarily any form of development that comes forward will necessarily be harmful to amenity. That's not the case, as I understand it, is it?
It fails to demonstrate that there won't be any harm.
Yeah,
and how.
Fails to demonstrate. I understand the argument. Now, could we go? I mean, I'm taking because you make a point about daylight and sunlight in the context of energy, so I just want to take that as, if you like, an illustration or a test of the point. So that's condition 24. Daylight and sunlight is the subject to 24A, which requires for each application reserve matters a daylight, sunlight and overshadowing assessment relating to the relevant units and spaces in question. and in accordance with either the BRE guidelines or the new one. I have a feeling actually the new one,
It's just come in.
we might need to change that because I think I saw LinkedIn, the new one came out yesterday.
It does say though, or other BRE
Or other BRE
documents.
documents, and just as it so happens, it's actually our third one, I think,
Yeah,
which rather proves the point, doesn't it, that future editions are captured. Yes.
yes.
Now, let's just be, in considering daylight and sunlight, taking this as one example, but applied to all other aspect matters too. At the reserve matter stage, the local authority won't simply be applying the design code, they'll be applying this condition, and they'll be applying the development plan as it stands at the time, won't they?
Yes.
So there's a range of tools which the local authority can use, all of which must be read together with each other to achieve an appropriate outcome. Yes.
Yes. The difficulty here is that in some places where the buildings are the maximum parameters of the horizontal parameter plans are such that it sets in train circumstances that will be difficult to control through the conditions in a favourable way.
They won't be impossible to control, will they? Because the framework of conditions will regulate what is and isn't an acceptable reserve matters. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, but it won't be able to deny what is lawfully permitted within the scheme, which is up to the maximum parameters. So a condition will not be able to be used to overcome a circumstance.
The Prince will make legal submission on what is made. I mean, how do you see the, just so I'm clear, how do you see the difference between outline permission and a full permission? Just in your own terms, so I can understand how you've approached it and I can make submissions on that. In the context of a scheme like this, what are the main defining differences between outline permission and full permission? Yes, what are the main, as you see a scheme of this nature, what are the main different characteristics of an outline permission and a full permission?
What in respect to the matters that are reserved?
Just how, in terms of the nature of what's fixed and what's not fixed, so I can understand how you've approached consideration of these issues.
Well, what's fixed is what is for approval. And that includes the parameter plans and the description of development.
Thank you. Can you look at the office report again?
Yep.
Which is CD 5.8 and it's paragraph 5.9.12. And on daylight and sunlight, I'm not going to take you to the ES because it's a matter of record, but ES concludes negligible to minor, and Ms. Lyons agreed. Says 5.9.9 from the assessment in the evidence base, it can be concluded to be overall negligible to minor impact on the adjacent properties on daylight and sunlight. Conclusion reached, the proposed development will have no significant adverse impact on the sunlight availability to surrounding buildings. You're not suggesting either that was those are conclusions that weren't open to Ms. Lyons on the evidence before her?
No, although I would note that the council didn't have appointed an EIA or daylight specialist on their side to assess the documents that were submitted.
That's not our problem. That's not our problem if the council did or didn't appoint anybody, is it? We submitted an EIA which included daylight and sunlight analysis, didn't we?
I'll just repeat.
Yes.
So the appellant did submit a daylight and sunlight analysis.
And it's consistent with her findings. That's fine, isn't it?
Her findings as a planning officer are that the proposed development will have no significant impact
You're not a specialist.
to the existing surrounding buildings.
Yes. And you're not a specialist in daylight and sunlight yourself.
No.
And over the page 5.9.14.
Aricini, incidentally, specialist in daylight and
There's an
sunlight.
expert. Yeah, there's an expert daylight and sunlight report in the EIA. 5.9.14 overall, the illustrative scheme is considered to perform acceptably.
That is the officer's view.
Yes. The we're nearly at the end. Your proof 5.5, sorry, 5.15 to 5.16. 5.15 to 5.16.
The sewer generous uses.
You say there that the description of development includes unspecified amount of floor space for sui generis, and then you make a point at 5.15, 5.16 that depending on, as I understand the point, depending on the nature of that sui generis use, it could have impacts on adjacent or proximate residential development. Is that the point you're essentially making?
Yes.
And
in relation to residential amenity.
Yeah. Whether it does or doesn't depends upon the nature of that sui generis use, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that will be a matter for consideration at the reserve matter stage, applying the development plan and the conditions and the design code. Yes.
But by that stage, it will not be possible for officers to refuse to have a sui generis use in that
Well, no,
location.
this is where you've missed. This is where you go wrong. The principle of a sui generis use would be acceptable in principle. That doesn't mean that any sui generis use would be acceptable in principle. You see, this is where you fall down, your analysis falls down with great respect, Ms. Reynolds, because a sui generis use could be anything from, in principle, some form of sort of car mechanics garage to student PSBA.
Yeah.
The whole range of things are sui generis use, and the grant of permission for a sui generis use in principle, the outline stage, doesn't mean that every single one is permissible. The detail has to be put forward and justified. Yes, did you get?
That is correct.
And so this is quite a good illustration, if I may suggest to you, of where your analysis falls down. You're expecting too much at the outline stage, aren't you?
I think the description expects a lot of the outline stage.
Well, there is a lot in the description. I mean, the reality is whether there is or isn't an acceptable relationship will depend upon, amongst other things, the nature of the particular sui generis use and the mitigability of any impacts of that use, won't they?
Yes.
And they are all things the council will have to exercise control over at the reserve matter stage, aren't they?
Within the constraints, the conditions. Yes.
Thank you. I need to ask you about crime. Have you basically, I sort of thought you accepted the evidence in chief that crime could in principle be adequately designed out, subject to details. Is that
As
we've
I
got?
mentioned under examination, I still have concerns about some of the spaces that will be created through the parameter plans, but there is a condition now.
Which could be, yes, there's a condition. And I think there's no, that's an agreed condition as well, isn't it? Or is it?
It's agreed, I
Yes.
believe, between the parties.
Yes. Okay, well, if it's agreed, I mean, I've not seen any suggestion it needs to be beefed up in any way. You said that at one stage, well, developer may have, they looked at the design code as the primary source, but of course, the design code status in any future situation is as a result of the planning permission and the conditions, isn't it? Because it would affect you what's envisaged is it would be conditioned in. Yes.
Yes.
The starting point, the thing a developer would look at is actually the planning permission and the conditions it contains, isn't it? Whoever was building out the site or parts of it, they look at the planning. For first port of call be the planning permission and its conditions. Yes. And then probably the section 106.
Yes.
Yes. And they would therefore read the design code in the context of the panoply of conditions in section 106 obligations, wouldn't they? They'd read it in context.
Yes.
I mean, I don't accept that there are conflicts between the conditions and the design code, but if there are, the conditions can make clear which prevails, couldn't they? They can say, notwithstanding whatever is said in the design code, ... And that would be a perfectly orthodox way of a condition regulating development, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Retention of the shopping centre. You dealt with that, I think, at 5.9 or 5.50 of your proof, and you dealt with it in chief. Let's just see if we can agree some things on that. You do understand, don't you, that the residual shopping centre, after the bits that have been developed, or to better term, locked on, the residual shopping centre isn't going to be developed. you talked about losing a roof. The bit that remains is going to remain. It may be refurbished, which wouldn't necessarily require planning permission, but it's not going to be redeveloped. It's not going to have roof taken off. It's not going to be redeveloped as part of what planning permission is being sought for. Did you appreciate that?
I think we're assuming that's all the case. There's no development plan specifically for the centre.
No proposal for change of use in terms of material change of use. There's no
The
proposal.
change of use would, the existing shopping centre though would benefit from the change of use.
Well, it does. We're not affecting that. Well, it does. It already does. That's a consequence of the government's decision to change the use classes. So there's nothing to do with us. I mean, yes, it's Class C. It probably is Class C. Imagine if not all of it. That's not our fault.
No, I'm just talking
the
about
government's
the
fault.
shopping centre by virtue of being within the red line boundary. Would
But
it benefit from the change of use that the use is described?
I'm not sure I agree with that actually, but again, that could be, if that was a problem, it could be regulated by conditions, couldn't it? Or Section 106, if that was a problem. The planning commission could define where the change of uses are and aren't allowed in principle, couldn't it?
Yes, that definition isn't there at the moment. That distinction, I think.
Well, have you read the latest version of Section 106 agreement? I'm not suggesting. Sorry, I should put it outside. I'm not suggesting you should stay up all night reading every single line of it. But are you aware that in Schedule 7, paragraph 6, there's a obligation?
Core document reference, please.
I'm not sure it's actually been uploaded as a core document. It's been provided to the inspector, but I think the inspector you suggested said until it's got a final form, it's not a core document. Yeah. But are you aware there's an obligation in relation to shopping centre management?
Yes.
And it says the owner shall ensure any parts of the existing Eastgate Centre which remain in situ within the site following the commencement of development pursuant to the planning permission are, strictly whilst they remain in retail use, not subject to any further redevelopment or change of use, which obviously is not within the permission, managed to a good standard in accordance with all relevant estate management principles which are appropriate to the use of those parts of the Eastgate Centre as a commercial retail asset. I'm not aware that the council's pushed back on that wording or suggests more is required.
Is Mr. Banner referring to the email sent, I think, yesterday to the council, which plainly there hasn't been the opportunity to respond to it?
It's the Section 106 obligation.
Yeah, but
I think last week this was
In response to my comments?
Yes.
I'm not sure to read it either, but
Yes, it was in response to your
So
comments.
I got an email, I think 6:27 last evening, drawing my attention to a proposed new clause in the 106. So it may be that has been done sometime.
I saw email correspondence last week referring to that. But anyway, let me ask the question, if I may. If there are concerns that you or the inspector were to have about the whether it's the management or the use or the future of the residual area of the shopping centre that isn't going to be developed, they are concerns which would be capable of being covered by appropriately worded planning obligations or conditions, wouldn't they? We can debate what they do or don't say, but in principle, they would be capable of being dealt with regulated by conditional obligation.
No, I don't think so. I think we would need something more illustrative as well at this point in time to
It's
understand.
not being developed. I don't understand that, because it's no part of the reason for refusal that the residual shopping centre has to be redeveloped, is it? That's not part of the reason for refusal.
No, that's not the
No.
case.
And so if it doesn't have to be redeveloped, the only thing the planning system can do is regulate it by conditional 106.
Yes.
And so what's the problem with doing that?
I think the point is the schedule, the wording that you've read out from the Section 106 relates to estate management, day-to-day management. I don't think it goes far enough to addressing this question mark in the centre of the site that I've referred to. I can see that it deals with.
But I'm trying to say what the question mark. I mean, if we've agreed there's no part of the reason for refusal that bit isn't developed. In other words, no part of the reason for it should be, and it's been left. And so, if the concern is simply about ensuring that it's in an appropriate state or managed appropriately, in principle, that goes to the nature of any obligations or the nature of any conditions. It doesn't go to whether permission should be allowed or refused. It might be that you think that the planning obligation needs to be beefed up. It might be you think there needs to be some sort of damping condition for a scheme to be submitted and approved, whatever. But it goes to detail rather than going to the principle of allowing the appeal, doesn't it? I think I can have a yes or no answer to that. The inspector might find that helpful.
Yes, there are elements of uncertainty that could be addressed through a better schedule within the section 106.
The
But when
council, sorry, I thought you stopped.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But when I first looked at this application and I began with the description and I began with the proposed plans, I felt very uneasy about the unspoken nature of the shopping centre in the centre of the site. And in that respect, it doesn't, a condition or a section 106 schedule wouldn't overcome that unease that I feel about the application as
We
it
are here to look
stands.
at the members' reasons for refusal, not your unease.
That's right.
And the members didn't express any unease about that,
No,
did
that
they?
is true.
Okay. And you've not, I mean, whatever the genesis of that wording, the council's never suggested any wording in the 106 itself or conditions, have we? We've had to do the running in relation to that. We've never said at any stage, well, look, I've got a bit of a problem here. How about this how about this obligation, or how about this condition?
No, I have proposed a series of conditions to the local authority and left it to their judgment as to whether or not they want to take them forward.
Right, okay, well,
Maybe the council needs to look at that particular
Yes,
clause
I
and feed
yes.
back into the 106 section.
yes. Thank you. Well, we'll move on then to 5.68.
Sorry, is your obviously your overall concern is about the fact this shopping centre is sort of not part of the development, but is your concern moving on from that about how it will be used or how it will be finished off, whether sort of bits of it taken off, or see what I mean, or not
Construction or whether it's
Yes.
a construction or operation. Yeah, no, we're
Strategically, I feel uncertain about how this core part of the site closest to Brookhouse is going to be used and developed. I think that you
I think
can,
the assumption is it's going to be used as town centre uses.
yes.
Yeah.
The point Mr. Tracy made in his chief is effectively because of the nature of changing nature of the retail market, it's currently too flabby, for a better word. So you cut off the flab and it becomes a streamlined, much more commercially attractive, consolidated, focused shopping centre rather than something that has all that, that flab that is commercially unviable. That's essentially the point. And that reflects the changing retail markets, the fact that inspectors don't see big Tesco type schemes anymore.
Putting aside your point about the fact perhaps it should be part of the overall scheme. If it's not part of the scheme and it's not, apart from the fact it's
I think the red line boundary should have been split to explicitly
putting
exclude
aside
it.
that point, as we are where we are, is your concern now about combination of how it's used and how it sort of appears when it's been locked off in various bits?
There is an element of that because we still don't understand, as we said, how it's going to be made good in the area that's broken apart, and we don't understand how it's going to interface with the rest of the development.
Isn't that really going to be a reserve matter? Because obviously the actual physical works, that the breaking apart is going to be part of reserve matters, because that's the bit where the development's going to have to take place.
Yes.
And isn't that something that can be scrutinised at the reserve matter stage and applying the development plan?
I think that element can be. I don't think that there's significant harm associated with that, just that pedestrian connection. It's just really uncertain about how it's going to be resolved.
The problem is that uncertainty about how. I mean, there's always some uncertainty about how in relation to outline permissions. What you need is certainty that there is capable of being an acceptable outcome. The routes, there may be many roads to Rome, many routes to that outcome. You don't need to know the precise route to that outcome, do you, at the outline stage? You need to be satisfied that there is capable of being a satisfactory outcome that the local authority would be able to secure at the reserve matters stage, and if there wasn't an appropriate reserve matters, they could refuse reserve matters, defend that on appeal. You don't need all the details at the outline stage, do you?
No, you need sufficient certainty and safeguards, though, and I think that's what's lacking in the design code.
5.68 of your proof, which is a point you return to in chief, the net loss of non-residential floor space. You refer to BAS E10. That is not part. It's not mentioned in the reasons refused, is it? They demonstrate compliance with BAS E10. More information is needed from the appellant.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And let's just be very clear. Officers didn't request more information, did they?
Not from where I've known.
And indeed, the members didn't. The members didn't think there was inadequate information because they didn't refer to that in the reason for refusal, did they?
No.
No. I mean, generally, you've read all the pre-app minutes, I guess. I assume.
I've not read all of them. No.
Right. Okay. But it'd be fair, wouldn't it, to note that the appellants provided all the material that the council offered Miss Lyons required in terms of the information. We did what we were told, consultation periods, etc. We did what we were told during the pre-app by the council officers, didn't we? We gave what we were asked to provide.
Yeah.
That's right, isn't it?
I think
Is
yes.
that kind of something? That's right. We did what we were told to do, and we gave what we were asked to give. That's right, isn't it?
Based on the officer's advice, which, as you know, is always caveated at the pre-application stage.
And of course, the powers that Mr. Mumby in his rebuttal refers to powers the council had, which 137 and following, to request more information, whether through EIA powers, whether if they thought outline wasn't sufficient, there's a legal power to say outline doesn't work for this, this has to be detailed, etc. The powers that members themselves could have exercised if they thought it appropriate to do so, wouldn't they?
Members.
Yeah, the councils are vested in the council. So if members thought there was inadequate information, they would have been able to exercise the powers which Mr. Mumby refers to. They're not powers that only the officers could exercise.
That is correct. And listening back to the committee meetings, I think that the members did express concerns about the consultation, for instance. So
Well, yes, except that the way that the law works is one doesn't, because not everyone has access to the committee meetings. The way you look at the reasons for refusal for the clear and precise, you don't look beyond those. You look at the reasons for refusal, don't you?
That is
That's what
correct.
Article 35
Yes.
DMPO tells us.
yes.
Now, I think we're almost at the end of just some tidy points. The national space standards. I think you suggest there might be some conflicts between what the DAS say and what the design code says. I mean, if that was a point of that the inspector thought was of significance, he could word a condition in such a way saying well, firstly, we don't accept there's a conflict, but if he thought there was a conflict and it was important, he could say, notwithstanding what is said in X, or notwithstanding what's in the application documents, the dwellings hereby permitted shall meet whatever standard he thinks needs to be met. That would be something that a condition could be capable of achieving, isn't it?
Yes. Would the appellant be willing to consider such conditions like minimum standards for open space, though? Because I understand.
We'll take instructions and get back to you on the condition. I'm asking you whether you accept that if you're right, which we don't accept, that there's a conflict, and if you're right that that conflict matters, then it's not something which would be capable of being dealt with by planning condition as opposed to compelling refusal. That's right, isn't it?
Only if the appellant accepts the conditions.
Well, the inspector can oppose them. So it's
Yes.
not up to us. It's
Yes.
his conditions.
Yes.
Thank you. The design code, page 1A of the design code.
Oh, the piece of paper.
Yes, just it's the last but one theme. You took a point about the statement of conformity. So it's not a requirement, complete requirement to conform. There's a statement of conformity.
Yeah.
To be fair, that text box goes on to say the principles are mandatory, except we're clearly specified otherwise. So in avoidance,
Mandatory, except for when not mandatory.
let's give this process the dignity it respects.
Sure.
Reynolds. It's firstly very clear that where there is ambiguity, that ambiguity is resolved in favour of concluding that they're mandatory. So they're mandatory unless clearly specified otherwise. That's what it says, doesn't it?
Mhm.
So where there's doubt, they're mandatory. Then it goes on to say there may be circumstances where the designer considers localized deviation could better contribute to the quality and identity. There must be a strong rationale. So let's just think about how this would work. The statement of conformity would have to say whether there is conformity, or if there isn't conformity, to provide the justification, the strong rationale justification, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And the strong rationale justification, reading this passage together, would have to show why the local deviation would better contribute to the quality and identity of the character area. That's the test that this text sets, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And the local authority would, in that situation, have to reach a planning judgment, applying the development plan as it stood at the time and national policy as it stands at the time, reach a planning judgment as to whether there was the strong rationale justification for the conclusion that the deviation did better contribute to the quality and identity of the character area. That's the exercise they'd have to undertake, isn't it?
Yes.
And if they considered that there wasn't the strong rationale justification for concluding there was a better contribution to the quality and identity of the area, they would be able to refute, wouldn't they?
Yes.
And if they thought that there was a strong rationale for concluding that the localized deviation would better contribute to the quality and identity of the character area, then that deviation would be by definition a good thing, be better, wouldn't it?
No, by definition, the
Yeah.
standard would be worse, but
But no, it'd be better contribute to the quality and identity of the character area. There'd have to be a strong rationale for concluding that, notwithstanding what the design code said, actually this particular deviation will lead to something that was better than the design code. That's what it's saying.
well, what it's saying is better contribute to the quality and identity of the character of the area. So that may well be at the cost of the quality, for instance, of residential amenity within the individual
And they'd
dwellings.
apply development plan policy in relation to that. They could reach a planning judgment saying, well, okay, there might be a better impact of quality into the character area. However, this conflicts with the development plan. And you do realise that the reserve matter stage would have to apply the development plan. Section 38(6) would apply.
Mm.
Yes.
What would happen in a scenario in which the officers consistently refuse these exceptions and refuse the reserve applications for reserve matters?
You'd appeal and a suitably qualified inspector reach their own judgment on this. Last point on the inspector's question about split decisions and associated point rising out of cross-examination on Friday. Could you take up the office report one last time?
Mhm.
Paragraph 5.4.20. CD 5.8. Now, that's right. 5.4.23.
Is this the table on site?
Yeah. Now, do you remember there was a line of cross-examination of Mr. Tracy on Friday, which I took to be suggesting that no one had really thought about whether the reduction in height during the application process affected the achievability of 2,800 dwellings opposed to some lesser number. Do you recall that line of discussion?
Yes.
Not something overtly referred to in the reasons for refusals at that point. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, and it's not something overtly referred to in your proof, is it either?
No.
No. So let's just consider we Mr. Tracy in re-examination said, well, it's clear that this table that Miss Lyons set out was written in cognizance of the height reduction, because we see the height reduction referred to on the very next page, 5.4.33. That's right, isn't it? 5.33 refers to the height reduction. And so it's clear that the author of this table, Miss Lyons, setting out the indicative schedule, was aware that the height had been reduced. Factually, that's correct, isn't it?
Yes. Could I just have one moment to have a look at one of the other core documents, please?
As long as it's an answer to the question, not an answer to a different question, by all means.
I just want to have a look at the design and access statement for one moment, please.
Now, so when you're ready for me to ask the next question,
No, it's fine. Carry on. I was just
So-
trying to find the page where the labels have been put over the different plots to reflect the story heights for the
So
amended
can I ask my
scheme.
next question, because give up constant time,
Yeah.
if you feel that you need to refer to that, then obviously you can only say, if I don't want to unfairly push on, but at the same time I'm conscious of the time, so I'll ask kind of theme. Now, if we look at the indicative site-wide accommodation schedule, you can see straight away that the overall number of dwellings is amongst other things, will be a consequence of the final mix of units, won't it?
Yes.
And for example, say for the sake of argument that in when the time there's a future reserve matters application comes forward, there's a particularly strong need and market for student accommodation, and a justification is given for that. Student accommodation tends to be denser, doesn't it, in terms of number of units per area than family accommodation. Yes.
Yes.
So whether or not the final mix is 2800 or 2252 or something else will depend upon, amongst other things, the disposition of mix of units, and indeed the disposition of mix of development. Correct, isn't it? Yes.
Yes, and I would just point out here though that these only refer to effectively the C3 element of the residential when we're referring to the number of
Yes,
units.
so the same point applies, doesn't it? Because I think that includes a student. I'll be correct if I'm wrong, because they later to talk about student accommodation within that. But even if that's not right, again, the number of units will depend. Well, if there's left 3 beds and more 1 beds, you get more number of units.
Yes,
Now, so we can agree that.
just grappled with trying to understand the population yield without knowing those, but yeah, that's fine.
Now, let's just pause here and think. Let's say, and obviously we completely don't accept this, but let's say there is anything in this point that wasn't in the reasons for refusal or your evidence as you fairly accepted. That let's say there was something in the argument that there hadn't been consideration in reduction of height and the effect of that. So we completely don't accept that. In principle, it would be open to the inspector, wouldn't it, to vary the description of development to 2252, which is the illustrative master plan. That wouldn't.
Sorry, it would be within the inspector could amend the description to
development. He could have grant permission, but for 2252 rather than 2800. 2252 being the illustrative master plan for the scheme with reduced heights. So I'm absolutely not advocating this. In fact, we will be rubbishing it in our closing submissions. But in principle, if we're wrong about that, let's do the first consideration applying the Hope Studios case would be, does this mean it's an altogether different development? And it would still be the same development. It would simply be tying it to the illustrative master plan as opposed to the maximum scenario. So it would still be the same development, wouldn't it? Albeit with a lower number.
So the parameter plans would remain unchanged?
Well, just to answer the question, you change the 2252, that would be the change. The 2252, just the numbers, simply the numbers would change.
Yeah.
Everything else would stay the same. In principle, that would not change in the Hope Studios sense. That wouldn't be that we're applying for something fundamentally different to what we're applying, what had been applied for. That's right, isn't it? It'd be the same development with a lower number.
If all other things
all
remaining unchanged, then yes, it would have a lower number of
and
units.
In terms of impact,
Cautiously, I'm not sure that I can unilaterally change the nature of the development.
we're going to make submissions on that,
Right,
of course, but we're not quite sure what you meant by split decision, so I'm just exploring
Okay,
this.
perhaps wasn't probably wasn't getting at that number. It was more about zones, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Understood.
Yeah.
But if I could just explore this, the factual points, and we'll say we'll make legal submissions on what we can and can't do in our closing submissions. But it wouldn't change altogether the nature of the development. And in terms of testing of scenarios, of course, if the impacts of 2800 have been tested, the impacts of 2252 planning won't be worse, will they? They'll be within the parameters, within the envelope of impacts of 2800, wouldn't they?
As considered within the ES, yes.
And there wouldn't really be any unfairness, because it would what would be happening in that scenario, say, which we deprecate the avoidance of doubt, in this scenario, what would happen would be that the illustrative master plan, which has been the subject of consultation, would be what is effectively tied in terms of numbers opposed to the maximum residential scenario. There wouldn't be any unfairness. We'd be, if anything, moving closer towards the council's position as opposed to further away. That's right, isn't it?
Can you just repeat that, because I'm just trying to picture
I mean, it couldn't tenably be said that changing the number from 2800 to 2252 would be unfair, could it? And if you think it would be, obviously I'm going to ask you how. It would be unfair. I mean, we might think it's a bit unfair us, but that's another scenario. But it doesn't really impact anybody else.
I think it would still be a different description of and quantum of development. So I think in terms of unfairness, you'd want to consult on it, is my only thought.
Well, why? Because the principles are quite clear. You only need to consult. If not consulted, it would be unfair. And so if the nature of the development is the same, subject to the number, the heights, or the actual physical parameters would not be changing. It would simply be what goes inside those physical parameters. And given that the public public concerns have been about the physical parameters, there'd be no unfairness. No one could possibly say, well, if I would have said something very different, fundamentally different. And there's no sense. I mean, can you point to a specific consultation response that would have been different?
Obviously, this is a new scenario that's being presented
to us. We only heard the point on Friday for the first time, so which is why I'm doing it now. So, as you said, it wasn't in your proof for the reasons for refusal.
I'm just trying to think through that different scenario with a lower number of units and the question of fairness.
Could I ask it this way? Can you point to as you think, can you point to a specific consultation response that would have been different had the figure been 2252 rather than 2800?
If it impacted viability, and then you couldn't deliver the number of affordable homes, which are already councillors have concerns that they aren't sufficiently
viability,
but that's not an RFR.
No, and that's dealt with by the 106, isn't it? Viability.
Yes.
So aside from that, aside from viability issues, is there any consultation response or anything that you can point to that's been written about this development that would be materially different so as to cause prejudice were the figure to be 2252 rather than 2800? But if there is, please take us to it so we can look at it. If there isn't, then just do so.
No, but I think that it's not going to overcome some of the challenges, though, just by
I understand you say that. That's a merits point as opposed to whether it would be lawful in principle for the inspector to make the change. That goes to whether change is enough. And that's you would say wouldn't be enough. We say it's not necessary in the first place. But I'm just exploring whether the two, because the Holborn Studios talks about two things for an amendment, which is fairness and is it within the parameters. And so I'm just exploring whether those tests would be met in the event the inspector thought this was the way to go. I think we've agreed, unless I got it wrong, that they would be met in principle, albeit you don't think it'll go far enough and we think it'll go too far. Is that where we've got to?
If I think back to some of the commentary by...
Could I just get an answer to that? Is that where we've got to? That it would be something lawfully the inspector could, or as far as you're aware, he could in principle do, from your perspective, a planner, it's something he could do, but you think it wouldn't go far enough, we think it goes too far. Is that roughly where
I'm not going to comment on whether or not it's something that the inspector could or should lawfully
do. That's why I've rephrased my questions from your perspective as a planner, and something that he could in principle do, subject to any legal issues.
Questions too big, I'm sorry.
I haven't thought about it.
No.
Who would it prejudice apart from potentially the appellant?
That's the thing, exactly. Who would it prejudice? That's my point, really. Is who But if you think you would prejudice somebody, you must be able to say who, and then we can look at what they've said. Or it won't prejudice anybody. That's really the last question. And can you identify anybody who would be prejudiced
By the reduction.
by the reduction? I genuinely can't, apart from my clients.
That's why I'm trying to think through the full.
But obviously,
the
they'd
full
rather have a
range.
planning permission than not, if that's where we got to, albeit we think it's too far. So
Well, that's why I'm just trying to go through in my mind all the matters that we would test the scheme
Yeah.
against and how they would perform on numbers. And that's why I thought about viability, because that's
yeah,
an
sure.
element.
That
we
can be
might want.
covered by 1 in 6, obviously.
So in a sense, the applications for up to 2,800, so it could be anything between
Well, exactly.
0 and
Exactly.
2,800.
So it could always be less. Exactly. That's exactly. Exactly.
Yes, although the permission will give the appellant the right to develop up to that.
I'm not aware of anybody who said it should be more. I mean, I'm not aware of any consultation will say it should be 3,500.
No, although I think the forms of residential use within the description make it difficult to.
Now we'll leave it to Mr.
I think
Monday
that
or-
say she was
or,
asked the question,
submission.
was able to point something, so you can obviously you hear what I've said. That's the cross-examination, sir. Thank you, Mrs. Reynolds.
Thank you.
Thank you for bearing with me.
Just check with Mr. I'll just check whether I've got any questions that haven't been responded to before you do any re-examination. In terms of the issue of the lower carbon future, obviously the government's sort of direction of travel is to try and make sure that building regulations cover that sort of issue in due course. So presumably, for example, the future home standards, I think, which I think is due to come in 2025. Yeah. I mean, how do you think that would influence the scheme, and how does that affect your position in relation to that point about the lower carbon future?
I still feel there's a missed opportunity to be more ambitious and more definitive within the design code, in terms of, as I gave for example, you could embed within the design code any timber must be FSC, all rooftops must have solar panels or something like that. So I think there's a missed opportunity there, and I don't see the need to wait until there may be a change in building codes to capture that.
Thanks. Everything else has been already covered, so from my point of view. Paul Williams, do you have any re-examination?
Just,
I'm conscious we've been going for a while, but
well, I'm happy.
we're best to deal with it before lunch if possible.
Yes, please.
Yeah, before a break.
Yeah, I'm
If
happy.
you're okay.
Oh yeah, carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Ms. Reynolds, just one or two matters. Do you remember at the beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about the benefits of the scheme?
Yes.
And one of the matters that was discussed related to the need for regeneration of the town centre.
Yes.
And you agreed that the need was for regeneration of the town centre was urgent and compelling. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In your evidence in chief, you referred to the Market Square development and the town square development. How, what do you advise the inspector? How does that affect the need for regeneration?
I think that they can play an important role as a catalyst in providing new forms of mixed-use accommodation, residential-led development in the town centre. I think they may provide some market confidence, but they'll certainly begin that process of regeneration at a larger, not begin, but achieve a significant uplift in the rate of regeneration in the town centre.
And should the inspector take that contribution, that catalyst effect that you've referred to, into account when judging the claimed benefits of the appeal scheme in terms of its contribution to regeneration?
Yes, I mean, each site is going to play its role, and that process doesn't begin or end with the current scheme for Eastgate.
Thank you. And you were asked a number of questions about the design code and the qualitative, the quality of the scheme. And I think in terms, the point put to you was that the scheme doesn't necessarily have to be exemplar. I'm going to ask Mr. Mumby about that.
It's a bit disappointing.
The reason for refusal refers to that word, exemplar, doesn't it?
And it's within the council's
and I
gift.
wonder whether you could advise the inspector as to the level of quality that you think is necessary from a scheme to make a proper contribution to the regeneration of the town centre.
I think the most simple way of putting it is that Basildon doesn't just need more housing, it needs more quality housing, and it's an important distinction to make. I'll try not to name, I won't name names, but there is another town centre within, not that far from here, that was subject to a large number of applications for redevelopment as part of regeneration process, but the quality coming through was consistently low, and that didn't do what it needed to do to help that place become better. And I think that's why it's important to set that marker of high quality, and the councillors are quite right to ask for something exemplar in the place that's really important to them. And I don't believe the current scheme does that.
Thank you. Could you get the local plan to hand? Just CD 2.1.
Okay, thanks.
And look first to BASBE 12.
Just one moment.
If you remember, you were asked about the phrase material harm.
Yes.
And what is the council's case in relation to the first criterion? I didn't mean you to set it out.
Yeah, the council is quite clearly set out within its putative reasons for refusal that they do believe that there is a harm to the character of Basildon, including the street scene, and that is reflected within the reasons for refusal.
Thank you. And then look also to BASTC 1.
Yes.
And you recall the criterion at Roman 5, the design to be sympathetic and appropriate to the area. And again, same question, what is the council's position in relation to that and the question of conflict and harm?
The council has set out within its putative reasons for refusal that it does not believe that the scheme complies with policy TC1, and that's expressed in reasons for refusal 2 and 3. And I agree with their finding, because I don't believe that what's come forward in outline form or within the marker of the design code that will set the direction now going forward for the scheme, I don't believe that that secures anything that is sympathetic and appropriate to the area.
Thank you. And in relation to the harm identified in those policies, if the inspector concludes that the scheme is not well designed, how should he approach the question of conflict with these policies?
It should still be given significant weight. the importance of good design is made very clear in the NPPF and in the distinction in the new NPPF, which was brought into play prior to the putative reasons for refusal initially being reached. So I think that TC1, although it may be an older policy, maybe a saved policy, it speaks to a lot of the same important issues that are within the NPPF.
Thank you. You were asked at a later stage about the prospect of developments coming forward, and you made the position entirely clear to the inspector with reference to the confidence you said in other schemes coming forward. You gave examples of that. And then you were asked a number of questions about commercial risk. Do you remember that?
Mm.
And in relation to the commercial risk, the matters were put to you about, I think, increasing interest rates and planning risks and recession. Do you remember?
Mm.
And the proposition is based upon permission being refused, isn't it?
Yes.
That if the inspector refuses planning permission on the basis of the council's case, that in short, the scheme is not well designed, in particular because of its height, scale, bulk, and so on, would the inspector's decision include those reasons?
That's a leading. There's quite a lot of leading question in re-examination, both now and before. It's a little unfair to me because it's giving the witness an indication of what answers desired.
Yeah. None of the questions have been leading. The last one, I think, is so axiomatic in terms of its answer. It wouldn't matter if it was. As a matter of law, would the inspector's reasons for refusing permission have to be within the decision letter?
Yes.
And if those reasons revealed that the inspector reached a conclusion on the basis of the council's case,
yes,
that the scheme is, in short, too big, those reasons would be included in the decision letter.
Yes.
Yeah. So assuming planning permission and a decision letter saying that this scheme was too big in various respects, would that provide any help to development and developers and the commercial work coming forward in assessing potential schemes?
It would be taken into consideration alongside the other judgments reached within the area. You wouldn't take this as your defining piece of information on its own, but you would look at the inspector's decision in this case and the others and weigh up your chances.
Yeah, good.
Of going
Thanks
forward.
very much. Thank you, sir.
Reynolds?
Yes.
One, 20+1. Great till 2, which hopefully will give us a chance to deal with Mr. Mumby this afternoon. Well, we'll have to do because he's going on holiday tomorrow. You know. Anyway, nice. Well, hope. I mean, that's. Ideally, I'd like to get away for. Personally, I'd like to get away for 5:30, but.
Yes, I don't know what to estimate for evidence in chief. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
but likewise, sir. I think.
Still give us 3.5 hours, which should be enough.
No, it should be plenty. It should be plenty. Indeed, like Mr. Banner, I think we're at the stage of the inquiry when we're
Refining your
pruning
case.
the right way.
I have an appointment to the Tower of London this evening, but not for bad reasons.
No, no.
Right. So we're break till 1. Sorry, 2 o'clock, and then let's crack on then. Yeah. By the way, I've had two documents in recently. One was the additional note on housing land supply. The second one was the East Square cinema development. Yeah, so I've had those. Thanks. Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock, so we'll move on to the evidence of Mr. Mumby.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mumby. Set out John Mumby, Director of Planning and ICT Projects. Projects 1.3, 1.5, we say the direct role for proposals. All of the Eastgate Shopping Centre 2018, explain the nature of that role, and at 1.7, we say significant experience working on redevelopment schemes across London and site having led on numerous planning applications to develop the site to provide residential and mixed use proposals. Is all the material you say that up to date correct?
That's correct. And is your microphone on, Charlie?
Oh, sorry, that's not clear. Sorry to the people watching who will have to have read my lips once again. So if me, we'll take all the evidence as read. I've got some, I think 7, maybe 7.5 points to cover in chief. The first of which, can you help us, Mr. Mumby, with an indication of how much land outside the settlement boundaries in Basildon is green belt?
I don't have a specific percentage or number, but it's a significant amount of land. In fact, probably all of the land outside the settlement boundaries is covered by green belt. Second point, weight and housing land supply. You heard the discussion I had with Ms. Reynolds this morning. What's your judgment as to whether there's any basis in the MPPF or otherwise for reducing the amount of weight to housing land supply in years 6 to 10? There is no basis. We've been through this morning the MPPF paragraph 68. The test for 1 to 5 year period of the plan, 6 to 10 years, and where possible 11 to 15 years is the same test.
Next point, economic benefits. Can we take up CD 6.1 and 6.2, the 2 previous appeal decisions for other parts of the town centre regeneration proposals?
I have those.
First question for the appeal scheme: is it right that the economic benefits stop once the construction is finished?
That's certainly not the case. If you look through both of those appeal decisions, both inspectors found a number of benefits of the proposals which go beyond just construction. I believe in, let me get this right, Market Square. One of the benefits is to reduce dependency on green fields and green belt land. And if
115, you go to Market Square, that's the first one, 6.5,
yes.
115. Well, let's start with 114 first of all. The comprehensive list of scheme benefits. Whilst it's true some of the benefits will be generic, the weight to be attached is scheme specific, and there's no other for comparative assessment. Pausing there, is there any other scheme put forward by the council here for comparative assessment?
No, there isn't.
Then 115, the project would generate additional spend locally during the construction period and on completion expenditure of residents. Those employed within development, improved employment opportunities would rise, and more generally redevelopment would revitalise this part of the town centre with mixed uses, resulting in greater investor confidence. I attach significant weight to these benefits, many of which will be long term. To what extent is there any basis, either in the framework or in local circumstances, for taking a different approach in the present case?
I don't see any reason why there'd be a different approach taken for this appeal scheme.
Thank you. Then in relation to the Town Square North decision letter, page 15. Um, '93, development would help regenerate the town centre, contribute to nighttime and culinary, help attract further investment and generate employment during the construction period, and help support local business and tradespeople. These economic benefits weigh in favour of the appeal. Did the inspector in that case consider that the economic benefits stopped at the point when the development project was complete?
No, quite clearly they didn't.
Again, is there any basis for distinguishing that case from the present?
Again, no.
Then next point, the urban capacity. So I don't need to get it out, but that 13-storey cap that was sort of postulated in scenario D. In light of the Market Square and Town Square North decisions, what utility is that scenario to the consideration of the issues in the present case?
Well, I mean, the capacity study is obviously no longer in existence, given the draft local plans being withdrawn. And it certainly wasn't seen by the inspector as a cap on heights for the town centre, given that both Town Square North and Market Square proved development of greater height, notably greater height.
When you say now that local plans have been withdrawn, so it's part of the local plan evidence base?
It was formally prepared as part of the local plan, draft local plan evidence base, yes.
Next point. Mr. Reynolds, in his cross-examination, agreed that there's actually no policy or legal requirement for a design code submitted at all, and he wasn't able to point to a single case where permission had been refused based on the lack of one. What's your view as if there hadn't been a design code provided, would that have been a basis for a reason for refusal in law and policy?
No, it wouldn't. As you say, there's no requirement for a design code to be prepared and submitted.
How does that affect the way one should look at the council's detailed criticisms of the design code?
Sorry, Charlie, in what
Yes,
sense?
how does that affect how one should look at the detailed criticisms of the design code?
Simply put, that actually the design code is being prepared and submitted for the scheme as a benefit to guide the principals through reserve matters applications. So it should be seen as a benefit.
Ms. Reynolds in cross-examination this morning agreed that there was nothing in either policy BE12, TC1 or the framework which required an exemplar standard, that there could be express confirmation. She said there could be compliance with all of those with something that was good, even if it wasn't exemplar. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do agree, yes.
Next question. In your experience, have you seen, since the framework was first published in 2013, an appeal or a decision of appeal or by a local authority where accordance with the development plan was held to be outweighed by the material considerations, so the scheme was refused despite being in accordance with the development plan?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Is the one any such appeal decision before the inquiry, as far as you've seen?
No, there's not.
Then, in terms of the cost, I mentioned the cross-examination, said you'd speak to this. How much, we know it's about 500,000 on the appeal, how much was spent by the appellants in the course of seeking to obtain planning permission, the pre-app, PPA, the work on the scheme, and the work up to the point of determination?
A high level figure, based on evidence given by all parties involved, is north of £1 million.
So with adding on the appeal costs, £1.5 million, how typical for a scheme of this sort of scale, with nature, EIA, etc., how typical is something in the order of £1.5 million to see it through from genesis through to appeal? Is that out of the ordinary? Is it to what's expected?
Working on a number of projects of large scale outline or hybrid applications, I don't think it is uncommon.
And do you don't think it's uncommon? And if the appeal scheme were to be refused in a situation where there'd been, as we discussed this morning, a 12-month pre-app with a PPA, 3 recommendations for approval, members actually resolving to approve, then changing their minds because of a change of politics, a refusal, and if against all of that the scheme was then refused, withdrawn local plan, no co-ate local plan to provide any sort of guidance or steer, no master plan because that was withdrawn too, no regeneration strategy, that was withdrawn, and a recession of a year predicted by the Bank of England with interest rates rocketing. How much confidence can the inspector have that there'd be a quick fix, that Basildon would get the regeneration it needs, opposed to the spiral of decline continuing perhaps for many years, if not more?
I would be very, very sceptical that Basildon in its current form could get the sort of regeneration investment that it needs by small scale piecemeal activities, by maybe new operators going in. It needs a degree of investor confidence, which is set out in apologies, one of the core documents, 6.1 or 6.2, to be able to bring something forward.
Would a sort of, a few bits and bobs and Nando's here, a cinema there, would that have the transformative effect that Miss Lyons considered was called for?
I don't believe it would do. Right.
Thank you. That's the evidence in chief. That's a little quick. I give to my word.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Banner. Good afternoon, Mr. Mumby.
Good afternoon.
I was going to ask what time your plane leaves, but in the light of the time for examination in chief.
Well, not till 3 o'clock tomorrow, so I hope we're not going to be here in 13 hours, 25 hours time. Yeah, no, in the afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah, we should be okay, yes. With your help. Just a couple of points on the oral matters you just spoke to just then. In terms of the design code, do you remember you said, well, simply put, the design code not necessary, but a benefit.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Is that what you, on behalf of the appellant, are saying to the Secretary of State and the inspector, that a design code in this case is not necessary?
There is no requirement for a design code to be prepared and submitted for an outline planning application. The point I was making was that any guidance that is delivered within a design code will only be beneficial in providing a degree of certainty or clarity for the decision maker.
So the answer to my question is what?
Yes, yes. So the first part of my response.
That it is necessary?
But it isn't necessary. Sorry,
It isn't necessary.
It isn't necessary to prepare and submit a design code to support an
On
outline
this
application.
case, your evidence is that it's not necessary to have a design code for this scheme. Is that really what you're saying? It's not in your proof.
No, that's what I'm saying in response to, is it necessary to support an application?
No, I'm not asking that question. I'm asking you whether you believe that this case, the design code, a design code, is necessary.
In my professional opinion, I would say yes, a design code would be beneficial to the scheme.
No, that's not really. Sorry, Mr. Mumby. That seems to suggest it's a benefit, but not necessary.
I think, okay, yes, I think it would be necessary for a scheme of this size.
Yeah. Is it necessary for this scheme?
This scheme, correct?
Sorry?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. So it's not merely a benefit that you claim as an advantage of the scheme. It is a requirement.
Correct.
And the purpose of it is surely to guide future development and reserve matters, correct?
Correct.
And ensure that whilst the scheme is capable of being of a high quality, that it actually achieves that high quality.
Correct. Using the design code on the basis of the determination of the reserve matters application alongside relevant policy guidance. And I think what was also important, of course, is professional planning officer's judgment on the application.
Yeah. Okay. And look to paragraph 4.41 of your proof of evidence reviews. Accordingly, alongside the evidence contained within the design proof and the heritage and townscape proof, I consider the site to be suitable for tall buildings, and due to the strength of the design code and the parameter plans, the council will have the ability to ensure high quality. It's right, isn't it, that the design code not only is a necessary, it's not only a requirement here, necessary to achieve high quality, but that in this case, the design code has to be a strong one. That's what, in effect, you're relying on in this paragraph, the strength of the design code.
Not quite. What I'm relying on in that paragraph is the strength of the design code submitted.
Well, the one that's going to be approved by the inspector or not, correct. So one, a requirement, two, that the design code needs to be strong, or words used elsewhere in the inquiry before now, robust. Remember Mr. Hancock saying he thought that he relied on the strong design code, the strength of it.
Yes, in this case, the little reading of that sentence, that paragraph, is that due to my opinion, due to the strength of the design code submitted to support the appeal scheme.
Yes, yes. So the advice of the inspector, you need to be satisfied that the design code is a robust one, a strong one, to achieve the high quality.
Again, that's not quite what this paragraph is saying.
What's your view? You
So
may disagree, and then I can ask you some other questions.
Well, no, because it's not. What I'm saying here is that I consider that to be suitable for tall buildings, and due to the strength of the design code that is submitted, the council will have the ability to ensure that any buildings come forward. Yeah, etc.
So forgive me, Mr. Murby, I assumed you were relying on the strength of the design code. So I'm just asking you, is it?
I am relying on the strength of the design code.
So
yes.
You would advise the inspector not only that a strong design code is required for the scheme of this size, but that you've achieved it.
I say I've achieved it, yes.
Yeah, and that's what's required in the scheme because of its scale and nature. Or are you suggesting the design code does not have to be strong or robust? It just has to be something less.
I think the design code needs to provide the clarity within to allow any decision maker to determine high quality scheme.
And it needs to do much more than that, doesn't it? It's not just got to be clear. It needs to provide a set of rules. We've been through this. I'm not going to ask you any further questions, hoping you can agree that it's much more than providing clarity. It's to provide guidance by reference to a set of rules that will enable a high quality scheme to be achieved.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, we'll leave that there for the inspector. You referred to the MPPF and exemplary. The MPPF talks about high quality, beauty, and indicates that buildings and places that are not well designed should be refused. In summary, yeah.
Yeah. So when you say I refer to the MPPF, which paragraph in my proof am I referring to MPPF?
I'm not looking at your proof. I'm looking at the MPPF.
Okay.
So it's section 12. You see paragraph 126, the creation of high quality, beautiful and sustainable buildings and places is fundamental to what the planning and development process should achieve. Correct?
Sorry, my computer's a little slow. Give me a second.
Paragraph 126?
Give me a moment.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm there, yep.
Yep. And the first sentence, that's an important sentence, isn't it? Because it governs what follows, that what the government seeks is high quality, beautiful and sustainable buildings and places. It's fundamental.
Correct.
Correct. And we know from paragraph 134 that development that is not well designed should be refused.
Yes.
And we note from that paragraph that test, as it were, is to be considered taking into account design codes.
Yes.
And although the framework does not refer to the use of the word exemplary, that use of the word exemplary is not inconsistent with it, is it?
I don't believe that's necessarily the case.
But when you say it's not necessarily the case, does that mean, well, it might be depending upon your interpretation or something?
No, I don't think it is the case.
Okay, so when the government seeks the creation of high quality, beautiful and sustainable buildings, you think that it's after something less than exemplary? Just
If
want
they
to,
wanted
I've got to make submissions, you see, Mr. Mumby, so I need to know your position.
Yeah. I think if the government was after exemplary, it would say exemplary.
Okay, so when looking at the question of whether or not a scheme is well designed, obviously you would look at what else is in section 12 and take that into account.
Mhm.
And it's right, isn't it, that you'd apply that policy by reference to the given circumstances of a particular case.
Yes, correct.
Correct. And in this case, the question of whether or not a scheme is well designed would take into account, wouldn't it, the level of quality, sufficiency that Mr. Hancock spoke about, sufficient high quality to achieve its purpose.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
When applying the question of whether or not a scheme is well designed, you'd obviously have regard to the location and the circumstances of the development under consideration. You wouldn't just apply it in vacuum. You'd have regard to where it is and what it seeks to achieve.
Yes, you absolutely would, but I'd support that on the basis that we've talked through the national design guide, talking about that. An understanding of context is important, but when we have large scale development coming forward, it is not necessarily a case of copying.
It's not what's
Not necessarily a case of copying what is in the area.
No.
So you can have well designed within a scheme of this scale, within developing its own sense of place within itself.
No. Okay, so can we just agree on take into account context and the circumstances in order to determine the question of whether or not a scheme is well designed? Is that right? Or do you depart from that?
Yes, I would agree with that. Yes.
Okay, and in the context of Basildon, it's plain from the circumstances here that, and indeed in accordance with what Mr. Tracy said his ambition was, to have an exemplary regeneration scheme.
Yes, that's the ambition.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you haven't just sought that ambition through some altruism on behalf of your client. You sought it because it's a recognition of what Basildon needs for its regeneration.
Yes, it certainly would. Yes, I think that's correct in the fact that it would need a high quality scheme.
Well, Mr. Tracy, do you remember he spoke about exemplary regeneration, and that's in recognition, isn't it, of what's needed? It's high quality and exemplary. In order to achieve it, I think Mr. Tracy put it another way. We've done everything we can to do the best scheme we've got, and that's in recognition of the importance of attracting residents to come into Basildon in the town centre, to get them to come in and work and retail, all of its ambitions, which are laudable, to make sure they're achieved. One's got to have an exemplary development to ensure that that is successful.
No, I don't think that's necessarily the case, because I think that the scheme provides a number of benefits that can draw people into the area and enable people to live and enjoy and support an area. I'm not convinced that the word exemplar needs to be added into that to deliver a well-designed scheme that delivers a sense of place.
Right. Okay, thank you. Could we look now to paragraph 11? And Mr. Mumby, it may be that there's absolutely nothing between us on this matter, but I just need some clarification or confirmation from you. So
Did you mean paragraph 11 framework of the paragraph 11 of
the
the
framework?
framework?
Okay.
Paragraph 11 of the framework. Tell me when you've got that.
Got that, thank you.
Yep. And we're looking at paragraph D, and where there are no relevant development plan policies, and that's not in dispute. There are relevant plan policies, are there not?
Great, yes.
All the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date. See that?
Mhm.
And then there's a footnote, isn't there? This includes for applications involving the provision of housing, situations where the planning authority cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that footnote is in play in this case, is it not?
It is, yes.
Yeah. And the effect of that, it's a deeming provision, is it not?
Yes.
What it means is that the most important policies, for the purposes of triggering the tilted balance, are to be deemed out of date for that purpose.
Yes.
Yeah. And just so that we're entirely at one, that doesn't mean that when applying the tilted balance, one does not ask the question whether or not the relevant policies being considered are consistent with the framework. That's a relevant question when applying the tilted balance, isn't it?
Yeah.
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant, yeah. Yes, I think it is. I mean, a bit of qualifications. I'm not entirely sure that actually we're not in the realms of paragraph 11C. If the development proposals are accord with an up-to-date development plan, and we should be determined without delay.
With D, Mr. Mumby, we've got enough to get through. C isn't at issue in this case. It's not a matter of evidence.
But
Okay.
yes, I agree with your question.
Okay, thank you. And it's indeed an important part of the tilted balance, isn't it, to consider in that context the consistency with the framework, having regard to, in particular, the annex in the framework.
Correct, reading the framework as a whole.
Well, you know what I had in mind. You have the framework to hand?
I do.
Paragraph 219.
On that.
Yep. Not out of date simply because they're adopted or made prior to the publication of the framework. Due weight should be given to them according to their degree of consistency.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. And that's an important question for the inspector to determine when applying the tilted balance.
Yes.
Yep. And in your proof of evidence, it's agreed that the most important policies are TC1 and BE12. In your proof of evidence, on a number of occasions, you refer to the local plan being out of date. Don't you? So, for example, at 4.48 T4, 4.84.
4.84, thank you.
Yeah, 4.84. You see there, the framework 11D, that where the plan is out of date for decision making, the tilted balance should be engaged. That's
Yes.
it's not accurate, that is it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. that first sentence is not accurate, is it?
Or the starting with the MPAPF sets out.
Yes, but in terms of what we're speaking about, that the deeming provision in the footnote governs the tilted balance trigger here. And then we're moving to applying the tilted balance.
Mhm.
Once engaged, you follow me? Question of being simply out of date is not the relevant question, is it?
No, it's not.
No. So we do need to consider whether or not those policies are to consider the degree of consistency with them. And we look first at TC1. These matters are covered, I think, to a large extent in the statement of common ground. Do you have the statement of common ground 5.2?
Thank you. Let me just get that. I've got that.
Sorry, have you got that?
Yes, I've got that. Yes, thank you.
Sorry. And that sets out the agreed position in relation to the relevant policies with an asterisk by TC1 and BE12.
So could you just take me to the paragraph, please?
Yeah, 5.2.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we see that there's agreement to TC1 and BE12 as being compliant with the framework.
That's correct.
And so there's nothing between us as to the degree of weight to be given to those two policies. That's a matter that's agreed between you and Ms. Reynolds.
Yes.
It's on the paragraph 5.2, it talks about the draft compliance review prepared by the council being signed off by the appellant. Was it so?
That is a typo.
Yes, don't recall doing that.
I don't know if it was signed off, not signed off, well, it was shared with the appellant on 1st of June.
Yes, I think
It was
signing
signed
off
off
is a formal procedural step that I think Ms. Reynolds had put in her proof. It's due in September, the date of which I've forgotten. So
Shared with the appellant, sorry. Oh, I see, it would be. Right, signed off by the council, you mean?
yes, sir.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yes, not by the appellant.
I thought whether it was agreeing what the list was, but
Yeah, yeah. So,
misinterpreting that, sorry.
so the position is agreed in relation to both policies that they're compliant with the framework, and therefore significant weight needs to be attached to them.
Yeah, that's agreed. Yes.
That's agreed.
Yes, in the statement of common ground.
And that applies to BE12 as well as TC1, doesn't it?
It does. Yes.
Thank you. Good. All right. Thank you very much. You can put the statement of common ground to one side for the moment. Can I ask you to look briefly at CD 4.24, which is the meeting minutes, the pre-app bundle of notes and minutes. Tell me when you've got that. Okay.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah, and look first to the meeting on the 8th of April. I just want to pick up one point that hasn't, I don't think, been highlighted before. On that occasion, just to help me with this, the height of the scheme before the meeting was what? Not made clear.
I can't tell you that off the top of my head. Oh,
Can I suggest to you, as on my instructions, it was 22 stories?
I can't recall. I'm sorry. No.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. We see from section 6 that Miss Lyons liked the market building, although expressed a view that the gateway at the bottom of zone 1, we've looked at this before, was a bit like a tall lump.
Mhm.
Remember that?
Mhm.
And then height, it says height. Officers haven't any issues with this. However, members are expected to have concerns. It'll be important for officers to manage expectation.
Yes. See that?
Thank you. And look next to the meeting on the 5th of May. The next document it should be.
Yes.
And you'll see at paragraph 3.1, CL, that's Miss Lyons again, isn't it?
It is. Yes.
She expressed happiness with the increase from 22 to 28. However, it needs to be well designed, given it's a tall building. Height will be a concern with members, but this is what officers will deal with as best as possible. Take them on the journey. Do you see that?
I do. Yes.
And this is around the time of the production of the draft master plan, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is. Yes.
And at 6.7 of that document,
So of which document?
of the one we're
on.
the meeting.
Yep.
Note.
Yes.
Council to arrange a workshop with members to discuss the height. You remember that?
See that? Yes.
6.7, sir? On the 5th of May, mate. And the intention was, as is made clear, I think, in the statement of community involvement, to involve members' input. Is that right? At this stage.
There was certainly a desire to involve members in the process. What I can't confirm from that 6.7, whether that is a council to arrange a workshop with members to discuss height internally, or whether that was a proposal for the design team to present.
I think in the statement of community involvement, it was part of the plan to have a meeting, and indeed, Mr. It's clear, we can look at it if you like, but
I think I need to
carried out.
I think I need to have a look at that.
Okay.
Sorry, I need to refresh my memory on it.
CD 3.99.
Thank you.
And the strategy is described in section 2, is it not?
Bear with me one moment. Okay, sorry, there we go.
Yeah, section 2.
I'm just getting that. Yes.
And if you look to 2.3, part of that strategy is to involve members, is it not?
Yes,
And if we look to 2.5, there's a specific paragraph
correct.
dealing with that. So
Yes, I can see where that, yes.
part of the strategy to consult with them, and I'm assuming to consult with them in a meaningful way.
Yes,
So returning to CD 4.24, the next meeting was the 26th of May, is that correct?
yes,
And what happened, we've gone from 22 stories and then we went to 28 stories, do you remember? On both occasions, Ms. Lyons indicating the members would have a concern. And at the meeting on the 26th of May, I think the scheme is still at 28 stories.
yes,
Yeah.
it was, yes.
And if you look to 2.7, Ms. Lyons, one of the points she makes is be useful to show some of these slides within the members' presentation. You have that?
Which paragraph that, sorry?
Looking at 2.7 first,
Yes,
and then at 3.1, Charles was to check the preliminary viewpoint study. And Ms. Lyons' next paragraph highlighted that the main issue will be where the maximum heights will be, so commonality on views between landowners is important.
yes,
And in that document, with reference to the members' meeting, it's still the case, isn't it? Ms. Lyons was indicating that the members would have a concern about the heights.
Sorry, where's that paragraph?
That is in 2.7. With reference to the members' presentation, which is yet to come. This is all building up.
This is 2.7 of the 26th of May,
Yes.
2020.
Yes,
And this is 4 bullet points.
yes, and one is referable to the members' presentation about height. So the position is still the same. The advice given by the officers was that the members would be concerned about height.
Well, no, that bullet point says understands the approach to height would be useful to show some of these slides with the members' presentation.
That's right. So it's looking forward to the members' presentation, which referred to in the meeting we've just looked at, when Ms. Lyons said to you, the height's going to be a concern.
Oh, yes.
Right. Thank you. And if we look then to the statement of community involvement, you had out 3.99.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look to page 23,
I have that.
it says there, beyond the bespoke meeting with the leader of the council on Wednesday, the 1st of July, the sole meeting with councillors was that which took place on the 28th of May.
Yes.
So the only meeting took place on the 28th of May with members, is that right? That's the only one.
That's right, yes.
Where it's clear, isn't it, that height was an issue for the members. See that in the third bullet point. Height of the residential towers, suitability for Basildon, and then rather mysteriously, and fire safety.
Yes, that so the suitability of the height,
Yeah,
was discussed.
that was.
Sorry, but that doesn't necessarily say
as-
that it was.
Oh, sorry.
That doesn't necessarily say it was unacceptable. It was the suitability of height was discussed at the members' briefing.
But you can confirm that the feedback was from the members that that was a real concern for them, wasn't it?
I can confirm that Christine Lyons was concerned that members would have problems with it, or may have problems with it.
Did you not attend the briefing then?
I did attend the briefing, yes.
So you can confirm what I put to you without relying on what Ms. Lyons told you.
I think this is a very difficult point to make. I'm sure Miss Lyons will remember that members' briefing as well. It was not a particularly constructive meeting with members of the planning committee. Members. And I cannot sit here and confirm that there was specifically reference made to height in that discussion.
You can't confirm what?
There was concerns raised about the height of proposals in that discussion.
That's what you've recorded. And in section 5, responding to feedback, you actually record that it's one of the main, if not the main concern, height and density.
It was part of the engagement. Yeah,
Right?
it's part of the wider engagement that height was raised as an issue.
Yeah, with members,
Yes.
height was an issue. I didn't think there'd be any difficulty with this question, Mr. Mumby, to be honest.
The height was certainly raised as a concern,
Right.
yes, by some members. What I cannot confirm is at that members' briefing, members specifically set out that height was an issue.
So
To them.
it was raised as a concern, but you can't confirm that it was an issue. Okay, well, I'm just going to leave it there, Mr. Mumby. And we looked at the feedback, and this meeting was on the 28th of May. And when was the application made and submitted? In August, wasn't it?
I give you yes.
But on the 28th of May, the height had been established, hadn't it, at 28 stories, and wasn't changed between the meeting from the members or indeed any
It wasn't, no.
engagement. It was just kept as it is. And you'd agree with the way Mr. Tracy put it, which is, but the concern from members was, and the concern about height was always going to be an issue. It was expected, but actually,
Yes, I think it was always going to be an issue. Yes.
yeah, but nothing was done about it. There was no input taken back, no effective consultation, because there's no response to it.
No, the application was submitted at 28 stories.
Yeah. So it can't be said that members' views were directly fed into the evolution of the scheme.
In terms of height, no.
Right. Could you look to the environmental statement now? That is the, I think it's CD 3.28, sir. Yeah. So if it helps, I think it's chapter 4,
I have that. Yes.
CD 3.28. So do you have that?
I do. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And
Sorry.
could you look to 4.63, please. So I'm pausing on 4.48 on page 14 of the document.
4.48.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll see there 4.48 has reference to what's said to be extensive consultation, enabling the design of the proposed development to evolve and address feedback from stakeholders early on in the pre-application process.
Mhm.
The proposed development also benefited from 2 quality review panels and a members briefing session. And we've discussed those issues either yesterday sorry, last week or today.
Yes.
But if you look on from that, please, we see there's a heading, height and massing, beginning at paragraph 4.60. Do you have that?
Yes.
And if you look to you see there's a figure, proposed building heights. And then at 4.62, there's reference to studies, and the last sentence, notably increasing the height of the East Tower emphasizes this focal point in the center of the site and also results in a more elegant massing option from a visual perspective. And then it says that further details on the design evolution are provided in the relevant subsection of this ES chapter. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we look on and we see that there's some building heights referred to in figures 4.313
Yes.
to 4.15, with heights there, the stepping up to 22, 25 and 28. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
And then if you look to page 26.
So PDF page 26 or page.
Yes, I beg your pardon, the documents number, thank you.
Okay. And they are the same.
Height and massing, do you have that?
Yes.
And the 4.79, the tallest element of the development comprises the Eastgate Tower, located towards the centre of the site, which was initially proposed to be 22 stories in height. In fact, earlier schemes before then had much lower heights, haven't they? Remember Mr. Tracy's evidence?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then at 480, further discussion with the council on visual impacts, the height was increased to 25, and consequently the height of the gateway buildings were amended, it says, to provide greater visual interest and also respond to this increase in height, now ranging between 11 and 20.
Yes.
And then you see the figure below has got minimum 17 stories, maximum 33, optimum 28. You see that?
Yes, I see those. Yep.
And that figure is the same one that appears in the DAS. That figure.
Okay.
And indeed in the DAS, it's the only reference really to, there's only a reference to a 17-story marker building. And here, that's all there is, a reference to 17-story with no text to support any assertion that it was analysed in any detailed way.
Yes, that's correct.
And 4.82, the preferred option as identified above presents the most balanced development with the variation creating visual interest towards the focal point at the centre of the site, the Eastgate Tower, whilst also respecting the wider townscape of the town centre. And that might be regarded as quite interesting because what's noted there is a preference for the tallest height, 28 stories, partly because of the added visual interest created as a result of its focus. Do you see that? Focal point.
Focal point.
Yeah.
4.82, correct? Yes.
Yeah. But no mention that the greater the increase in the focus at this point, of what effect any increase or decrease on the effect on Brook House and its effect as a landmark.
No, it doesn't in the section DS. No, it doesn't say that. I don't think it would be. It's in the right place to undertake that assessment.
I think,
in the
I mean,
S.
it's fair to say, isn't it? This doesn't really add anything to the story which Mr. Tracy was explaining by reference to the design and access statement last week.
No, I don't think it does. I think the analysis is within the DAS, the evidence that was presented by Mr. Tracy.
So, okay, well, nothing additional there. Thank you. Could you look to the framework again, please? And I just want to pick up and see if we can assist the inspector at giving him some of the useful references for determining the weight to be attached in the context of the timing of the delivery of your scheme.
Yes.
On that issue. Paragraph 11, the tilted balance applies where there isn't a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites.
Yes.
Yeah. So the tilted balance and the importance of the tilted balance, of course, we know it's significant and intended to be significant. That is only triggered by reference to the 5-year housing land supply.
So I'm going to do that's just simply a misconceived because you've accepted the housing delivery test is 41%. I thought it was common ground. It's common ground. It also applies because the housing delivery test is below 41%. I thought it's common ground. It's common ground, isn't it, that the housing delivery test is 41% and the tilted balance applies when the housing delivery test is 75%. It's
so
34%.
I was asking you about the 5-year housing land supply.
No, but the question was put, it's only triggered because of 5-year supply. It's common ground. That's wrong. Because it's common ground that the housing delivery test is 41%.
Oh, I see I think I see the point you're making, Mr. Banner. Yeah. So looking at the footnote, there are two matters, aren't there? The 5-year supply of deliverable housing and the housing delivery test. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
The housing delivery test is related to past performance.
Yes.
Right. So just push that to one side. We're dealing with the 5-year housing land supplies and the question of weight to be attached to delivery beyond that period.
Mm-hmm.
So far as the tilted balance is concerned, it only applies, doesn't it, to the 5-year housing land supply. As at the time of the decision.
As a future delivery.
Yeah, but for the 5-year period. It's not looking beyond the 5-year period.
So sorry.
I'll just look at the footnote. Situations where the local planning authority cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing. Okay, and that's the position here.
Yes.
Right. So there's nothing in paragraph 11 which triggers the balance by reference to the rolling housing land supply. What it requires is the exercise carried out by Mr. Ireland and the council in relation to whether or not there's a 5-year housing land supply.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's to be done at a point in time looking at the 5-year housing land supply and the deficit. And
yes.
Here it is triggered.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not triggered by looking at the period beyond that 5-year period. Is it?
No, no, but we are in obviously the situation of
well, I know
the tilted balance is.
I'm not suggesting that there shouldn't be any consideration of what happens beyond 5 years. I'm not suggesting that, but I'm just looking at the importance and the emphasis in the framework on the 5-year housing land supply calculated as at the date of the exercise. And in this case, the important triggering of the tilted balance is affected, deemed by reference to the 5-year housing land supply.
Or where the housing delivery test indicates, etc.
Yes. Okay, but that's not looking beyond the 5 years. So sitting
No,
here
it's
now
not.
today,
No, it's looking
looking at
backwards.
the
Yes.
housing delivery test,
Yes.
it's looking backwards. When we're looking forwards, we're looking at the 5-year housing land supply that has been calculated.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And then if we look to paragraph 74 to 75, you see that, that in the third line, local planning authorities should identify and update annually a supply of specific deliverable sites sufficient to provide a minimum 5 years worth of housing.
Yes.
And then paragraph 75, a 5-year supply of deliverable housing site with the appropriate buffer can be demonstrated. Okay, that's the exercise that's been done.
Yes, in recently adopted local plan.
Yes.
Plan.
And then if you look to paragraph 68, planning policy should identify a supply of, and then there are two parts to that, aren't there?
Yes.
Yeah, specific deliverable supplies for years 1 to 5 of the planned period. That's the exercise that's been done for the purposes of assisting the inspector and for the critical issue of whether or not the tilted balance is engaged. Well, I mean, is that right or wrong, Mr. Mumby? You may want to comment on it, but I just want to know that we're at one in understanding the document.
Well, I don't agree. I mean, we have common ground that the tilted balance is engaged. That has been accepted from the April
What we're
2020.
talking about is weight to attach to your housing scheme.
Yes.
Yeah. In circumstances where your scheme can't deliver housing in the 5-year period that is referable to the exercise carried out by by the appellant and the council. Okay.
Yes.
And it's all about weight, right? And here, at paragraph 68, the framework is separating out the 5-year housing land supply calculation that feeds into the tilted balance from what happens beyond, that was referred to earlier today by Mr. Banner, where it says specific developable sites looking at the years 6 to 10.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what that's doing.
Yes.
Saying policies have got to do both. But when it comes to applications, okay, the focus for the tilted balance, where there's real importance on that tilted balance, isn't there? That's on the 5-year housing land supply calculation. Okay. And is there a difference between deliverable sites in little a and developable sites in little b?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes, there is. Yes,
there is. And that is obviously to be found in the definitions, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lower, if you like, a lower test, for want of a better word, in the identification of developable sites from deliverable sites.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's a reflection, isn't it? As they're looking further forward, it becomes less precise as an exercise, correct? And it's also reflecting, I think it's 2 points to the rationale of the government we can take from this, that the emphasis placed on the 5-year housing land supply, referable to the tilted balance, is intended to ensure current and more immediate needs are met.
Yes, I would agree with that in terms of the use of the word deliverable, but I don't think it's, I think it's very little reading of the situation is that it's not a case of getting to 5 years and then cutting off.
Well, I'm not suggesting it's a cut-off to what the inspector has to consider, but I'm trying to assist him with the emphasis on the first 5 year, on the 5 years that triggers the tilted balance.
Mm-hmm.
And you've agreed that that is there, that emphasis is there because it seeks to ensure that the immediate needs are met. And
yes.
Your case, as Mr. Banner has been pains to emphasize, is to meet an urgent need.
Yes. There is a difference between deliverable and developable.
There is, yeah. And that's a reflection of the sort of cut-off, if you like, in government terms of, well, there's a different test one's looking forward, because that's subject to more uncertainty?
It could be subject to more uncertainty. It doesn't guarantee that it is, because larger scale development that would go beyond the 5-year period might be going forward, as is the case here.
If your scheme was capable of producing housing next year, you would, without doubt, be claiming, wouldn't you, that it's a very significant benefit that you are able to meet the urgent need now or in the near future. And
Yes,
you'd be saying that is, you know, a very, very significant benefit. And it follows from that if you're not meeting that urgent need next year, weight must be reduced, must it not? Because you're not contributing to that urgent need. You're not contributing to any need until at least 5 years away.
I believe that there is a balancing exercise to be undertaken.
That's sure, but I'm only asking
Yes.
for your judgment, your fair judgment. And
Yes.
plainly, if more weight can be attached to meeting the need next year, it follows that less weight should be attached to that benefit if you can't meet it until year 6.
It could be, yes, I agree that it could be the case. However, we're not working on the basis of your 5 years cut off into year 6. If you have a large scale developable scheme that's going to provide a noticeable number of new homes within an area, which has a chronic housing delivery shortfall, then there is a balancing exercise to undertake, and it carries significant weight.
I understand there's always a balancing weight to be carried out, but you would be applying more weight to your benefit if you were coming on stream next year, wouldn't you? You'd be saying you're meeting
In my
that
professional
urgent need
judgment,
soon.
in my professional judgment, yes,
Yeah.
I would be,
Yes,
but that would be 1%.
But because that's not the case, plainly, the benefit carries less weight. It follows as night follows day.
Yeah, exactly. But yes, I
It
agree.
does.
But
Thank you.
as I've clarified, it could be very, very minimal in terms of undertaking the balance.
Right. Okay. Thank you. If planning permission is refused, it's not your case, is it, that there would be no scheme coming forward on your site, broadly called the Eastgate Quarter? That's not in your written evidence anywhere, is it?
It's not, no.
And plainly, there is a prospect, at the very least, of other forms of development coming forward.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And if planning permission is refused on the basis of the council's reasons for refusal, there will be a clear guide as to some guide, I'm sure, of the scheme's problems and an indication of what would be more suitable to come forward. So in other words, if the inspector concludes the scheme is unacceptable because it's not well designed, it's too big in broad terms, your client and the developers would have a clear direction in order to produce another scheme.
I don't necessarily agree with that. Professionally, I've seen plenty of appeal decisions that have not guided what may or may not be acceptable in an alternative scheme coming forward.
So if you think of the inspector turns the scheme away because it's because of its height, scale and massing, you don't think that that would give some form of help and assistance and encouragement for schemes of lower height, scale and massing?
Yeah, it could be part of certain heights in certain locations are unacceptable, which may be acceptable in other locations. It's too basic to say that if this appeal were to be dismissed, then the simple guide is a reduced height scheme.
Don't forget, I think some part of your case is that the 2 decision letters that have been granted set a precedent for tall buildings. Yeah.
I think in general, it changes the baseline, doesn't it, sir?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
I'd agree that there's a
Probably not
benchmark
precedent,
baseline.
but it's a baseline.
no, I think
Yeah.
I am borrowing from the
Yeah.
Evans case, but I also can't be bothered to
Yeah.
back to it and take time. But I can give it to Mr. Banner outside the inquiry.
Well, I think we agreed baseline changes, yes.
Yes.
And
Based-
question of if planning permission is refused would have the benefit of that decision giving an indication, at least, Mr. Mumby, of what would be acceptable to come forward,
It would provide a baseline,
a new
yes,
baseline.
a new baseline, yes.
Okay. And if we look to the town, do you have a copy of the town centre context document? Don't know if it received a court document. Do you remember it's the A3 one?
It's CD,
So-
it's CD 9.3.
Thank you.
Stephen, thank you. Tell me when you've got there, Mr. Mumby.
It's trying. Give me a
Yeah,
moment.
sure.
I have that now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's a thing. So, and we can see here, this is an indication of the schemes, and Market Square is now a committed scheme, is it not?
Permitted, yes.
And I think you made reference in your evidence in chief to one of the benefits was to assist regeneration of the town centre.
Yes.
And it will bring with it investment, which will play its part in regeneration. Is that correct?
That's what's referred to in two inspectors'
Yeah.
decisions.
And you, that's something you'd
That
agree
would
with.
I agree
isn't it?
with, yes.
And so far as the town square decision letter is concerned, that inspector then again confirmed that the scheme would assist in the regeneration of the town centre.
Yes.
And it would do so in terms of at least 1,000 units taken together with Market Square, is that correct?
Yes.
And with not just residential, but there are other uses as well being proposed in those schemes, including retail, for example.
There is, yes.
Yeah. And including the ability to improve on the vitality and viability of the town centre.
Yes.
You're going to make a positive and significant contribution, aren't they?
Positive, yes. Significant. Do you mean in terms of the vitality and viability of the town centre?
In terms of the, yes, the regenerative,
yes.
regeneration and bringing residents in, which is what's part of the rationale for your scheme, and also new uses which will add to the vitality of the town centre.
Yes.
So it can't be said that regeneration hasn't started, can it?
Well, these are obviously two schemes that are bringing forward to some elements of regeneration to the town centre, but obviously they have come on board at the same time as the appeal scheme.
Right.
So definitely things are happening, but you can't necessarily say that the appeal scheme has come after these schemes.
Right.
In terms of regeneration, because they've all come together hand in hand. And one of the driving forces about timings is the fact that there's a desire from officers for all parties to engage with each other and with other stakeholders at the same time.
Right. Okay. So I just want to put the question again. It can't be said that regeneration hasn't started.
Regeneration has started.
And significant investment is being made in the town centre by reference to those two schemes.
Assuming that they come out of the ground, yes.
Which will have a boost to investor confidence,
Yes.
increasing footfall and spend.
Yes, hopefully, yes.
And it's right, isn't it, that the claimed benefit in those terms of retail investor confidence and so on has to be seen in the context of that significant regeneration already committed.
Yes, in terms of already committed. Yes, I agree.
And if those schemes weren't already committed, the need for town centre investment would no doubt would be greater, wouldn't it?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think it's necessarily a case of would be greater. There's still a need for town centre regeneration and town centre
Well, that would
investment.
imply that you think these schemes are not going to do anything with
No,
regeneration.
they are. No, they can quite clearly have a lot of positive benefits. We don't cap it there.
Oh, I didn't say there was a cap
We then
on
say-
regeneration.
No, but we then
I'm
say the
looking at
appeal
question of
scheme.
weight.
Yeah, but the appeal scheme can assist that and grow with it as well.
But the benefit from assisting is reduced because of the already committed schemes, isn't it?
No, I don't agree with that.
Something that has no evidential basis at all. It's simply not part of the evidential case that the two existing schemes reduce. I haven't got to cross-examine on this. It's an ambush.
Miss Reynolds also referred, you remember her evidence, to other schemes coming forward as well, including the cinema scheme.
Yes.
And that is going to make have a benefit, isn't it, in terms of the nighttime economy?
And undoubtedly, it will have some benefit if it is used. Yes.
And South Essex College, building, it's number 5 there. That's the College for Digital Technologies, is it not?
If you say so, it's South Essex College. Yes, I didn't realise it was for digital
But
technology.
Mr. Tracy said that would make a
Okay, thank you.
positive addition to the town centre.
Yes.
And in terms of sites coming forward that are not of your scale, can you confirm to the inspector that, I think it's your client, but I'm not sure, that there's something, a residential development, a redevelopment of the Eastgate Business Centre? Do you remember Ms. Reynolds referred to
Yes.
this morning? Yeah. And just tell the inspector where that is.
In the planning
On this
process.
plan, just
Where that is, sorry.
Yeah, just roughly.
It is, if you go north of, PDF page 3. If you see the number 7 on top of the Eastgate Centre, there's a sort of a horseshoe shaped element. That's the Eastgate Business Centre.
Not demolish.
No.
So that's an example, isn't it, of a scheme coming forward, absent permission on the appeal site, roughly in the same area in the Eastgate quarter, introducing new residential development, not put off by interest rate uncertainty and any prospect of recessionary times.
Yes, it is a scheme that is got permission for residential.
Yeah, so there must be, absent this scheme, in terms of planning permission being refused, at least a reasonable prospect of development coming forward.
There will always be some development coming forward, but these are small scale relatively modest applications for a town centre sustainable location.
And you've got no evidence to indicate that, no commercial expertise to indicate to the inspector that there's some sort of limit to the sort of schemes that would come forward in circumstances where the town square and market square scheme have come forward, where this inspector would have refused planning permission on the basis of the scheme simply too large.
No, I don't have any experience on making judgment on that fact.
Just one moment, Mr. Muddy. So no further questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course, I'll just, I'm changing the, one very general question about there's a scheme for up to 2,800 units, which predominantly will be flats, and I suppose it's how the development coming forward will ensure sort of a mixed and balanced community. You see the point they're getting at?
Sorry, are you talking in terms of typologies?
Typologies, yeah, the sort of mix of people.
Yes. Well, we have. I don't have the section 106 to hand, unfortunately. But there's a housing mix set out as a requirement within section 106, which has a broad typologies in it. There is an affordable housing offer as a minimum threshold to be reviewed at every reserve matters stage. And there are, apologies for this, I'm literally recollecting clauses in section 106, but there is a hierarchy, I believe, of looking at local lists, etc. first for residents before going further afield.
I know some of the flats are shown indicatively as being, I think, for example, 2 and 3 bedroom, 4 and 5 person.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is it sort of aspiration to get some family type units in there? Or?
Yeah, yes, there absolutely is. But what I think one of the critical issues that Basildon has is that actually the smaller unit is the problem. The smaller unit housing stock.
Most of the stock is family dwellings, isn't it?
Correct. Yes.
The issue of whether or not the permission is severable, is that a matter for submissions rather than
submissions? Submissions, please. Yes, needs a bit of thought.
Going back to the Eastgate Centre, I'll look at what it says about how that's addressed in the section 106 in terms of management. And,
yes.
In terms of obviously there's development around it and zones around it, which will mean that parts of the building are removed. I mean, how do you think that should be tackled? Or do you think it's sufficiently addressed at reserve matters stage?
I think it can be dealt with in the reserve matters and under the relevant conditions in section 106 obligations. I mean, the intention is that the Eastgate Centre is retained and fully functional as a retail and leisure asset. From a planning point of view, I don't see any conflict of its continued function.
You're getting down to the sort of more detailed matters such as exposed parts of the building and making good. How would you see that being addressed?
Well, I think that will be asked and have to be undertaken as part of the reserve matters applications.
we've referred to the two policies primarily, but I know there are other policies which could be triggered by the proposal, might need to be addressed in the decision. Obviously, I think the proofs of yourself and Ms Reynolds deals with some of those. I mean, one, for example, is TC6, which I think is viewed to be not as compliant with the framework as others.
Yes,
Which is the
that's the
one relating to
reposition.
residential uses in the town centre, I think.
Yes, sorry, can I just
So BAS through TC6.
Yes, well, as you say, it's only agreed position that it's generally compliant. I think it's very much a case in that one. It needs to be read in the context of its local plan position. And if you look at paragraph 8.8 that supports it, it does talk about residential development can add vitality to a centre by increased activity, particularly in the evenings and on Sundays. This must be set against the importance of maintaining the economic and social viability of the town centre, the maximum use of available sites.
I was reading it in the context of the fact you're removing Asda, you're removing some of the retail uses, and therefore effectively residential is replacing retail.
Yes, I mean the scheme can re-provide a supermarket within the parameters. And again, I think it's common ground, and it's set out in the evidence of Mr. Reynolds that there's no over provision of retail within the town centre anyway, and actually consolidation can have a beneficial impact.
Okay. Those are my questions which haven't been covered.
So are you and Mr. Mabby, are you happy to carry
Yes,
on?
I'm happy to carry on this.
The summary examination probably about 15 minutes, give or take.
Crack on then, yeah.
Mr. Mabby, design coding, first of all. You were asked whether, despite the lack of a policy or legal requirement in the circumstances here, a design code would be needed for reserve matters, and you said yes. Would a design code be needed in your judgment at the time of granting outline permission, or would it be needed at some point before reserve matters are submitted and approved?
Yeah, I could see no issue with having a condition that requires an updated or new design code to be submitted at each RMA stage.
Then you were taken to paragraph 134 of the framework. Could you get that out?
I have that.
It was put to you that 134A required regard to design codes. Should we just look at what the wording actually says? Development reflects local design policies and government guidance on design, taking into account any local design guidance and supplementary planning documents such as design guides and codes. When 134A talks about design codes, who does it have in mind as the author of the design codes? Developers or local planning authorities?
Local authorities.
You had various debates about whether there was a requirement in the framework for exemplary standard, despite the clear answers of council's witness. If exemplary was to mean perfect, because no one's actually sort of defined what exemplary means in this context. Maybe different people have different things in mind. If it, well, there's a number of different. I've had a look. There's a range of definitions actually. Not, but it doesn't really help. Unfortunately, of course, there's no definition in the framework. There's not a term the framework uses. So we don't know if the framework implicitly has in mind what it means. But if it was to mean perfect, 10 out of 10, 10 points in your revision terms, Is that something that the NPPF would require? A complete perfection in the context of the tilted balance?
No.
And would the wider regenerative aims of regeneration of the Eastgate quarter of Basildon, the economics, the benefits, the townscape benefits, the housing benefits, etc., would they only be achieved by a scheme that was perfect?
No.
You had taken to paragraph 11 two separate stages of the cross-examination. I think I might just try and do the examination of both those separate stages in one go. So we get back at the paragraph 11 of the framework. You were taken to D, but C was skipped over on the basis said that C wasn't controversial. Just to be clear, if C applies, a call of the development plan approved with that delay, does one actually need to get to D, go through D?
No.
You were asked about whether the sort of the development plan framework was out of date and wait. Can we just take that up? Keep it up. Can we go to? I just need to get my core documents list. One moment.
So the development framework.
Yes, so there's discussion that it's moved from most important policies to relevant policies. As you asked me a question about whether the development plan was up to date.
Development plan date.
Could you go to CD 2.27? I hope I got the right.
What is it?
It's the considerations for withdrawal of the local plan on this issue. Could you go within that? There's a 2.2. Oh, have I got the reference one? I hope I haven't. No, it is the right one. 2.27.
These considerations with withdrawal.
Yeah, and if you go through about 10 pages, give or take, there's a capitalized heading: implications of the withdrawal of the local plan.
It's page 9 of the PDF.
Yes, and do you see it said the withdrawal of the local plan will result in the borough being without an up-to-date strategic policy framework to meet its identified housing development needs for longer than would be the case if the present local plan pursued.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Is there any indication or any certainty as to how long it will be before that situation changes?
No, there isn't.
Then the second, I'm going to come back to pre-app. Then later on in the MPPF paragraph 11 context, you asked various points about housing supply, and you've mentioned about the housing delivery test, and you said, well, let's put that to one side. How appropriate is it to put the council's 41% performance over the last 3 years, even allowing for the COVID allowance, where they basically got 3 months worth of credit? How appropriate is it just to put that to one side in the context of considering the weight to be given to the housing delivery?
Where you absolutely can't. It's given considerable weight.
You asked for a question about the weight to be given to this concept of rolling 5-year supply. It's common ground that Mr. Reynolds, the Hallam case was informative as to the weight to be given to housing supply benefits, and the Hallam case looks at the extent of the 5-year supply and how quickly it can be retrieved, and a 5-year supply gain. They're the two main considerations the Court of Appeal said as a matter of law are relevant to weight. So looking at the extent of the Hallam considerations on weight, what does the extent of the 5-year supply shortfall suggest as to how much weight should be given to housing supply?
Yeah, I think you're given considerable weight.
And in terms of the retrievability of the 5-year supply, how long is the 5-year supply going to persist, which is what the Court of Appeal have actually said is relevant to weight?
It's going to persist for a long period of time.
Yes. Well, I mean, let's think about it in this context.
Sorry, could you repeat that answer? I didn't hear it.
It's going to persist for a long time.
A long time.
What is for a long time?
5-year supply shortfall.
What, sorry?
5-year
supply shortfall.
5-year supply shortfall.
Yes. This is the Hallam judgment is what so let's what prospect is there? You can use a percentage if you want, or just use a verbal description as you think is more appropriate. What prospect is there this time next year the council will have discovered a 5-year supply? 2023, what prospect in percentage terms would you say?
0%.
What about 2024?
Very low again.
And if they haven't got a plan in place by 2025, what prospect by 2025?
Again, very, very low. I would
What
say.
prospect is there of a plan being in place by 2025?
Very low.
So applying the Hallam judgment in terms of we've got the extent of the shortfall. The other consideration of the Court of Appeal that says is relevant is the likelihood that's going to be turned around in future. How does the retrievability or otherwise the 5-year supply shortfall bear on the question of weight?
Well, it should considerable weight should be given to it, because it is highly unlikely that a plan is going to come forward or the housing land supply is going to be met.
Is it remotely tenable to suggest that the 5-year supply shortfall is a blip or something that's we're
No, it's not.
opportunistically relying upon it?
No, it's not.
You asked various questions about whether there's a distinction between 68B of the framework and 68A. Is there any evidence that, irrespective of what 68B means, the council can comply with it? Have they shown that they comply with 68B?
No, they can't.
It was said that the case was based on an urgent need for housing. Will the admitted urgent need for housing stay the same, get better, or get worse over the forthcoming foreseeable period?
You repeat the question?
Yes. Will the admitted urgent need for housing stay the same, get better, or get worse over the foreseeable period?
It will, in the best case scenario, stay the same, but most likely get worse.
That's the paragraph 11 and associated basic questions. You were asked about pre-app. I think I'll try and do this without going back, just to save a bit of time. If you feel like you need to go back to the actual the pre-app.
I've got it here anyway.
It was put to you, albeit you said you couldn't remember, that the height at the time of the 8th of April pre-app was 22 stories, the maximum height. And if you get up to CD 5.8, the opposite report, 5.8, and go to when you've got that paragraph 5.4.33. 5.4.33. I can remember it. And I think 5.4.33 is where the changes to the proposed development that happened during the course of the application happened. It will describe. Is that right?
Yes.
For me, but I can remember it. And it tells us that the maximum story heights became 21 stories.
That's correct. Yes.
So the pre-app was on the basis of 22 stories. The version before the members for consideration 21 stories. In light of that, what assistance can you expect to get from the comments of Ms. Lyons that 22-story height looked appropriate? Are they rendered inapplicable by the fact that does the development as now proposed exceed, or is it below what was considered to be appropriate in that meeting?
It's below.
You were asked various questions about the engagement with members, and it was flagged up that members might disagree with officers in relation to the acceptability of heights, and that was suggested by my early friend to be a sort of recurring theme through the pre-app. Did you form the impression that concerns about what members might say were concerned about whether members had planning grounds or political grounds for closing.
Can I just interrupt there? That's an outrageous question to ask. Not only leadings, but absolutely nothing to do with my cross-examination. I really do take exception. I've been listening for 20 minutes to leading questions. So normally I wouldn't interfere because it's almost conventional at the moment. But on that, I do actually object. No suggestion whatsoever in the evidence that the decision was made for political reasons.
Absolutely, it is. It's our letter.
Sorry?
Absolutely.
No. Sorry, I'm not having that, Mr. Banner. Enough's enough.
Not yours.
There's been no evidence. No, just
what
was about the change in height.
What impression did you gather?
No, Mr. Banner. I'm sorry. I'm objecting to this.
Well,
and the inspector has not ruled on my objection. Indeed, he was considering it as you continue to ask questions.
And then the inspector can make his ruling. That's just an appropriate.
You're getting at the influence of members in terms of the change.
Yes, a point was made about the officers providing reasoned considerations as to why, in their view, the heights were appropriate, and then the point was made of concerns being expressed about members. What did you form impression?
Concern wasn't expressed about members. I asked a straightforward question that they were concerned about heights, weren't they? And the clear answer I got was yes. Okay.
Can I please ask my question?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to object.
A question I haven't asked yet, sir. This is a little bit over the top.
Well, you're not going to have questions saying, "Oh, was it due to political reasons?"
I haven't.
To guess what the members might.
It's ridiculous.
You said you were there at the committee at the meeting with members, and you said that a lot of things were said, and it was quite difficult to tell whether or not particular points were in issue. Why was there that difficulty?
Essentially because there was a lot of discussion amongst members, and there was essentially a lot of chatter which was not in any way really based on the planning merits of the proposal.
Despite that, and despite the concerns that my learned friend suggests members had, in that period from April 2020 during the course of 2020, and what was the outcome in April 2021 when members were asked to vote upon the proposed development? What ultimately members do following that community engagement and member engagement that you were taken through?
They resolved the grant planning permission subject to section 106 and conditions.
What does that suggest about to you as to members' overall response to the process of community or member engagement that you had with them up until that point?
Well, they were obviously satisfied that they knew the scheme, knew how it got to that position, and were able to make a judgment on it at the committee meeting.
What changed in planning terms between that moment and December 2021? When a different group of members voted a different way? Planning terms, what changed?
Update to the MPPF.
To what extent was that highlighted as a material change against the scheme?
It was referred to robustly within the December 2021 committee report. The officers made the relevant commentary on the updates and implications of the documents that have been published alongside the MPPF, and the decision was still that planning permission should be granted.
What, if anything, else changed from April 2021 to December 2021?
In terms of decision making at the council?
Yes.
There was May elections in 2021, and the Conservatives took control of the council.
What conclusion do you draw from that?
We were informed that following the April 2021 resolution to grant, that the section 106, which had been drafted to some extent, would not be signed.
Did the heights change during the time between April 2021, when following that process of member engagement you were taken through, members thought the scheme was acceptable, to December 21 when they thought they're not. Did the height go up, back up again?
No, nothing changed.
You were taken to the environmental statement, chapter 4, and the scheme, I think it's something, the project and alternative, I think it's entitled, anyway, it's entitled what it's entitled. And it was suggested to you there's no consideration in this section of the townscape considerations. I'm slightly shorthanding the word townscape.
Yes,
yes. And you said, not in this section, it's not the place I would expect it to be in. What do you mean by that?
Well, the application is supported by the HTVIA, which is where you would normally find impacts on heritage assets.
You asked about the prospects and your assessment of the prospects of some alternative form of development. We probably don't need to turn up paragraph 6.2 of the officer report because we've seen it a number of times, but Christine Lyne's overall conclusion about the transformative effects, catalytic for future development. What level of prospect do you think there is of a scheme of that nature, the transformative catalytic regenerative development of the Eastgate, happening in the foreseeable future if the appeal is dismissed, and why do you reach that view?
As a planner working in private consultancy, if somebody was to present, without my knowledge of the background of the process, if someone was come to me with a site with an appeal dismissal on it, within a council which doesn't have an up-to-date local plan, and there's not one coming forward in the near future, and with a planning committee that appears to be quite happy in terms of overturning officer advice, strong officer advice, then it would be considered a high-risk prospect to take that investment on. And certainly in a scheme of this size, it would be a considerable process to get to an application stage, let alone a decision, and let alone a favourable decision.
And in terms of the extent of that risk, we suggested the inspector might, in the decision, if he didn't like the scheme, might give a clue as to what was acceptable. In your experience, is it normally the role of inspectors' decisions or the nature inspectors to sort of say, to redesign the scheme and say, if you go for this, this is what you'll get?
No, that's the point I made earlier, is the fact that it's not simply a case of getting an appeal decision letter and designing a scheme around it.
If the decision simply said, as we put to you, too much massing, too much height, too much scale, what extent of scope do you anticipate there would be for interpretation as to what that meant between the appellant,
I think, to be fair, Mr. Banner, most inspectors would be able to, in their decisions, set out what was wrong with the scheme.
Yes, exactly. Well, yes, but I mean, too high.
I think they probably have to say more than too high.
Yes,
They're probably in the high court.
Like that. Do you recall what the council said on day one about what she thought was the appropriate level of height?
Please remind me.
6 stories.
Okay.
6 stories. So, to what extent is there a likely prospect of a scheme acceptable to members, irrespective of what the inspector might decide or say?
At that height,
How easy and straightforward is it in terms of assessing risk? What's the level of risk in your judgment as to members' reaction to any alternative proposal, irrespective of what's said in a particular appeal decision?
I think any application would face the same challenges.
So in light of those risks, you said there was a prospect, you accepted there was a prospect for an alternative scheme coming forward. In terms of likelihood, what's your view of the likelihood in the foreseeable future of someone, whether it's infrared, spending another £1.5 million in administration, or whether it's someone else paying however many million is the site and then paying £1.5 million? What prospect is there of that happening based on that level of risk in the foreseeable future if this appeal scheme is dismissed?
I think anybody looking at the site with a dismissed appeal would proceed with caution. And so there is definitely a question mark over the likelihood of something coming forward quickly.
You were then asked towards the very end of the cross-examination about a situation where you've got Town Square North and Market Square taking place with their regenerative benefits, and whether that affected the weight to be given to the regenerative benefit appeal scheme. Have you seen that argument advanced before by the council?
No, I haven't. I'll certainly put
You talked about the council treating the three schemes hand in hand, was the word you use. In what document, what context, and what relevance is that?
That was at the beginning of the process. The first QRP panel was all three parties presenting, and there was quite a lot of discussion initially amongst the parties, the professional teams, and the applicants themselves.
Did the master plan regeneration strategy look at scenarios where only two sites came forward, or one site came forward?
No.
Are you able to say why, or what the approach the master plan took to?
Well, the master plan was approach for a master plan of the town centre, so it looked at every opportunity that was coming forward.
Thank you. That's the re-examination. Just stay there just in case the questions. Thank you. We've got effectively follow-up questions.
I have no further questions based on your re-examination. Thank you.
So I do have some further questions based on that re-examination, and I'm applying to ask Mr. Mumby some questions in cross-examination on the new matter raised in re-examination. I've already made the objection, and you allowed the questioning to continue. There were then several questions had about, well, first of all, the leading question about non-planning matters, and then questions about signing the 106. All those matters should have been given in evidence in chief. It's regrettable and that it wasn't, and to use re-examination as a means by which to adduce that evidence is not satisfactory at all. I would have cross-examined Mr. Mumby on those very matters had he given evidence in chief on those matters. There's no reference to any such matter in the proof of evidence whatsoever.
That's an absurd intervention, sir.
In relation to the main intervention was in relation to the change in height and members' concerns, wasn't it?
Yeah,
point was put.
Just a minute, Mr. Banner. The inspector's asking me a question.
Yes.
Yes, you're right, sir. And you remember the leading question was any difference between, planning and political points.
I think it was then rephrased, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, it's sort of rephrased.
I can't remember what actually was asked then, but
The point was put, so if I may, because my learned I suspect this is feigned objection. It's an absurd intervention. The point was made in cross-examination that the concerns by members were flagged up in the pre-app minutes, and there was a whole line of questioning based upon that. The implication being you should have seen members' reaction coming. The point was then made in re-examination by Mr. Mumby, quite legitimately, that actually that whole process of members where members' concerns was flagged up, there was the statement of community involvement, member engagement that went to actually led to members approving. That's a perfectly legitimate line of re-examination. Then you say, well, then you examine what happened after that led to refusal. It wasn't anything changed about the consultation, wasn't anything changed about the building heights. It was an election, a different planning committee. That's perfectly legitimate response to re-examination. My learned friend is with respect making an improper objection. If he wants to dwell on the point even more, then frankly he's welcome to be my guest and I'll re-examine even more on it. But it's a perfectly legitimate line.
the specific point was about that member involvement, was it?
It was about member involvement, sir, but the leading question adduced the answer. Well, there was a lot of chatter, some of it not really based on planning, as I understood it. And I think what happened there was I think Mr. Mumby maybe in cross-examination had referred to some difficulties in understanding what members' concerns were. So I presume the re-examination was based on that point, but if you think it was
think that there's more to it than that.
And I think the answer given was plainly influenced by the question and the not taken up as an important point, an important accusation. If there's going to be any suggestion that the members arrived at their decision for political, not planning reasons, and plainly the opportunity was taken quite wrongly to lead the witness to give an answer that suited Mr. Banner's case, which he hadn't led before.
Oh, yeah, I think
And
so.
I'm entitled to ask some further questions on that matter.
Okay, well, I'm happy for you to ask a further question. If Mr. Banner needs to re-examine based on that, then
I may say so. The ad hominem approach is to be deprecated. My learned friend led all his re-examinations.
I don't want to get into
it's
it's about
completely
who's led
improper,
what. I mean,
professionally improper for him to speak in that way.
Yeah.
It really is, and I look forward to an apology.
Mr. You asked your additional question.
Yes, sir. And on the basis that, I've got, question first for on the statement of community involvement, Mr. Mundy. You have that?
It's fine. Yes, I have that.
Yeah, and page 23.
23. 4.4.
4.4, that's correct. And there's no reference there to any difficulty in understanding the members' main themes as raised, is there?
No, there isn't. I'm trying to be as diplomatic as I can in my evidence. In many ways, we had a members' briefing.
I mean, I'm familiar with what councils are like sometimes. So
Yes,
in terms of, so I'm not talking about Basel. I'm talking about generally. But
yes. We had a Zoom call with the architect, myself, and the development manager on it, and we had a number of councillors on call at the same time. It would not be unfair to say that members used the meeting as an opportunity to criticise each other about every matter under the sun, rather than actually talking about the proposal. Like I say, I have to be careful how I describe that meeting, I think, because I don't want to stray
That's fine.
into any political
That's
discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mundy. That clarifies that point. And you were then asked questions about the December decision, do you remember? And you were asked whether or not there'd been any changes in planning circumstance, and you indicated yes, the framework.
Yes.
Right. Can you take I'm not sure whether this is the minutes, is this attached to any of the other minutes, the planning committee? Do you have that?
So which committee is that?
Of the December meeting?
So is this committee report?
I've got CD 5.12 question mark.
over the minutes of the June meeting, is that the one?
No, December, sir.
Right.
No, I don't know if it's called document.
So I'm not sure it is a core document, and plainly it ought to be. I can't quite understand why all the other minutes are in and not that one, to be honest. Have you read the minutes?
of the,
December.
I probably did in January 2022.
If I can, Mr. Banner will no doubt have the minutes accessible to him. You haven't got the minutes. You haven't got the minutes. No, I'm asking you if they, even if they're not a core document, do you have the minutes? You don't. Okay. Well, I'd like to put those minutes in so that they join the series of minutes. I also can't ask any questions when you've been made on submissions. December meeting, sir. Yeah. Okay, so well, if we may, we'd like to upload. And then the last matter was in relation to the section 106. And as I've understood, you said, well, we're informed about the section 106, and that you said something that it wouldn't be. You said that it wouldn't be signed.
Yes.
Something like that. I've got correspondence in front of me. Okay, but perhaps you can confirm. Otherwise, I will seek to put it in that you were informed by Miss Lyons that about the section 106. And that's covered in the section in the statement of common ground, you recall? Do you have that?
Bear with me one moment, please.
Yeah.
Which paragraph, sorry?
Forgive me. It's apparent the background is set out from paragraphs 2.8 onwards, 2.8. And you referred to 2.13, do you see? The appellant was informed by email that following the local elections resulting in a change in the political control of the council, officers were pausing progression of any scheme considered to be significant or controversial to allow the new administration to be fully briefed on the current position. Do you remember?
Yes.
And that's a perfectly reasonable position, bearing in mind that the new administration would be responsible for any decision thereafter. It's important to keep them briefed, isn't it?
Yes, I accept that. That is common ground, yes.
Yeah, and it's common too. And so far as the 106, can you confirm it's correct, isn't it, that the appellant made no complaint about that for the reason you've given? It was quite reasonable. Correct? No complaint?
No complaints on that correspondence.
Yeah, no complaint raised by the appellant. Yeah.
On following the email from Miss Lyons, yes.
Exactly. And more than that, the appellant said that it would continue to progress the 106 internally so as to be ready for when the time might come, when it might be relevant.
I recall the section one. I mean, I haven't got that correspondence, so I can't give it word for word, but I do recall that the section 106 was being prepared by the applicant.
Yeah, exactly. And you continue to do that work without the complaint.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Just one point of re-examination.
I'm going to make it. I'm going
Well,
to.
so hopefully that won't prompt another round of cross-examination. Then you might be in danger of missing your flight, Mr. Mumby. But could you get up CD 5.4, which is the statement of case on behalf of the appellant? And when you have that, could you go to 1.5 and 1.6? And when you just refresh your memory of 1.5, 1.6, let me know when you've.
Yes, I've got those.
And see there 1.5, the reference to the resolution to grant, and then the reference 1.6 to following the local election due to range of the political control, planning office pause in progression, allowing the new administration to be fully briefed. And then it says this: whilst Infrared and its consultancy team have continued to try and engage with planning officers in relation to the progression of 106 agreements, unfortunately, no meaningful negotiations have since taken place between the council and Infrared over the last few months, despite a draft 106 being prepared by council solicitors. Why? What happened? Why was there no meaningful negotiation? Was that due to any inactivity by the Infrared?
No, it wasn't. No.
And what impression did that give the appellant as to the extent to which the council maintained a desire to grant planning permission?
Well, obviously, it was of great concern to Infrared about whether the actual Section 106 was going to be signed and planning permission was going to come forward.
Was this the only scheme in that situation at that time? Had previous resolutions to grant
no,
regime?
The Market Square application was also, I believe, in a similar predicament where the Section 106 was being prepared but never signed.
And how did you see the change of political control as affecting the likelihood of the 106 being signed?
Well, I mean, there was obviously a huge amount of uncertainty about whether it was actually going to be signed at all. Hence the need to submit the appeal against non-determination. And you'll see that we tried to agree with the council, and officers were broadly on board with it, agreeing an extension of time post the 6-month period for submitting the appeal, but it was felt that that was too risky, and so the appeal against non-determination was submitted within the 6 months post 13-week target determination date.
And then page 38 of the statement of case, this is elaborated a little bit more, made clear that following the planning committee that the planning officers actually requested the 106 piece of officers were saying get on with the 106, the solicitors provide the 106, and then there was silence following the change of political control.
Yes, officers saw a copy of the Section 106, draft Section 106.
There's this point you made about the 106 in re-examination earlier. Is it fair to describe this as a point made by you just then for the first time by the appellant in light of what the statement of case says?
No, it wasn't.
No.
So we had no objection to the correspondence from Miss Lyons about holding, but it's not fair to say that then that was just left.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, sir.
What you said before, you said that you could continue the work after the elections on the 106.
Yes.
And we met with
But then,
silence.
1.6. At what stage did you sort of come to an impasse? Can you remember? At what? You work after May
Yes.
on the 106, but then you
drafted
then said it was
yes.
then no meaningful discussion. So
Yes.
there was obviously a change at some point, but
It was, I think, the discussions with officers who were, very informative and helpful to let us know what was going on as best they could. They had a copy of the Section 106, and I think then it really turned into a discussion in terms of what would happen within that 6-month period that you can appeal. That's when some of the discussions switched over a little bit to, can we extend the time to see if there's an opportunity to get the Section 106 signed? But then I think it was all agreed that there was legal risk associated with trying to agree an extension of time and then submit an appeal.
So forgive me, there's just one point of fact, just a clarification. If Mr. Mumby could confirm it, I'd be really grateful. I've had clear instructions on the point. Okay. When Mr. Mumby, you intimated that the officers had sight of the Section 106, do you mean the heads of terms or the 106?
can't, I'm sorry, apologies, I can't.
My clear instructions are that they were heads of terms and that the section 106 was being developed by your client.
I mean, again, so that's actually, it's set out in the statement of case.
No, I'm interested in the statement of case. I'm interested in the evidence.
The statement of
Mr.
case is
Mumby,
evidence.
can you confirm that, please? If you need to take instructions, do. I don't want to have there to be any doubt about it, but Miss Lyons is sitting with me. She was the officer responsible, and she's told me, is correct.
So I do, I mean,
Never
I
saw the
do,
one-
I
never
do,
saw the
I
one
object to
I
this because the statement of case makes very clear, despite a draft section 106 being prepared for infrared solicitors. And I'm a little offended, may not have read the statement of case, but this point was put specifically an issue. And it's simply inappropriate to now seek to lead evidence from the bar as to whether that's correct or not. It's in the statement of case.
That's well, it'll probably make very little difference to my decision
right.
anyway, in terms of,
Right. And Miss Lyons isn't giving evidence, if only, but she's not.
see what's before me in terms of documentation. That might give me the audit trail.
Well, I think I think so. I think we'd wish to put in just the email exchange, which formed the basis of my question to Mr. Mumby about the 106 being considered by within the appellant firm. I think that is what we'd like to do. So, and then I think
Post May
submission.
2021, was it, or
Yes,
after the election?
yeah, the correspondence to which I made reference in terms of the section 106, Mr. Mumby said, yeah, there was no complaint made by the appellant.
So I think we can agree that so that you have the complete exchange rather than selections.
Historically,
Yes.
It's
Yes, as provided it's a complete exchange. I think if we can agree what goes in first, absolutely. Because you don't want to get a
obviously agreed. Yeah.
part picture of what happened.
Okay, so that's completes your evidence, Mr. Bumby. Thank you.
Wheels up.
Why not? So right, obviously we resume on Thursday,
Thursday.
via Zoom.
Yes.
I think I've got a link, hopefully somehow. Now we'll deal with section 106 and the conditions, and then closing submissions, all virtually. Yeah. In terms of documentation, I need the attendance list. As I said, I've had the housing land supply position note. I've had the E-Square note. I've also had the letter from DLUC about the new local plan.
You're going to let us know at some point, so whether you'd like the mark, I will confuse the two, but the second appeal decision is DAS and or the first one. No,
I think I'm just content to have the plans. I don't want the DAS.
Okay.
And that's what I asked for. So yeah.
Yes.
So we could get those agreed in terms of what's suitable. And I think maybe
So one question on your question about severability, just to inform how we address you in closing on this. I mean, my inclination is that the answer to that question is probably it depends. It depends on if you were to reach the view that certain bits might need to be set, whether there's that certain part. So, for example, you couldn't sever the downgrading of the Southern Hay Road because that's fundamental to see. There may be bits that. So, what I would be inclined to say by response in closings, but it depends whether you're open to this. Is if you reach the view that the decision may turn on the severability of a particular part, can you let us know which part at that point? It is, I mean, it's secretaryist because otherwise, as a matter of fact, we don't really know what we're grappling with. You see what I mean? And there is,
it's more a question of principle, I think, rather than So,
yes,
for example, you've got 9 zones, and if I was to say, well, I don't like zone 9, for example,
it may depend upon which zone it is. That's the thing in terms of how severable.
that's a question you can't answer then.
But it can't have something abstract. That's the sort of point. Right? As you see, and I mean, it's certainly fairly. It's not without precedent at all for secretaries of state decision where they these two issues are minded to. Now, inspectors don't tend to do that, but there is precedent for that.
Yeah.
And so, what we'd say, if you got to that stage, it may, as a matter of fairness, but also just to help you and everybody to get a clearer sense of what specifically you have in mind. Because
I want to reach any
yeah,
conclusions by Thursday in terms of what zones I think are acceptable, and they may, or in terms of the
yes,
appeal generally.
yes,
So,
yeah.
are you suggesting that in the future I should write out? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, so if for example you were to on deliberation you were to decide, kind of the side chat is a bit distracting, but if in future you were to decide once you consider the closing submissions and been over the evidence again, I like all of the scheme but for this bit, say for this argument, whether that bit is severable or not will probably depend on what it is and where it is. And so to say in advance, well, whichever bit you don't like you can or can't sever, is I think impossible to tell until one understands what bit, if you don't like any particular part, obviously we'll say to you, you should like the whole lot. But if you don't like what it is, why you don't like it, how it relates to everything else, I think the severability does, as a matter of law, actually depend upon those sorts of things. So it's quite hard to answer in the abstract.
I think the question was perhaps more in the abstract, saying, is this scheme severable in principle, in general terms? But
and I think the answer is going to be it depends. But here are the legal principles. Go away and apply them yourself, probably without knowing what. If you see what I mean. But I think we would. There's a slight concern I have that if that genuinely is a matter you come to be concerned about, it would be nice to have an opportunity to address it in concrete rather than in abstract. That's
obviously at this stage it's not a concern that it's not an issue that I've reached.
It's more just a general.
It's more a sort of general point about principles, and
what we might do then is provide you with the legal principles, and then you might have to just apply those in whatever sense you feel is appropriate if you get to that stage. I think that's all we can do without knowing, if you see what I mean. Yes. Because otherwise it's impossible to deal with,
So I think for my part, I see some sense in that. I mean, plainly, it's a very large scheme, and plainly, therefore, severability is a question that might arise, subject to further consideration. But the question of specifically what might be severable might depend upon a number of So if you were to reach such a conclusion, I think I might agree with Mr. Banner. It's further representations would probably be necessary.
Because your classic example of severability came raised in actually the Harold Stevens Rectory Farm case. So there's 15 units either side of a road, effectively two parcels. And it's fairly obvious that if you didn't like one, you could sever and grant the other. But in the context of something that's integrated, I mean, in very high level terms, if it's around the edge, it's probably more severable than if it's in the middle. But there may be other considerations too. Say if it's road net. So again, I just find it very hard to address the point in the abstract. But I say what we'll do is we'll do our best we can, and then maybe leave it there. And if you feel like you need more, you can say so.
Further submissions from you, I'd have to ask for those in the future. But,
and I say that's legally possible, and there's certainly a complicated regeneration scheme in Cambridge that some years ago John Gray, who did the Shard of Grant, he asked for he'd had to give a minded to decision. In the context of that scheme. I'm not sure whether there's others too, but the power, the Secretary of State has the power, then by definition the inspectors have the power because you're exercising the same power. It's just a matter of practice. And I think we would say it's far better to do it that way than to have to go all the way to the drawing board and for something that could have been dealt with through the course of a process. That's okay. I hope that makes sense.
So broad principles.
Yes, great for my defend. Yes, exactly. So we'll do the broad principles of severability and then leave it there.
Okay, right.
Good.
Concludes today's business, I think, unless there's anything that.
I don't think so.
No.
And that
Sorry, I mean, well, the 106 obviously not one normally would expect 106 to be completed by the end of the inquiry.
Oh yes, I need to check my emails about that.
So, bearing in mind it's still with the council. I mean, we can discuss if it hasn't been completed by Thursday. We can discuss on Thursday a timetable.
I know there was some concern about the county council only executes 106 on certain days of the week or something like that. I know. Not the first time this year I've seen that. There's some process where the the crow has to howl 3 times at night on the 3rd Thursday of the month, something like that. So it may be that it won't be an executed form, but it will be in, I think, a final form, which may require a short period of time after the inquiry to formally execute it.
Yeah.
And we'd ask you for that if you were kind enough to indulge it.
Okay. You can decide on that on Thursday
Yes.
in terms of timescales. Yeah.
Yes. And obviously we'll do it as quickly as possible, but
Okay. Rightio, so that finishes today's proceedings. Thanks very much for Alan and Ryan for assisting us in the face-to-face event.
thank you.
Seems to have gone reasonably smoothly, so
Yes.
not sure how it's looked on YouTube, but
Dread to think.
okay, right. So I'll see some of you on Thursday.
See you on Thursday. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.